game show style one. We're like, right, who wants to give it a go?
Yeah,
who wants a race in this?
Yeah.
Come on, all in.
No, because if you say that, race drivers forever want to outdo each other. And they'll all go. It's really cleared up. We can properly see. It's like like it was, well, almost like it was this morning.
I tell you, the interesting one to note as well is that it's proper wet fog, isn't it? Look at the circuit.
Yeah.
I know that the cars haven't been going quick enough to do any real drying, but that looks seriously slippy out there. So
I'm glad we've held out for this long, because we're now being afforded at least a bit of an opportunity.
to those of you that are joining us on the stream that has now gone live. And in fact, we're just in that box that you can see there on the camera. What you may notice in the background, it's a wee bit gloomy. Let me tell you, that's less gloomy than it has been most of the morning. We started here in beautiful sunshine, and then it became an absolute pea super. And we'll bring you the interesting challenges that has brought to us in the fact that qualifying was virtually non-existent. Grids are being based on a whole raft of things. We're still waiting for the official go. I think we're going to be okay because we can actually see the circuit now. Yep. We could see nothing. My name is Chris Dawes, and alongside me here, it's Jack Werrell. Morning, Jack.
Morning, Chris. Morning, everybody. Yeah, so in comparison to what we have seen, this is positively tropical, really is, yeah. Isn't it? But
we were dazzled by the sunshine when we first got up here. Yeah. Because I was worried that we wouldn't be able to see the screens or anything. It was that blinding.
I was messing around, yeah.
Settled in, and it just was awful. Now you can see it's quite clear that we can see the whole circuit. More importantly, what we had earlier is all qualifying other than the
TDC.
So the first qualifying, we got that one going through a safety car before the end from memory, I think. I can't remember now what's happened, but what I was alluding to there is that qualifying was being run behind safety car just to make sure they got the mandatory laps in, but we weren't able to get them up to full speed. As you can see now on the footage, it should be clear enough to be able to get going. Our concern, Jack Werrell, is that it kind of teased us with occasionally rolling out and then rolling back in again, but we have not had it this clear since it first rolled in.
9 o'clock this morning, really. Looking at the way they've lined up, I think there will be a couple of drivers climbing their way through the order.
Which we love.
We do love. Ollie Allwood, for example. He's had a couple of wins, plenty of podiums this season. He's starting 11th. I want to see what he can do through the order. Tyler McAlpin could be attacking and defending. John Langridge is in on the mix as well, of course, reigning champion, or last season's champion. Aidan Hill's now the champion of 2025.
Champion-elect, we're supposed to say.
Champion-elect.
Yeah. Because you never know. They could sort of take that car apart and find that there's a Corvette in it or something.
Well, maybe the way Aidan drives it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes it look like it look that way, doesn't it? David Newick starting in 17th position. He's recently been running on social media a page called Miata Motorsport. So it shares all things Miata Motorsport and Mazda MX-5, not just in the UK but globally as well. And it really seems to be exploding. So hopefully he can get some good onboard footage from the drivers this weekend as well, racing into the fog. Looking at the way the wind is coming from, I would say there is an outside chance that we may see a bit more fog return. Looking at the grid, we've got a few cars, but are we missing a few still? One is, there you go. I think one was just struggling to get out of the assembly area. There's a bit of confusion down on the grid. Will Powell nearly shuffling his way into the wrong position on the grid. But Aidan Hill's in a Mark IV. It's quite nice to see, because we've seen him in the Mark III all season, and it's nice to see him moving over to the Mark IV. Maybe a sign of things to come. If you sort of want to tell them apart, aside from the general visuals of the car, if you look at the sun strip, if it's a Mark III or Class NC, it will have blue edges, whereas if it's a Mark IV or Class ND Maxi, it will have purple edges on the sun strip. The way in which they will line up, Aidan Hill's Treble 1 will line up on pole position with James Cossins alongside, so it's a Hills Motorsport front row. It's a Hills Motorsport second row with champion from 2023, Declan Lee, alongside Jack Brewer, car 12 and car 93. Will Morris and John Langridge line up on row number 3, car 17 and car 1. Tyler McAlpin and Will Powell make up row 4, car number 10 and car 25. Drew Fletcher and John Robinson find themselves on row 5, 26 and 2. Ollie Allwood has got Kamal Kelsey for company on row 6, 63 and 64. Row 7 is Michael Nibbs and Simon Fleet, 82 and 55. Jack Hodges and James Blake Baldwin line up on row 8, 28 and 14. David Newick and Jack Hargraves line up on row 9, 77 and 66. Simon Baldwin and David Robinson line up on row 10, 68 and 46. Row 11 is made up of the treble 4 of Jay Coombs and the 16 of Alistair Easom. Ian Abel has got Chris Dawkins alongside on row 12, 23 and 11. Jasmine Sherrington has Marcus Roswell-Potts alongside on row 13, 22 and 172. Damon Wellman lines up alongside the amendment to the programme, Lee Dendy Sadler, the later entry, 176 and 127 on row 14. Row 15 is another amendment, or two other amendments, I think. George Grant and Lee Taylor, 69 and 95, before we get a couple of rows gap. And then we get to Ben Chandler and Brian Chandler, sorry, and Ben Taylor, 78 and 84. The field are going onto their green flag warming up lap.
Yeah, one thing that I've just noticed on the 6th row, we seem to have a gap, and it was the 64 car of Kamal Khalsi that didn't seem to be in position for this race. That is a huge shame, having qualified in 12th. So off they go on to, and I'm assuming we are only doing a single green flag lap, because I guess it's the same conditions that we had for their qualifying session. So we'll give it the one tour round, and then we'll get this race underway. And it'll be interesting to see them getting off the line in this slippery conditions, because the track hasn't dried at all, is it? And
it's really cambered, isn't it, at the start-finish line here at Brands Hatch. You did
the impression again then of the camber. I love your visual cues.
It's the way, I just do. I can't help it. Somebody that will gel well with these conditions, not only is Aidan Hills, but Declan Lee. We saw at Donington Park, race number 1, he stalled from the sort of front row of the grid, second row of the grid, something like that. Ended up right at the tail end, came through to finish 7th in the wet.
Wow.
The car control does a lot of sort of drifting and sideways driving generally outside of the Mazda. So we'll see what he can do through the order. But one green flag warming up lap. I'm still so curious to see what Aidan Hills can do in the Mark IV, because I don't think there's a vast difference. But if there is one, what is it? And can Aidan drive around it? Or does it magnify Aidan's speed? I'm just curious, because we have seen Mark IVs, but they've always been in and about sort of the mid-pack. And, for example, Stephen Arant has been really quick in the ND Maxi over the past couple of years. So, yeah, it's nice to have somebody else again to look at and see where the future of the championship may be, because eventually it will move towards the Mark IVs, I think.
I do love it. It hasn't taken long for the Wirral anorak to come out.
Yeah.
You and your dad are brilliant with your anoraks. I love it. I do
Mine's
love it.
Mine's not quite as thick.
No, that's true. Yeah, agreed.
Mine doesn't come with a hood.
But I just love it. It's the information that you draw on is great for us. I just sit here and get excited about the racing. That's basically my limit, which is going to be slippy and slidey off of this start. There's no question about it. I watched as they came onto the grid. They stopped quite early so they could do some real, rake up the temperature in the tyres as much as they possibly could. And thanks, your dad's actually watching. There's a car starting from the pit lane. We can't see that because that's below us. So there is a car starting from down there. Red lights are on, engine notes are rising. Off go the lights and off go the field for the first race of today. And that is a real struggle to get away. Our pole sitter hasn't done great, but the front row starting James Cossins goes into the lead. And it looks like Declan Lee, your forecast for a good race, has got himself up into 2nd place already.
Yeah, Kamal Khalsi is the car that's starting from the pit lane. We're now seeing John Langridge have a look around the outside on the run up towards Druids. He's looking for 3rd place at the moment. So they very briefly, effectively disappear out of our sight up into the fog, but then reappear. James Cossins leads with Declan Lee all over his tail. Aidan Hills managed to fend off the attentions of John Langridge. And then who's that sat behind John Langridge? That could actually be Tyler McAlpin or Will Morris there. Is that Tyler McAlpin? It is indeed. Yeah. So Tyler McAlpin, brilliant start through the order. Drew Fletcher is fighting away. The mid-pack, everybody's trying to fight their way through. Big moment further down the order. I think that was Alistair Easom. Did he get the car back under his spell? Yes, he did, albeit it delayed a couple of cars around him.
Brilliant start from John Langridge, the number 1 car. Oh, he's just got a little bit out of shape as he's going through and out of clearways. Not massively, but just enough to lose his momentum. And he's about to be passed by Tyler McAlpin. The number 10 car, black with the day glow flashes, is going to have the inside line. It's a drag race all the way up to the front. Equally up further ahead of them, there's a drag race. But through goes McAlpin, the number 10 car. What does that put him up to? Into 4th place there. And that was all just from the loss of momentum coming out of clearways from John Langridge, who was about to say a brilliant start from 6th on the grid.
And now Tyler McAlpin is hot on the heels of Aidan Hills. There's a yellow flag and a car off in towards turn 1. We'll try and pick out who that is in a few moments' time. There's 2 cars off, in fact. Maybe a bit of contact between the pair of them. So we'd imagine the safety car will be released. It's the 77, so one of which is David Newick. The other's Drew Fletcher, unfortunately. So Drew Fletcher right the way up towards Druid. So there is actually 3 cars. Drew's desperately trying to get the car running again. Marshall coming over to help, but it's just in a bit of a divot and he can't quite...
The wet grass is not allowing him out. You will go nowhere.
Safety car's out there.
Yeah, safety car, as expected, has neutralised that one. So we saw... Did you say which the other one in the
It's
gravel
David
is?
Newick, Drew Fletcher and somebody else. So we will have a quick look through the binoculars to try and pick out who it is. 46. Yeah, looks like that's 46. So that will be David Robinson from MSVT Racing, unfortunately involved in that incident. But we did see Declan Lee fighting away with team boss Aidan Hills on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. And James Cossins out in front. We were chatting to James at Alton Park and actually Aidan Hills at the same time. And Aidan and James have got a really good bond because James was Aidan's first customer driver, first customer to come in and arrive and drive with him. And since then, they've been slowly developing each other's pace and getting really, really quick. But obviously, Declan now starts to apply a bit of pressure. But what does that do from a driver's perspective? Because you're racing the team boss. That's got to be quite worrying. Because if you make a small mistake, one, he's going to notice and he'll tell you about it. But two, you've got to make sure you don't make contact. It's sort of the golden rule, isn't it? You don't hit your teammate, even more so when he's the team boss. Drew Fletcher did manage to get out.
He did, and without going a lap down, so that's good for the 26 car. I would actually turn that on its head. There's the team boss. You don't want to hit your customer who's paying you money to look after their car. So I think it's probably the other way around. It's more of an issue.
Yeah.
I'd be, if I was there running, I think that Aidan in the past, I'm sure I recall that he was threatening about, retiring from racing and just running the cars, but you just can't keep a good man down, can you?
Yeah, we saw that with Nico Stott. He was running with Hills Motorsport for quite some time, stepped away and started running his own car, but still with one mechanic from Hills Motorsport. And unfortunately, he's not here with us this weekend, but he said the gulf between it, all of a sudden having a team's worth of backing to try and do it yourself, it was so tricky because it's not just there's a bit more work to do yourself, but you don't have 3 or 4 different channels of data being fed to you about how to extract the time from the car, and it made it really tricky for Nico to get going. Drew Fletcher did indeed make contact with the wall. He's just nicking his way through and past the safety car now, but the rear of that car looks rather second-hand, and that's the last thing you want at the final round of a season, because you just want to make sure you get that car home and it's ready to be developed, not repaired.
No, exactly. Good job there by the officials is that the safety car initially picked up Drew Fletcher's 26 car behind it, thinking that was the first one through. The safety car stopped, let that one carry on through. That means that he's not going to be sort of stuck there in the way and be a lap down. He's going to be at the back of the field, which is enough of a handicap in these conditions. But it is good to see. Great job by the marshals to sort of get him out and back on, because that slippery grass, I mean, you look, they've got windscreen wipers going. There's enough spray coming off the car in front of them that they're needing to do that. So it shows you that this isn't just fog that's hampering the vision. It is actually dumping a lot of fluid out there still.
It's that wet fog.
It is. It is, exactly. Soaks you through. And it does still keep coming in. I mean, we now can barely see Druids on the camera. It
is rolling back in, I think, a little bit.
Nothing like we had earlier, where we couldn't even see Paddock Hill Bend from our commentary box. It just was not possible to see anything, same as we couldn't see Clark Curve. And in fact, a long way down the straight before we could see anything. So it's nowhere near that. So we're good to go. We're in safe hands.
I'm curious what happened to Alex Miller at the start of this race. Whereabouts did Alex Miller start?
I've got to love this. This is the morning we've had. My wife's just messaged me. She's obviously watching the stream. Good morning, my love. It's clearing up, Mr. Waffle. She says, I've never been called that before. Been called a few things, but not that one. But she is right that it is, thank goodness. And we've got the racing underway. Remember that before our lunch period, we've got this that is the first of 2 races by the Miata Trophy. Now my sister's joining in and she's loving that Mr. Waffle. Goodness me. With family like that, who needs enemy? After this, we've got the MSVT Trackday Championship, then the MSVR Allcomers, then we go into a bit of a break for the lunch and we kind of come out and do it all again. Miata Trophy, the MSVT Trackday Trophy, and the Allcomers. Some good synergy for either side of the lunch break there. And we round out our action today, which I don't believe we are covering on the stream, but we've got a 1-hour qualifying session for tomorrow's enduro car race. And then if you're not aware, we're streaming tomorrow as well, so make sure you come back. We've got the season-ending IndyCar 500, which is 500 minutes of racing, 8 hours 20 minutes in old money, that starts at 10:05, finishes at 6:25. So that is the action that we're going to be bringing to you over the course of this weekend.
An hour qualifying sounds like a long time, but when you think some teams have got 4 drivers to get out and qualified.
Isn't there one with 5?
I would imagine so. I've not paid vast amounts of
and
attention
they've all got
to
to
tomorrow's
go out,
action.
haven't they?
They do, yeah. And complete 3 laps as well.
Yeah.
So it's no, it is going to be busy. We do have David Newick back out on circuit. We also have David Robinson back out on circuit. So they have managed to get those cars pushed out the gravel to continue on. The safety car lights are off. We are going to go back racing. It's going to be a 12-minute race in the end because Miata Trophy Racing wasn't close enough.
Goodness me, I thought we were about to have contact where they dropped away from the safety car. One car zigged as the other zagged, and it nearly brought a spot of bother, but thankfully we got away with it. Cousins doing some real efforts to warm up as they come round the Clark curve onto the start-finish straight. The green flags will greet them, and we'll get this back underway. We've still got just under 12 minutes of this race left to go. A brilliant restart by our race leader.
3 wide in towards turn 1. Ollie Allwood, Will Powell and Michael Nibbs all fighting their way in towards Graham Hill Bend. They all managed to make their way through. It's getting close further down the order as well, because John Langridge, he's been trying to attack and follow up from a brilliant start, but since then he's just been losing out. Michael Nibbs, I think, has managed to get his way through as well. The next car to try and do it should be Jack Brewer. He's just approaching Graham Hill Bend, but for the lead, Declan Lee's falling away from James Cossins. He's too busy defending from that of Aidan Hills.
Now it's Will Morris, number 17, that's got past John Langridge, and another car.
Jack Brewer, that one.
Right, the bright yellow and blue and red flashes on that one. So Langridge lost 2 places, about to make one of them back up again as he dives up the inside. But further up, we have a side-by-side for second place, and that is your pole sitter Aidan Hills, the 111 car, this year's champion, albeit in a different car, was trying to look up the inside of Declan Lee, the dark green number 12, but that's really unsettled them, because all of a sudden coming at them is the number 10 McAlpin car.
Yeah, Tyler McAlpin. They've got a brilliant run coming out of the final corner, and now he's looking to cut back on Aidan Hills, but very quickly realised he was going to run out of road as they went through Paddock Hill Bend. John Langridge through the gravel as they go up the hill, so that's going to cost him yet more time and a couple more places. Ollie Allwood sneaks his way up the inside as well. Also there is Michael Nibbs trying to carve his way through and past in the number 82 machine, heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Slightly wide of the apex is Declan Lee, maybe experimenting with a wider line, because in theory these are wet conditions. Michael Nibbs does manage to get through and past John Langridge. As the field continue on, we've got a spin further down the order. That looks like Brian Chandler in the number 78 machine. There was a bit of contact. Here comes Tyler McAlpin, diving up the inside of Aidan Hills, maybe getting 2 for the price of 1 up the inside of Declan Lee. That's going to get close on the exit, side by side as we go over the start-finish line.
That was nearly an amazing 2-for, wasn't it? 2 for 1, but having tried to move up on Declan Lee, he's now vulnerable to the Mark 4 of Aidan Hills, the 111 car. He's now trying to, well, he was about to try and go for second, and he was actually then having to fight to hold on to third. So it goes to show how tricky this is, and as they go up towards the Druids hairpin, Aidan Hills trying to close that door. I was a bit worried he was going to crunch across the front of his nose a little bit too late there, but thankfully it all just worked itself out. But as he washes a little bit wide, he was vulnerable on the exit, but had enough grunt to pull it out of that one.
Yeah, he slammed the door shut, didn't he? The car of Brian Chandler remains stationary on the grass along the Cooper Straight and will play no further part. So no overtaking in towards Graham Hill Bend, which is arguably one of the best overtaking opportunities if you can just go slightly deeper on the brakes. Drew Fletcher continues his comeback drive. The next car that he will meet will be Alistair Easom. So a bit more work to do for Drew, but James Cossins, with this 3-car battle in the background, it's allowing him to run away with the lead.
And that really came from a fantastic start. Look at this for second place. There's 3 of them trying to fight. Aidan Hills, your pole sitter, has now got that back again. 2 of them working together in slipstream means that they were both able to go alongside and start edging past the Declan Lee car, number 12, but he's managed to only lose 1 place there at the moment. But McAlpin looking up the inside at the Druids hairpin. Surely he's going to have enough there as he then gets on the power on the exit. Yep, nicely done there. He hasn't even had to push him wide on the exit of the hairpin.
And the car approaching, is that Will Powell, did you say, is slowly starting to close in. So deep on the brakes was that of Tyler McAlpin. Managed to get the car slowed down. It's Will Morris, pardon me. Will Morris is closing in onto the coattails of Declan Lee as well. So it's 4 cars fighting over second place. And Jack Brewer in the background, he's got Will Powell, Ollie Allwood, Michael Nibbs and John Langridge all there fighting away behind him. So it's sort of 4 for second place and then, 5 for the best part of 6th down. So it's really, really close in that mid-pack. But James Cossins, that's all in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, you looking at this, is obviously being one-make racing, is that all it takes is that they just get a little bit squirrely going into or out of one of the corners, and it loses quite a lot of momentum for it, doesn't it? It leaves them vulnerable to the pack behind them that are already in the slipstream effects. They're going quicker. McAlpin's looking up the inside of Aidan Hills. Those two have managed to drop Declan Lee. The number 12 car that was threatening for the lead before the safety car has now dropped down to 4th place, but Aidan Hill's got out of shape there, which means McAlpin's able to put the power down as he goes down the hill and up into 2nd place for the number 10 car. And Declan Lee was trying to take advantage in number 12 as well, but wasn't quite able to do it then.
No, he had a little look, didn't he? As for Will Powell, he crossed the line in 7th place. He's going to be in the best part of 9th or 10th with a small mistake heading in towards Graham Hill Bend. It's cost him, 5 or 6 places on that occasion, but James Cossins still leading the way. Then we get to Tyler McAlpin, who's controlling his race well ahead of Aidan Hills, at least for now, because they're nose to tail as they come towards the start-finish line. Declan Lee is still there or thereabouts in 3rd place. Then we get to Will Morris over the start-finish line. Side by side on the run in towards turn 1. Ollie Allwood, we said he was going to start out of position from 11th place. He dives his way up the inside of Jack Brewer. That will make him 6th, but all the way through the gravel on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend goes Tyler McAlpin, and those 3 places he just gains hemorrhage away, and it's Aidan Hills back up into 2nd place.
That's got to be so infuriating. He's worked hard over a sequence of laps to get himself up into that 2nd place. Oh, we've got a car off on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. I will try and see if we can work out which one that is.
Didn't see who that was as they disappeared into the...
It's white, I can tell you that much.
Into the gravel.
Anyway, it's a little bit further back, wasn't it? So, yeah, it goes to show how treacherous it is out there for them. And then you've got McAlpin that's gone from 2nd down to lower. Is that George Grant, isn't it? Yeah, so the 69 car, Clapham North MOT owner. And sadly, that's in the kitty litter, isn't it? So he's not exactly getting out of there in a rush. And that's probably a safety car job, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the firing line, isn't it? If one car can get there, another one absolutely can. Heading in towards the yellow flag zone. Drivers aware, so they...
Kinda.
Yeah, I was going to say they slow down. They delay an overtaking opportunity, but Ollie Allwood nails the overtaking opportunities. They head up towards Druids, but Jack Brewer reluctant in giving him the room. So... comes over and slams the door shut. There's still 5 minutes remaining, so I'd imagine we would see the safety car return to the circuit. That's not necessarily the best place for a live recovery. Almost a bit of contact further down the order between Tyler McAlpin and Will Powell. Jack Brewer still managing to fend off that of Ollie Allwood and John Langridge. Michael Nibbs giving chase. Michael Nibbs at Cadwell Park, in his eagerness to overtake off the start, ended up right the wheel, sort of 3 or 4 feet off the ground on 2 wheels. So it was a long way off the ground, was Michael Nibbs. So it shows that he can fight. He's just struggling to find the room. Here comes Jack Brewer all the way around the outside of Ollie Allwood, but now Ollie Allwood manages to get through. The red flag is out, and that will see a halt to this race and hopefully a resumption. But we are 76 or sort of 3/4 of the way through this race. Don't think we will.
No, I think, was it 75%? So they let it run, and it's got to that point. I'm pretty sure that will be the conclusion for that. The challenging thing there is that we now go back a lap and we need to work out what moves get wound backwards. One thing we do know is the 24 car of James Cossins has got a great victory there, because he just nailed that restart. That's where it was done for me, is that he just pulled away comfortably and just was probably watching the race in his rear view mirrors, frankly, because 2nd backwards was a great gaggle. Then from probably about, I'm going to guess it's about 6th backwards, yeah, from Brewer 93 and 63 Ollie Allwood. Those guys were having a great fight and sort of having to be mindful of a group of cars behind them. So that should, in theory, be the end. There was no way that they could throw a safety car recover that car and get it back to racing. So wasn't worth doing it that one. I'm kind of loath to read the order out because I have a suspicion that it will roll back and it will change slightly. Aidan Hill's got a new fastest lap of the race right at the end there as well, so he'll be hugely frustrated. But how far back does it go? When did McAlpin have his moment that sent him backwards? Does it save him a little bit? As I say, the only one we do know is the 24 car of James Cossins is going to be safe as the race winner, because not only was he in the lead, but he even had a buffer. That means that he is A-OK. So what did we get to? 12 laps officially. No, sorry, 13 laps we got to before the red flag came out. So we'll wait and see if there is any rollback done on this one. Jack Werrell's legged it down. He's going to be grabbing the live interviews because we assume that they're going to be sent down.
They are going into...
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, right at the top.
Which is what we were hoping they weren't going to do, wasn't it?
I'll go for a walk.
I think the problem is that you need to be with the cameraman, don't you?
Well, I can't see the cameraman, and I don't know how far the radio mic can reach up here and still sort of get signal. So I'll go as far as I can and
From
then
memory,
try and grab them.
the mic will be fine, but the headset normally isn't, but you're on the radio anyway, aren't you? So
yeah, I'm on a FM radio, so it should still pick it up.
I love the fact that you're running as well. I wouldn't do that.
It's commitment.
Yes, so the hopefully we'll at least be able to bring you the audio interviews of our top three. Just still waiting to see if it changed. At the moment, it is showing that the 111 car of Aidan Hills finished in second place. Third, number 12, Declan Lee. In fourth, number 17, Will Morris. Fifth, number 10, Tyler McAlpin, and rounding out your top six at the moment was the 93 car of Jack Brewer. That didn't go to plan. Started fourth on the grid, but we know that that wasn't from qualifying per se. That was picked out and based on championship standings, etc.
I am here, just minus a man, so...
Oh, we are losing you on
we
the mic.
are losing the mic, I thought we would.
Yeah.
I'll try and grab James, if we can get you over here. We know we've got a bit of signal here, so we will give it a go. James... brilliant start set you up, and then at that point, was it just a case of managing the pace? Because Aidan, he was there or thereabouts, but busy scrapping away with Declan behind.
Yeah, got a good launch. Obviously, on the left-hand side, I could point it downwards a little bit. So this is Aidan's first time in that car, so I think it's the first ever start in it. So I think he perhaps dropped the clutch a bit too hard, a bit too many revs. But yeah, just drove around a bit. Safety car came out. Couple of lefts, couple of rights as well. And then... yeah, it was just cruising along, to be honest. I thought I could have gone quicker in certain corners. I could see them slowly getting closer, but I thought there's only a few minutes left. I don't want to chuck it off, basically. And then I saw themselves battling out and chucking each other off. So I thought I'll just stay as I am and continue on as normal.
And you did mention that you were one of Aidan's sort of first customers, and you've really got a great bond. And we've seen you racing hard all season. Granted, the championship is settled now, but... the day, are you just gonna have a bit of a scrap if you can with the boss?
Yeah, I've got to be nice to him. He's one of my best mates as well, so I don't want us to fall out. Not that that will ever happen, of course, but yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be reverse grid. So quite often we communicate in car anyway. We wave and do the old special hand salutes in the car. But I think for this last race, it'll just be a bit of a scrap. Hopefully, it'll dry out a little bit more so we can do some proper lunges. But yeah, I think. Aidan's come along so way in his team and as a person as well. It's been great to watch his development through the past sort of 4 or 5 years. And he's made something massive out of it. Hills Motorsport's one of the most successful Mazda teams out there, if not we are the most successful at the moment. Back-to-back championships. So you can't really say anything bad about that, can you? And he's doing great, of course, just learning that new Mark IV. Hopefully they'll be able to run some more next year if it comes to it. And hopefully the Miata Trophy can. Well,
very well done for race one. I'm sure Aidan is points for the team. Obviously, the top 5 at the moment of motorsport cars. So we're hoping you heard most of that, but I know the radio mic is jumping in and out. We're going to have some radio signal. We've got Aidan Hills. We're assuming the order is as was, but we know with the red flag of race in the Mark IV. How'd you find it?
Yeah, really good. It's the first time I've ever started the car, so getting off the line was tricky. And to be fair, pole in the wet is never the best place to start because you're uphill. Thankfully managed to hold on to third. I felt like I had good pace. James drove, what he needed to do. But once I got into second, I wasn't catching him. But I felt like if I'd been with him at the start, it might have been a different story. But yeah, it's brilliant for us. So 1, 2, 3 for the team, and credit to the Mark IV. Right, it shows that it's bang on the pace. Because realistically, this is the result of wet races often. Us three. So it makes no difference whether you're in a Mark III or a Mark IV. The car for making it so you can. More Mark IVs out. The car looks really good. It drives really well. So, yeah, really happy with how it went. And hopefully we can get a second race later, right? So I don't know how they're going to sort the grid out for race 2, but I'm looking forward to it, that's for sure.
Well, we're going to see a few more Mark IVs, do you think?
Hopefully, yeah, right? So the car's mega, so there's no reason to not buy one now. And I think that's what my goal this weekend was to prove that it is on the pace and it can do its job. So there's absolutely no reason to not have a Mark IV. The car is mega. And like I said, it looks cool. We haven't done it in the dry yet, so it could be even quicker than a Mark III in the dry. So I really want a dry line at least so we can try it. But yeah, I've done 2 days testing, all in the wet here. So we've got the car nailed now. It's spot on. So credit to everyone at Hills Motorsport. Thanks for Dave and my dad for getting the car on the pace, because I was a bit upset Friday, thinking I didn't have a chance at winning. But now we've got the car in the window and I've got a good chance. So yeah, it's mega. Yeah.
No, good stuff. Very well done for race 1, and best of luck for race 2.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, see you later.
Quick word with Aidan Hills. We'll try. Okay, so we'll try and chat to Declan in a bit. Dec, any quick words?
Just want to say my friend Ads, who spent hours and hours, 6 hours a night for the last 5 days working on my race car for me, because it just would not run right. But we got it running at 5 o'clock in the morning on the Friday. So thank you to him.
Great stuff. Cheers, Dec. Very well done on what we think is P3 with an asterisk. I can see a very busy assembly area ready for the next race. The drivers are heading down to the podium, but obviously I don't think we'll be able to cover it. We'll be focusing on the race on the way, but we're hoping you could hear most of that, Chris. I did hear it jumping in and out a little bit, but I'm hoping you managed to grab most of it with both James and Aidan Hills.
We got the majority of it, mate. Yeah, absolutely. It was just, I think when you heard it jump out, it genuinely was jumping out for us, so you'll know that we got a good chunk of that one, so thank you, buddy, at the far end, and it will be Murphy's Law if they come down here, but yeah, as you say, we're likely to be on to the next one. They're just sort of tidying up the circuit a little bit in a couple of places. The mighty Orange Army are ready to receive our starters onto the grid before they will head off onto their green flag lap ahead of what is going to be a little bit different to what you've just saw. That was a 20-minute sprint race. We've got a 45-minute MSVT Trackday Championship race, including pit stops, driver changes for a good chunk of them. And yes, that will therefore just liven it up that little bit more for us, won't it? So always enjoy that one. Just checking a couple of things. There was an amendment that I didn't have by the looks of this Trackday Championship, because it looks like Justin Roberts has got company, and we didn't have a note about that. I know that it showed that Scott Thompson was going to be with him for the trophy, but it's showing with him as well in this race, so I just need to add that note in there. We'll just keep an eye. I'm keeping an eye on the stream here now, because it looks like the cameraman is down there for the podium. Obviously, with it being a bit mixed up, I did now at last see the notes of how the grid was done for this. This is the challenge that the officials have got with us not being able to do the qualifying. That Miata Trophy was set by current championship standings order, with anyone who has not scored points having their grid position set behind those who have scored points in the order of the date they entered the race. Did you keep up with that? Any guest class cars will be placed at the back as normal. For the MSVT Trackday Trophy, they drew lots to determine theirs, and for the MSVR Allcomers, grid positions were drawn for Class 1, and then the remainder of the grid will then have their own draw for grid positions for classes 2 and S7. So that just sort of makes sure we have the safety considerations there, that they're not you know, we've not suddenly got like a super rapid radical at the back and some slow saloon at the front or whatever it is, like C1 on the front or something like that. It just sort of takes the class speed differences into account for that one. So well done to the team downstairs for, on the fly, having to work out what they needed to do, whilst also still making sure that we achieved the mandatory number of laps that they circulate round to be able to take that start. You see the happy drivers. Aidan, of course, in his familiar colours, definitely in a familiar green as well. And Mr. Cousins, our race victor, with his overalls off already round his waist. They look like they enjoyed that, even though the conditions did look rather greasy, to say the least. And they'll be able to come out after the lunch break and do it all again with their final race of the day. And you could almost get the sense in their words that the pressure's off. Jack?
Yeah, we're going to be cheeky. We're down here in the pit lane deck. We've not spoken to you yet. That was a busy old race for you, wasn't it? Because you weren't just trying to fight Aidan, but you also had everybody else in around you, Tyler McAlpin as well.
I know, it was very, very tight. And, you know, fighting against a Mark IV as well, you know, especially with a driver like Aidan. He says the Mark IV isn't fast, but it looked bloody fast behind me. You know, catching up out of corners, I just wouldn't expect to see a Mazda behind me, but the Mark IV is a very impressive car, so that's a whole new dynamic to the championship to worry about. But the main thing is I'm happy to not only be standing on the podium, I'm happy that my car revs all the way through the rev range. I've spent so long with Ads, my best and mechanic, getting this car right, and he did it 6 hours every day, 2 a.m., you know, going to bed at 2 a.m., waking up, working on the car every single day, and now it works, and I'm happier.
And the plan for race 2, what do you want? Because we know you're quick in the work. Donington Park was brought up, so you would stall on the grid and the fight through the order. Are you hoping for a wet race?
I'm hoping for a wet race with good visibility. I'm hoping not to stall the grid, and I'm just hoping the car pulls through again. I'm mainly mechanical sympathy this time, get the car over the line, I'm happy.
Good stuff. Very well done, Deck. We'll also jump in with Will Morris. We've got Will here as well. Again, a busy race. That seems to be the motto of Miata Trophy. But one thing I did want to bring up, obviously, Aidan here this weekend in a Mark IV. Is that on the cards for you?
What? Me driving a Mark IV? Yeah. I don't think so. Not yet. We'll see how he gets on. Obviously, it's very, very quick. There needs to be more drivers switching to I think. But maybe next year, sticking Mark IIIs, definitely, I think.
And the conditions, it'll have to be a quick one as we've got the grid ready. But the conditions this morning, obviously, a bit questionable. No idea what the race was going to look like. Any nerves at all going into the race?
No nerves. I mean, Brands Hatch Indy season, it's always like this. We're used to these sort of conditions. Adds a little bit of a challenge to it.
Very well done. Thanks for the show.
Thank you.
In the meantime, Chris, we have the next race about to get underway.
Yeah, I think that summed it up really well there, actually. Jack, thanks for putting on a show, because they certainly did. And invariably, the MX-5s tend to do exactly that. I was just making the last couple of last-minute notes. You'll see that the cars are on the grid, and it is going to be lining up as follows. On the front row, it is pole position goes the way of number 38, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. I'm afraid we don't know the start drivers for these. And these guys did actually get a qualifying session in, albeit they're probably not at their quickest. Alongside will be number 71, John Line in his Renault. Second row, number 45, Matt Swaffer, and 46, Jack Wright in his Golf. Third row, 92, Dan Abbott, and 114, Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodliff. On row 4, number 1, Justin Roberts and Scott Thompson, and 141, Chris Reed. Fifth row, number 90, Nathan McPhail, 84, Benjamin Taylor. Sixth row is number 21, Wayne Cockrell in his Toyota, and the number 33 car of James Burnham and Ben Vos. Seventh row, 224, Shane Rowe, 6, Colin Wells, and a Mazda MX-5. Eighth row, 182, Oliver Owen, and 245, Phil and James Hart. Row 9, number 12, Ben Johansson and Jack Dan. As a change to the programme, is Jack Dan's the second driver there. And at number 15, Amy Allen. 10th row, number 9, Stephen Kelly, 123, Dean Hyde. 73, Darren Brace and Charlie Ratford, and 67, Phil Woodward on row 11. Row 12, 69, George Grant. I didn't catch, is he there? I think he is. It was just a gravelly moment for him, wasn't it? So he should be there. And 95, Lee Taylor. 13th rows, 371 Marcus Buckle, 35 Colin Murphy, and on the 14th row is number 77 James Howells. At the back with a 10-second delay is then the 501 car of Harrison Morrow and Lee Whittingham. So that is the grid, 45 minutes, pit stop in the middle, driver changes for a chunk of them. Not quite as many as we often see, but there are driver changes. A few swap overs that we see. The number 1 car, the outgoing champion, we don't have the usual driver here, sadly, which is a huge shame. But Justin Roberts, who has historically, well, last year drove that car as well, but he's got a different driver for the company this time, and it's Scott Thompson. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. In terms of the championship, it's still up for grabs. There's 3 that could win that one as it stands. The championship leader is your pole sitter, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, the number 38 car, on 151 points. That's a Class B car. In second place is a Class C car, number 92, Abbott Motorsport. That is in 5th position, so keep an eye on that black and metallic pink 92 car, which is the Integra DC5, and then possibly the only other one that's really in with a shout of this championship is Matt Swaffer in that 1 Series BMW. He's starting in 3rd position, so that is another Class B car. So the car directly in front of him, that sort of blue, silver and pink Golf, is his target. That 1 Series is going to be challenging the VW. I say the only other one that's really in it is because I don't think the 153 car is with us. No, so we don't have the independent 153 car with us this time. So it's really between those 3. The 92 car of Dan Abbott, which, yeah, as I say, is the black and metallic pink Integra. So it's basically that right-hand side of the top 3 of the championship this time round, and they've got 45 minutes to duke it out and see who's going to take it. Is it the Golf? Is it the 1 Series BMW? Is it the Honda Integra DC5? Keep an eye on that right-hand side. 1st, 3rd and 5th on the grid. But you've got to then say, look at the ones alongside them, and it's going to be an interesting fight. We know John Lyne, Jack Wright, they're always up there. 114, that Mini of Sir Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodliff, they're going to get involved. Red lights are on, the engine notes rise, off go the lights, and off go this field. A very steady start from everybody, apart from the number 1 car of Justin Roberts and Scott Thompson. That goes siding through. Matt Swaffer's got up past John Lyne, and he's up into 2nd place for that 1 Series BMW as he held on to it. Yes, he has, but coming back at him now is Jack Wright, the number 46 Golf, and he was shut down very quickly before they got up to the apex of the Druids hairpin, so he's got to settle for 3rd place. John Lyne, who started on the front row, the white number 71 car, that Clio's in 4th place, and they're managing to pull away from everyone else as it stands at the moment. Oh, and our pole sitter got very out of shape through Graham Hill Bend, but he basically power slid that one round. The one that's really lost out there is 92, Dan Abbott. That black and pink Honda Integra DC5 has gone tumbling down through this order, and that, remember, sits 2nd in the championship, but of course it is in a different class in reality. Front 2 are your lead, 1st and 3rd in the championship standings at the moment. Matt Swaffer is 20 points behind the 38 Golf, so in reality that 38 car is doing what it needs at the moment as they go down. I just suddenly saw on the stream there some car going steady. The 114 Mini seemed to be very steady along the start-finish straight. A lot of cars going past it. It's still circulating, but very much off the pace. So that is just nursing itself back towards the pits, and we've got to hope that everybody sees that as they raise up the hill towards the Druids hairpin. Somebody else has stopped up at Druids hairpin, and in fact that's just stopped itself from going into the gravel. I didn't quite see who that was. I will be able to tell you when it gets back down behind our commentary box. I can tell you that it was one of the white and green cars, but there's a couple of those out there. It is the 245 of either Phil or James Hart that just had a moment. I can only assume he locked up. Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you. With a mix of interviews at the top of the pit lane, the bottom of the pit lane and the podium, there's been a few miles covered already, but yeah, it's such a shame to see the Mini Cooper of Chris Reed going as slowly as it is, or the 114, pardon me, of Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodlift in that Mini JCW, because that car has been out sporadically throughout this year. It has been quick when it has, so unfortunately that car destined for the pit lane, you should imagine. As for Henry Wright and Kevin Glover doing everything they need to do, Wayne Cockrell diving up the inside of the 33 machine, that being the Ford Fiesta in the hands of James Burnham and Ben Vos, still trying to get that move done. A slightly different front bumper on the nose of Wayne Cockrell this weekend due to a bit of damage that he found at Croft, and the white flag's being shown to indicate that there is a slow car on circuit, but
I'm not sure why he didn't pull off at the end of the Cooper straight, really. Everyone else goes in through that rear access point, but he's trying to carry on all the way around, and maybe that suggests that he feels he can get that resolved. And I would imagine if you go in the rear axis, you're kind of out because you've taken a shortcut. So that is what that tells me. So he's just tiptoeing it round. It's a 45-minute race, Jack, so it's potentially worth it.
Yeah, if the safety car comes out or something like that, there is opportunities for this race still to swing back in their favour. Busy sections of circuit at the moment. Of course, all eyes really need to be on the 38 Golf, still leading the way now by 1.6 seconds with a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 0.394. We need to keep an eye on Dan Abbott because he's fighting away with, who is he scrapping with as he crossed the line? Nathan McPhail on that occasion. Dan Abbott second in the championship. He was in with an outside chance of taking the championship away from Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, but fighting where he is and with the club racer car at the front, it's only going to go one way.
Yeah, it just didn't have the opening lap that he'd have wanted, sadly, and it just went tumbling down. He looks like he's got it all sorted now. Out front, that gap was 1.687 as they crossed the line last time. Through goes the 38 car of Wright and Glover. There goes Matt Swaffer. I had a suspicion he'd come down ever so slightly, so it's now a fraction over 1.5 seconds. So a new personal best lap time for Matt Swaffer in second. The reality is, though, as it stands at the moment, that 38 car of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, they're doing all they need to do. They lead the championship, they're leading the race, let everyone else scrap behind them, and they just keep it ticking over.
Nathan McPhail back up the inside of Dan Abbott up towards Druids, and that's where we're seeing the change. That's the last thing Dan Abbott wants. As for
they are in the same class.
They are in the same class, and for Dan Abbott and Nathan McPhail are returning to the circuit, it would seem. It's the 114 Graves Motorsport JCW in the hands of Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodlift. Good to see you. Nearly spotted something.
It's just a freeze on the camera. I thought someone had lost it, but it was just a freeze on the CCTV camera. Such a busy circuit around, and the one thing I do keep noticing is that suddenly new fights will bubble up because suddenly one of the cars loses momentum by maybe going a little bit wide in or out of a corner, and it then throws them into a tussle that we hadn't seen the lap before, and so it's definitely keeping us on our toes. Talking about keeping on his toes, Abbott, the 92 DC5, as you said, lost out to McPhail, position, and is nearly a second behind him now as well, and that is the lead 2 in Class C, so that is not what Abbott needed. He came here second in the championship standings, and it's just fallen away a little bit.
And the thing is, Dan Abbott did come here second in the championship standings, 13 points clear of Matt Swaffer, who's up there in second place, so we could see the vice championship role change. Nathan McPhail all out of shape as he went through Graham Hill Bend, thankfully front wheel drive, so he could point the wheels where he wanted to go and put his foot to the floor, but that will have cost him a little bit of time. Further up the road, we've got Justin Roberts really applying the pressure onto Jack Wright. You can just about spot that it is Justin Roberts and not Scott Thompson behind the wheel, but for Dan Abbott at the moment, that could be maybe the first chink in the armour that he wants to exploit, but that car's just not quite on the pace that we've seen so far this season.
Sorry, it helps to turn on. I wonder whether Nicole Drought is watching on to see that one car. You missed it, Jack, because you were downstairs. Got an absolutely belter of a start. Who did you say that you could tell was behind?
It's Justin Roberts.
It is Justin
Who
Roberts.
is, in theory, the reigning champion.
/ retired multiple times.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such a shame not to see Nicole over here. But Justin Roberts is now all over Jack Wright. Jack Wright trying to get the power down as they accelerate away from Graham Hill Bend. That was a good challenge, and in fact now Justin Roberts has done it. So that was sort of about 3 corners in the making, that one, wasn't it? And Jack Wright needs to be mindful, because behind them is the number 84 car, I'm right in saying, Benjamin Taylor. Is that him that's there? I think it is, isn't it? The MX-5 of Benjamin Taylor, that was looking to pick up the pieces, but Jack Wright's got that one cleared down. There goes the Air Supply VW Golf. Always a beautifully prepared car. I have to say, I still miss when they had to get rid of all of the bodywork appendages that were on that. That looked like an absolute rocket ship.
Proper TCR look, didn't it? Yeah.
Other cars and championships do exist. When we've got contact, John Lyons pushing over very late there, but McPhail was already on the inside. John Lyons was not going to give that position up without a fight. That was some real rough and tumble up towards the Druids hairpin there, wasn't it? But McPhail, he kept himself strong and he kept himself up the inside, and he's done it. What a job.
Yeah, John Lyne was desperate to close the door, but then I think realised Nathan McPhail was there and continued to try and close the door, but Nathan McPhail was not having any of it, and now we've seen the change. Ben Taylor has gone through and past Jack Wright, and it shows that I thought the cooler weather would really aid that Golf with it being turbocharged.
But remember that was sat in the pits with the bonnet up for a long time.
It was.
In the qualifying, wasn't it?
Might have turned it down just a little bit, but you just thought really dense air, cooler air would really help. So he's much quicker in a straight line. But Ben Taylor, he can be so late on the brakes and carry brilliant speed through the corners. The hazard lights flashing as he stands on the brakes, as you normally see in those slightly more modern cars. But Ben Taylor doing a brilliant job. He's got that little Mazda MX-5 right the way up into 3rd place, or right the way up into 4th place. It's dangerously close to going back down to 5th, but he can be late enough on the brakes and early enough on the throttle to try and run away from Jack Wright. The only thing is now, is Justin Roberts looking in his rearview mirror going, that's the last thing I want, and Mazda MX-5 hunting me down.
Yeah, and I mean, the beauty of that car is it can still be speedily out of shape as well,
yes.
Can't it? You know, a car like that is driven on the ragged edge. So what I love about these races is that you get those strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit, depending on the car. They're also just getting their way past a back marker. Up go the front two in that battle. Talk of the front two, the lead 2 cars have now crossed the line to put 9 laps in the book. New fastest lap of the race, and we've at last got under the 1 minute, which we've not seen from these cars today because of these conditions. But the Wright and Glover 38 cars, now done a 59.782, stretch that lead to now over 3¼ seconds over Matt Swaffer. Matt's just got to keep going and believing that as long as he can do his maximum, you never know what's going to happen around you.
I think at the moment they would either be tied on points, or Matt Swaffer would be ahead by 1 point in the championship as a whole.
For second.
For second,
yes. But at the moment, obviously, at 38 car is now streaking home, isn't he?
Matt Swaffer in 2nd place, and with Dan Abbott in 8th place, he will be slightly, I think, slightly down on the points, which it would still give Dan Abbott the C-Class championship, but it's that vice champion bit that you want as well. It's just that extra little bit that you can aim towards next year. Justin Roberts, he's coming under pressure now, isn't he?
Massively.
And it's by Ben Taylor.
Yeah, Ben Taylor was incredibly strong down the back end of the Cooper Straight that time round. Was looking up the inside. On the stream, you'll see our race leader. I don't want to say, but almost our champion-elect at the moment. That 38 car arriving here with quite a reasonable margin over the chasing cars behind it, and is leading the race at the moment. So you've got to say that they're doing their job. Now, that is one that has a driver change. I can't remember how much I've seen these this season, whether there's much of a switch in terms of the drivers at the wheel, in terms of outright lap pace.
Not vastly in that team, and to be fair to them, they are very equal in the number 38 machine.
Which is a luxury for them, isn't it, to be honest? We don't get that often.
No, and it's nice to see. Matt Swaffer is...
I think that was Lappery.
I think that was a bit of Lappery, yeah, just going through and past the Algar Racing 3 Series compact, but Matt Swaffer back over the start-finish line, and the good thing is for Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, it's just allowing them to pick their way through the traffic in no real rush and just continue on. Justin Roberts has pulled away a little bit from Ben Taylor on that previous lap.
Yeah, just suddenly spotted that as they came across the line. There was daylight that we hadn't seen for a little while. Now, just having a look as well at that fight that we were getting involved with earlier, with John Lyne trying to robustly defend the challenge from McPhail. McPhail's leading Class C, and he's up in 6th place as that number 90 car. That means that he's still comfortably ahead of the DC5 that is 2nd place in his class. But interestingly, I noticed that Abbott 92 has closed in on the back of John Lyne. I'm not convinced that John Lyne's car's fully healthy this time. He started on the front row, did the 71. He's down in 7th place with the 8th place car closing in on him.
Yeah, it does beg the question, was that just maybe the car was exactly where it needed to be in qualifying, and since then not quite so much a flash of the lights for Justin Roberts, and that was just as he was working his way through and past the 67 Phil Woodward in the BMW Z4. We don't see that out very often, so it's nice to see that car back out, but whilst going through traffic, Justin Roberts, he's now back within the clutches of Ben Taylor.
Yeah, it's he just had to be steady through Paddock Hill there, didn't he, of the back marker ahead of him. The back marker did nothing wrong. They can't just disappear, and here we go. Are we going to see the challenge now from Taylor in the black MX-5? Oh, and I thought there was going to be a bit of a hip and a shoulder there, but thankfully just kept that nicely under control. Oh, and we just had a very sideways moment there, by the way, from McPhail, the number 90 guy coming through Graham Hill bend. Yeah, he held it, but that was not the quickest line that he took there, I can tell you.
I'm interested to see what Scott Thompson can do behind the wheel of that Civic Type R, currently sat in 3rd place, because his Clio 182 is very quick in its own right, but it will have a very different geometry to the Type R. But Justin Roberts, he's got so much seat time in that exact car. With the bit of a moment from Ben Taylor, obviously he was braking on the painted surface, which just unsettled the car. That's allowed Jack Wright to close back in again, so we are seeing that battle relight. This is between a Class B car, which is the highest class, made for cars between 151 to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and a Class D car, which is anything up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne. So there could be quite a gulf. It's just the weight of that MX-5 is near on non-existent in comparison. And now Justin Roberts really under pressure from Ben Taylor. Much quicker through traffic, it would seem, from the little MX-5, and all of a sudden, back on the coattails again.
Welcome to the joys of the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. Is such a busy circuit, 27 cars on this grid, and all circulating still, which is great to see. It means that it does suddenly get busy out of the blue, with potential closing speeds quite significant that can unsettle you. Here down the start-finish straight goes Justin Roberts, the number 1 car, last year's champion, of course, and up the inside of the back marker we got a black and white warning flag going out for the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. So that'll be track limits, just needs to be mindful of that. That's fairly early in this to be picking up a warning.
In these conditions, can't really blame him, because it is a bit greasy, especially Brands Hatch, where the track limits do arrive quite quickly. But I agree, still with half an hour to go, we are the best part of 10 seconds away from the pit window opening. It's a minimum of 2 minutes pit in to pit out, so regardless whether you have to do a driver swap or not, you have to be the right side of that, and if you're not, you pick up quite a substantial penalty.
I'm about to say, it's quite big. Is it like a lap or something like that?
I think it's 1 full lap.
Yeah. So you do kind of put yourself out of it, but they don't go too safe and lose position that way. It's always a challenging one. I think I'd always err on the side of caution, if I'm honest. But we do see a fair few awards. Well, I don't know what it's like now, but for a long time it used to be a lot of penalties coming out post pit stop.
We did have last year as well. It wasn't necessarily an award, but it was more recognition of who had the shortest legal pit stop, and it was like 2 minutes, .004 or something like that. So only just the right side, the perfect pit stop. Pit in to pit out. An extra 4,000 spent in pit lane.
The interesting one, actually, the 114 Mini that had to come in with a problem, and I said that's why it's carried on round, is they want to get it fixed and keep it in the race. Their pit stop was only 1 minute 11, so not that counts, but what I'm saying is it means whatever that problem was an annoyingly quick fix for it.
Dan Abbott in the gravel, unfortunately. Whereabouts is that? That's up at Druids. And Dan Abbott, he's a long way in, dug himself a hole in the gravel, and that it's an odd place to go off, but it makes you think, did he just lock up and find himself into in the wrong place at the wrong time?
It's going to be safety car in the pit
window. It's going to be busy.
It is. I guess the only good news this time is that you've not got anybody else losing out. Safety car is indeed deployed as we expected it was going to be. That's in harm's way. Always use the phrase that off cars are magnets for on cars, and it will just happen. And there's someone who is second in the, and I've got to say was second in the championship. There's no way he's going to hold on to that second place unless Matt Swaffer doesn't finish as well, I guess.
He can still walk away knowing he's the C-Class champion.
Right.
but he's no longer the vice, or there's no opportunity for him to be the vice champion. Do you think Ben Taylor's car sounds almost too deep for a Mazda MX-5? I thought that the previous couple of times it's gone by, but it's still running on pace, so I thought maybe it was a bit of a misfire or something. But
maybe its baffles have dropped, I don't know.
Begs the question, doesn't it? You could go ask that question. Nathan McPhail working his way around behind the safety car. He's managed to pick up Nathan McPhail, but mainly because the leaders are into the pit lane. We've got the right screen on, and now there really is no need to rush your pit stop. If we see people under that time, why are they rushing it, especially with the safety car out? But as you'd expect, so everybody dives in. It forever confuses me when people don't dive in behind the safety car.
Because you're now the sitting duck. You're now going slowly round, aren't you? While everyone's now coming out before you've been able to complete a lap.
I get it maybe if you're at the tail of the safety car queue, because it will be so busy, there's no guarantee you'll have somewhere to park.
It's difficult, isn't it?
So maybe go around for one further lap and then come in, because that might just give you a bit of space to park. But no, it is very busy. One of the only cars to carry on round is Amy Allen in the Honda Civic EM2. So she will continue on. Also, will the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. Exactly who's driving. I'm not sure whether it's Phil or James Hart that is driving that car. Dan Abbott remains stationary in the gravel as the trackside recovery unit works its way up towards Druids.
Thanks to Chris Collier, his message through saying he locked up and went straight on, which is what it looked like, didn't it? So that clears that one. He then tried to drive out and got further stuck, which is the common one. Lovely to hear. We were mentioning about Nicole Drought, and when Nicole's over here, we normally get to catch up with the awesome Leo Nolte.
Yeah.
And obviously with Nicole being here, presumably he's not here, but he has messaged saying great commentary as ever, chaps. Thanks, Leo, appreciate that, mate, and gutted that we're not catching up with you this weekend, buddy, and I hope you have a good off season. We see you plenty next year with a bit of luck. So we're now getting cars completing their pit stops.
2-minute .398, that's almost perfect. And we've got somebody under, unfortunately. 224 Eldar Racing, Shane Rowe, by there's a quarter of a second, 2/3 of a second, unfortunately. So that is the only one under at the moment. But like we say, is it worth doing when the safety car's out?
No, I mean, where was that 224 car on this grid? Started on the 7th row, did Shane Rowe, and yeah, they've gone too short by a long way. But then you know, you've got a few that are going in the 220s, so that's a lot longer.
I'm just trying to keep an eye out for Ben Taylor. Has he left the pit lane already?
Your dad, Mark Worrell, just messaged through, by the way, saying that McPhail was blocking in the number 1 Civic in the pit lane, and that was always that risk that you started touching on, wasn't it? Looks like as well, I think that's the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. They've got the bonnet up on that BMW, which is a huge shape, that lovely forward opening bonnet. So they're not happy with something on that car. On the stream, you'll see that the stricken car of Dan Abbott being pulled backwards, which is a relief because it's not going to do. There you see it is the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. Having a look at that, I just love that bonnet on that car, looks so cool. Does that mean that Dan Abbott's going to be able to carry on then if they've pulled him backwards out of this gravel?
Maybe.
No, it doesn't matter because even if he did, he's running 10th in Class C. I was about to say how many are running in his class. Could he still get a reasonable haul of points? And the answer is not really.
Question. Whereabouts is Ben Taylor? Because I've lost him. I was trying to track him, and all of a sudden, is that Ben Taylor now just working his way into the final couple of corners? Yes, it is, but he's a long way off where I thought he would be, because there is Scott Thompson heading in towards Graham Hill Bend, and only now coming over the start-finish line is Ben Taylor. How long was Ben Taylor stopped? We'll get an update any moment now. Ben Taylor goes through, and it was a 2-minute 40, wasn't it? Yeah, car number 84, 2-minute 40.0, so that's 40 seconds lost. Well, if you take into account Scott Thompson's time, the best part of 38.5 seconds lost.
Was he another one that got blocked in?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see, actually, what did the number 1 car...
It was a 2-minute one.
2:01.512, so your dad picked up that he was blocked in. Doesn't seem to have caused him an issue. That's some damage on the front of the number 6 car.
Yeah,
there.
Colin Wells, which is somebody we mentioned earlier on today. Exactly how he's got that damage, I'm unsure. Maybe a bit of traffic. There's no sort of tyre bales or anything to hit that would cause damage.
Coming off the front of that car because of that damage, I think. I think it was smoke rather than spray, but difficult to tell. I mean, hopefully that's just bodywork and you'll get away with it, but that's clearly had a bit of a kiss and a cuddle with someone, hasn't it?
Yeah, with it being...
I wonder whether it's in the pits that potentially did that.
Yeah, with it being fiberglass, I always think it looks worse than it actually is, but yeah, not ideal. That will gather the attentions of the relevant stewards. That's what I mean. It doesn't necessarily sound like an MX-5, does it, when it comes over the start-finish line? It sounds like it's got sort of open headers or something, but it doesn't quite sound right. Behind the safety car, we're getting quite hot under the collar, I think, was James Burnham and Ben Vos side by side for a brief moment with George Grant, which
I thought I saw someone going side by side, and I'm thinking, it is still safety car, guys. So we've already got the exclamation mark against the 224 car of Rowe, and that is the only one that has done a short pit stop. So the good news is that we're not going to suddenly get this absolute clutch of penalties. I think the safety car is now just making sure that we've caught everybody up, because it does look as though everything is sorted up at the Druids hairpin. The car's being dragged out and moved away. The recovery truck is out of harm's way as well. Dan Abbott sat in the pit lane, just sat watching a timer by the looks of it, hoping that he's going to get himself back out onto the circuit.
Yeah.
Looking a little bit forlorn though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the car might need a brief clean, but I guess going out there and completing, you get another signature on your race licence, and you simply don't know what could still happen over the final 21 minutes. Everybody has been into the pit lane. The only one is with a penalty is Rowe, so we'll be able to confirm that penalty for you. We quickly wander over to live timing, and yeah, 1 lap penalty has been applied, and makes you think that was for the sake of 7/10 of a second.
Just, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pit in, pit out. Safety car lights are indeed out, so they're happy that everybody's hurry up on, I think that's the number 6 car, isn't it? They're not even on the same lap, are they? Oh, yes, they are. They are. They're second and third in Class D, but 12th and 13th overall. As green flag is out, we're back underway. We also have the meatball flag, so the mechanical issue flag for the number 6. That will be for that bodywork.
It will be indeed. There was no overtaking till the start-finish line. Everybody abiding by that, it would seem, and that's a bit of a shame for Colin Wells, because I was hoping for a good little battle between himself and George Grant, but it's not quite gone that way. Ben Taylor not wasting any time in going forward, so already picking his way through the little bit of traffic. Scott Thompson, there's been contact further down the order. That was between George Grant and Colin Wells. Colin does indeed find the barrier. That might, in fact, just move that front bumper away, desperately trying to haul the car around. Does manage to get it out of the way, but it was a bit of innocent contact, I think, going down the hill and
it was
on the slippery surface
between those two from the get-go. Matt Swaffer is all over the back of our race leader now, so second place challenging for the lead, and this, of course, is the car at the front is a driver change, and here goes Matt Swaffer looking around the outside. I don't think he's going to get the power down quite enough there, and he's going to go for the old switchback. See, I didn't say switcheroo that time. And he is now looking up the inside. He dives before he even gets to Paddock Hill, and he's got that one done. Nice job there, and I think it is fair to say whoever's taking over that 38 car at the moment, they're just settling into these conditions, aren't they?
Yeah, they are doing more than enough at present to remain the overall champions of the MSVT Trackday Championship. Keep an eye on Scott Thompson. He's now up into what is not only third place on the times, but third place on the road as well, diving to the inside of one of the Ford Fiestas we've got out there. On this occasion, it's the 33 machine of James Burnham and Ben Vos. We were also getting a black and orange mechanical warning flag for the number 84 machine, that being Ben Taylor. I think he picked up damage in that little incident that we saw on the lap prior, so he's now got to bring that car into the pit lane.
I tell you why I think that is.
The noise.
The noise.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a bit more serious, and it is probably above that noise, and they're going to need to have a look. Thank you to Jake Wardle. His message to say that the number 6 car that's got the damage on the front of Mr. Wells hit the 38 car, which is our race leader and champion-elect, in the pit lane as the 38 stopped at the exit of the pit lane. That's where the damage came in. So what has happened to the rear of that 38 car, and has that had anything to do with why he's lost the lead of this race?
Now down into third as well, because Scott Thompson has managed to work his way through and pass. This is a car I don't think Scott Thompson has raced before.
Wow.
So he's...
But is there more wrong with that Golf than we realised? And thank you for that update, Jake. That's really helpful. We were not aware of that. Didn't catch that one happening.
So a quick peer through the binoculars doesn't reveal anything. Go on.
Leo has just said that's still Justin. In. Now, I have to say, there was no notice. Oh, we've got another one off, sadly. There was no notice. The grid shows that Justin is joined by Scott for this one. Yeah. But there was no amendment to the programme for this. That was in the trophy. Yeah. That it was the two of them.
It's clear the transponder's still picking it up. But yellow flags being waved on the run-up towards Druids. That is because we've got another car off on this occasion. I think it's Shane Rowe in the 224. BMW, that was close. Jack Wright, I don't know whether the 33 was trying to slow down for the yellows and Jack Wright went by under yellows, or were they re-swapping again?
I mean, it's difficult because it was Lappery, wasn't it? So it's a real challenge there. Did we establish who's off? Because Chris Collins just said it's the 224.
Yeah, Shane Rowe.
Yeah, okay. Which is the one that had the penalty anyway.
Yeah, bad to worse.
Yeah, exactly. It just goes to show how greasy it is out there. Safety car obviously needs to neutralise this fight, because I mean that one has lost its sideways into the gravel up there at Druids, hasn't it?
And there's what may be fluid, I think,
and there's a bit of maybe MX5.
Yeah.
Gubbins. Your dad will be pleased that I've used the technical description of gubbins again.
I'm not exactly sure what that is. A bit of exhaust, so it could, in fact, be off the MX-5 of Ben Taylor. I think that could be Ben Taylor's exhaust.
That's why it's so loud. If you don't have gubbins, you can't be quiet.
Well, there you go. There you go.
You're welcome,
so
Mark
technically minded, Mr. Dawes.
He always mocks me with my technical prowess.
So now, I mean, Scott, I'm sure, will be quick in that on the Civic, but Justin Roberts proving why him and Nicole Drought as a pairing became champion 2 years ago, or last year, sorry.
And I'm glad, thank you, Leo, for reminding me, because I did say that when I was reading out the grid, I was like, I was not aware that Scott was in with Justin for this one, and yes, it's just
it makes sense now,
making a mistake on that one. It is just Justin Roberts in that one, so thank you for that.
Yeah, I think the transponder just pinging them both. Go on, what have you spotted?
Your dad said, yeah, it's definitely Gubbins.
Definitely Gubbins, yeah.
and then done a laugh and a thumb up, so yeah, that's good. Now, there is a car going down there. Is that... that's Taylor's in. So he's come into the pits. He will have known, because he'll have heard that, I'm sure. And sadly, that MX-5 that was doing amazing, leading Class D, mixing with the Class B cars brilliantly. Sadly, he's out and back down. I haven't looked to see whether he's doing the trophy. And we've got some that are doing trophy and Allcomers. Yeah. I mean, that's a busy weekend, isn't it?
I'm surprised we've not got anybody doing championship trophy and Allcomers.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They are doing all three.
All three. Yeah. Wow, that's mileage.
I have a feeling George Grant might be one of them. Is he? Well, no, he's doing Miata as well. But I did spot somebody that was doing all three, and it's like that's commitment for you, isn't it? Oh, that is a shame actually. That 84 is not out in the trophy. Is it out in the Allcomers? No, so what a shame from going so well, and that is the end of his action for the weekend.
Colin Wells, the front of that car looking rather second-hand indeed.
Has it been in again?
It has been, well,
yes, it has.
I was going to say, there's a fair amount of bodywork that has parted ways with that car. So I'd imagine that was done so in the pit lane and with brute force to try and get that car at least in a position to go back out and complete the race. As for your class leaders, overall and leading Class B, Matt Swaffer. Nathan McPhail, after a multitude of sideways moments, finds himself 6th overall and leading Class C. And now with Taylor working his way back towards the paddock, the leader of Class D and 10th overall is the 33 Ford Fiesta of James Burnham and Ben Vos, who we've spoken about quite a lot in this race, because they always seem to be in the mix somewhere and fighting somebody. But with the recovery effort, I'd say near on complete, we can't quite see it from here. But I think, yes, the car is back into the pit lane. I'd imagine we're going on to the final safety car lap of this race, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have potentially been borderline that we could have gone then, but I don't think the call was quite made because the pickup truck came hurtling through the back gate behind us here to get out of harm's way, but wasn't able to be clear enough for them to safely release. You see that the safety car is accelerated now. It's going at quite a speed to allow everybody to get everything back up to temperature. It's Matt Swaffer in the the number 45 BMW 1 Series. That's where the 1 was coming from. Ahead of the number 1, which we now know is Justin Roberts. In that Honda that was looking very racy, I have to say, but Matt Swaffer will hope that he's going to be just as racy and was racier in the first part of the race. Interesting to see what's going to happen with the 38. There's clearly been a change of driver. I can't see any damage on the back of that Golf, even though we had the report that said that's what the number 6 hit. But Jack Wright's now right with them as well in the number 46 Golf, interestingly on the back of number 38.
And the D-Class leader is there as well, albeit a lap down. So over the start-finish line, we get 4 cars, which are effectively all fighting over first place at the moment. Matt Swaffer in the rear-wheel drive BMW might be able to get away quite well here. So it's rear-wheel drive times 1, front-wheel drive times 3, and we're seeing which one is going to come out on top at the moment. But I'd say I'm going to put my money on Justin Roberts because he's really been carving his way through the order, and should he have got that car up to temperature, he might be fighting for the lead. Jack Wright up the inside of championship elect, that being Henry Wright and Kevin Glover.
He's lost it again now. He couldn't get the noise pedal down loud enough on the exit of Druids there, and goes to again show how squirrely it is out there for them all. And he just had to fight to keep it on the tarmac, and back up went the 38. Now here comes Jack Wright up the inside quite comfortably at the end of the Cooper Straight, and he's held that tidily through the sort of the sweeps, if you will, of Surtees McLaren before they even get to Clearway. So that was a good job as he went hurtling into that section that must be really tricky in these greasy conditions. Now I'm interested, we're going to have to work out the maths in a moment.
I think this is still enough.
It is still enough.
I think because it
20 points was the margin between these two when they arrived here.
Yeah.
So as long as that he is, they're keeping that close enough, then he'll do it. So first to fourth is not a 20-point swing then.
No, Matt Swaffer should get 30 points plus anything, plus the cars he's beaten in class, as well as then Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. They should still pick up 20 points. So that's the 10-point difference. I've got a feeling it's enough. I've got a feeling it's enough.
That does sound like it, doesn't it? I tell you what, it is properly greasy up at Druids. I just watched Jack Wright again riding that Golf into Druids like a bucking bronco, and just keeping under control, but it was borderline.
Matt Swaffer the same. He applied into, or he arrived into Surtees slightly sideways. Nathan McPhail diving up the inside of the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, heading in towards McLaren and Clearways. We'll try and pick out who it is behind the wheel, but Nathan McPhail on a bit of a mission now through the order. Fighting back is the Renault Clio. We'll have a quick look through. That to me is Ben Johansson behind the wheel, heading in towards turn 1. Nathan still desperately trying to carve his way through the order, just can't quite find the space at the moment. The top 4 have started to pull away. I think there is a bit of an issue with that Golf of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, because even though, yes, take it easy, but is this at the point where it's almost a bit too easy and they're now falling even closer, even back into the clutches of John Lyne?
McPhail's really on a mission, isn't it? I know it's Lappery, but it's looking very, very quick now. 9.5 minutes left to go. Sadly, into the pits has come the 141 Wolf Motorsport Mini of Chris Reed. I think he was running about 9th before he came into the pits, and the front bonnet was off of that car. I think it's back on again now, so I don't know whether they feel it can go out. I know they're opening the boot and putting a case in there or something, I don't know, but they're sadly, from a reasonable position, not looking strong.
Over the start-finish line again goes Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. Still lapping well, but it's just those around that are really starting to lap a bit quicker. Jack Wright on a bit more of a mission now, closing in on to Justin Roberts, heading around Druids for what will be the 32nd time in this race.
In fact, yeah, you look at even the timing, is that Jack Wright has got that one sorted now. Whether the maybe a bit of weight coming out of the fuel tank has helped him. He's doing personal bests in the 58 3/4 in effect Whereas I wondered whether Justin Roberts had dropped away in that number 1 car, and the answer is not really. He's virtually on his quickest. His problem is his quickest is in the 59s. Jack Wright looks up the inside as they come out of Clearways towards Clark Curve. Not enough grunt to be able to do it then, but the Golf against the Honda, is he going to be able to do it down the start-finish straight? Justin Roberts sensibly keeps the Civic on the inside line, making it a little bit harder for Jack. Is he going to do the switchback at Paddock Hill Bend? He kind of edged towards it, but that was brilliant by Roberts because he kind of just parked now on the apex and left no margin to come back at.
Jack Wright flashing the headlights at every available opportunity to try and
You know he's going to be grinning and laughing as he's doing it, don't you? Because he's such a cheeky chap.
He's not doing it like maliciously. He's just having fun whilst doing it, and Justin Roberts will know that. The headlights, I'd imagine, will start flashing once more as we head down the Cooper Straight and towards Surtees once again, but Justin Roberts doing everything he needs to do. Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, whereabouts are they? Are they falling into the clutches of John Lyne and Nathan McPhail? Yes, they are, I would say. Yeah. So I'm not necessarily sure it's something wrong, but taking it easy, and then there's too easy, because at one point or another, their championship is going to be under threat, because John Lyne is a Class B car.
Yeah, that would be even more points. I think, by the sounds of what you're saying, it would still be just about enough, but we start getting that little bit closer, don't we? Wow, yeah, new fastest lap of the race by the number 1 car, Justin Roberts. So he's been pushed into this now by the Golf behind him of Jack Wright, that number 46 car, the Team Air Supply. And it's Wright Jr., because Wright Sr. isn't racing at the moment thanks to a boxing injury. Hey, it sounds like he did it in Nam, doesn't it? It's really glamorous, that one. But they're both lapping in those 58s, which is really impressive.
And as a pair, they are lapping quicker than Matt Swaffer in the race lead. Granted, they're 1.8 seconds away, but if Jack Wright keeps pushing Justin Roberts at this rate, and they continue to go quicker still, Matt Swaffer might need to keep an eye on that rear-view mirror as well for the fast approaching pair of them. John Lyne closing in, still gone.
But what is impressive from Matt Swaffer is that he's metronomically in the 58s every time, whereas the others might drop into the 59. So it's really impressive. Matt, though, I mean, it just goes to show how tricky these conditions are. I watch him in particular through Graham Hill Bend, and it just looks real struggle for these cars through there, doesn't it?
It was through Surtees as well. Just as you said, metronomically in the 58s, he got 5,000 or 6,000 away from a 57, and that was with a little bit of traffic. Through the gravel goes the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Just about manages to dig its way back out again, so no need for yellow flags. Matt Swaffer this time through Surtees, the car slightly more comfortable, still a bit of a wobble. Justin
We're
Roberts.
getting a dry line now as well, aren't we?
We are, just a little bit, yeah.
But one dry line, that's the problem.
Yeah, Justin Roberts still, I think, maintaining the gap to Jack Wright at this point. He's not necessarily pulling away, but he's just holding him there.
Yeah, he's probably not having to drive quite so defensive. Not that it was slowing him down, to be fair. Through goes Matt Swaffer. This time it's a 58.1, so again it's that whole metronomic, just in tune. It's always been BMWs for Matt, hasn't it? I remember when he was in the production BMW Championship, always fighting for the title year after year. One heck of a racer, and he still loves his Beamers, this time in his 1 Series, and he's looking good. And at the moment he's going to miss out just about on the championship, but it's going to be pretty close by the end.
It would be good to see Kia McConomy back, because he raced a Mini JCW for a while and then moved to a BMW and was scrapping with Matt Swaffer quite a lot. I think that was a 1 Series compact. He had Bart Horston as the sort of, in inverted commas, pro in that car, and those two were a really good pairing, and Matt Swaffer had to really get his elbows out at points, probably larking back to those days in the production BMWs, but unfortunately I think they've slowly started to part ways. Matt Swaffer over the start-finish line, Jack Wright back on the headlights as he closes in once more onto Justin Roberts, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. 4 minutes still to go, and granted with the safety car interruptions, it sort of worked in favour of the quality of racing, because it meant that everyone could come into the pit lane, get it done, and go straight back out.
That's what I was about to say. Is I think we were very lucky, weren't we, that pit stop to recover the buried car was around the pit stop time, so they were going to be coming in anyway, and it was going to be all up in the air. Or Jack Wright's just been compromised by a back marker that just couldn't disappear as they'd not expected to, and it was just unfortunate timing for Jack Wright, which means that at the moment Justin Roberts has broken away. That's going to be a huge shame for Jack, because he's going to have to reel Roberts back in again.
Yeah, Amy Allen took the racing line as they're entitled to do.
In fact, that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
because they know where they're going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jack Wright just got held up very slightly, but he's going to now focus on closing that gap back to Justin Roberts. Amy Allen, is she fighting away with that BMW Z4? I think she is. Kind of a 67 in the hands of Phil Woodward. They are scrapping away for position. Granted, it's for 19th and 20th, but it's 6th in Class B, 9th in Class C, so there's a good little scrap going. Over the start-finish line, we've already seen our race leaders. The Henry Wright and Kevin Glover Club Racer VW, it allowed John Line to close, and is now, I think, just found that comfortable pace and that comfortable rhythm just to sit there.
It was a bit deep intake of breath by me then as going on to the Cooper Straight. Matt Swaffer came across a pair of back markers, and I've always said, I got another phrase, that is, there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers.
Yeah.
And I thought for a second that they were so embroiled in their own fight that they weren't going to see Matt come through, but thankfully for his sake, they did just at the last minute. And the number 73 car, that was the one that I was a bit concerned, that wonderful Mazda RX-8, just pulled away instead of pushing Matt towards the grass. I noticed that fourth place number 38, Ryan Glover, is no longer under pressure from John Line, has just sort of dropped away. So it sort of smacks of the driver that took over just needed to settle into these conditions that we've seen how tricky it is, even from our race leader.
As for the race leader, Matt Swaffer, approaching yet more traffic. But the saving grace is, he knows full well that Justin Roberts and Jack Wright have to do the same in a couple of laps' time. I did just see one of the rally experience cars working its way down from Druids and got slightly worried, wondering how someone had got quite that far off the road. But no, it was completely unrelated. Matt Swaffer, quite surgical through the traffic, it would seem. Just heard a locked brake from somebody. Exactly who that was, I'm unsure. But Matt Swaffer again on the lights, just letting the slightly slower cars know that he is on his way. Justin Roberts, whilst the gap is slowly evaporating between himself and Jack Wright on that lap, it actually came out slightly. Justin Roberts on a 58.2, still quicker than the race leader, but Matt has done more than enough to pick his way through the traffic quickly. I think that's where he's finding his time.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm impressed that you knew that noise was a locked brake. I thought it was a peacock, I've got to be honest. It sounded like a peacock screaming at us from somewhere, but very impressive. New fastest lap of the race by the number 1 car of Roberts. Now he's managed to break away a little bit from Jack Wright's challenge. The margin 0.8 between those two. It was a new personal best, 58.2. We're down to the last 38 seconds. Have we established that you don't need to go all the way up the other end of the pit lane this time? Is it just down the bottom?
Supposedly, yes.
Fine. Or more to the point, I'd suggest we wait for them to come down to us, because now we know they will, don't we?
Yeah.
That's caught up. I'm not being bad by sending Jack to do this. I've got destroyed ligaments in my left foot.
Payback from last year.
Payback from last year. Yeah, no, it isn't, to be fair. So, down to the last 10 seconds. Where's Matt Swaffer, our race leader? I've lost him.
Through Druids now.
Is he? Yep, here he comes round the hairpin. Back down the hill, he plunges for the final time, and it's going to be an incredible end to the season for him, but by our reckoning, which is fully unofficial and not always guaranteed, we do not believe it's going to be quite enough to be able to haul in the championship lead. I think Club Racer 38 is still going to do just enough to hold on to that in the Golf. But Matt Swaffer now into clearways for the final time. It's going to be a 41-lap race for the lead cars, or the cars on the lead lap, which is 7 of them back to Wayne Cockerell. But here he comes, Matt Swaffer crosses the line. His hand is out of the car. He weaves as he comes down the straight. Second place for the number 1 car of Justin Roberts on his own, contrary to what the timing says, apparently. And Jack Wright just couldn't quite do it. The 46 car comes home in 3rd position. They were side by side. I think they both enjoyed that one. In 4th, a new fastest lap of the race at the end there by Jack Wright. but just wasn't. And he was the only car to get into the 57.9. Fourth place goes to the number 38 car, by our reckoning, the champion this year, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in the number 38 car. John Line at number 71 comes home in 5th place. 6th, number 90. Great and eventful race for Nathan McPhail. Started in 9th, comes home in 6th. More importantly for McPhail, wins at Class C. In 7th place, number 21, Wayne Cockerell. That gives him a runner-up spot in Class C. And behind him, the 245 car. He says, just grabbing here another piece of paper, Phil and James Hart in their Honda Civic. That rounds out the top 3 in Class C as well. 9th is number 182, Owen. In 10th place, number 12 is Johansson and Jack Dan. In 10th place, the winner of Class D is number 33, which is James Burnham and Ben Vos in the Ford Fiesta. In 12th place, number 69, George Grant. That gives him the runner-up spot in Class D. In 13th, number 9, which is the MX-5 Misty Racing run by Stephen Kelly, driven by Stephen Kelly, I should say. That's 3rd in Class D. 14th, number 371, Buckle. 1, 2, 3. That's quite good considering the amount of time he had to spend in the pits, but that BMW of Hyde comes home in 15th place. 16th, number 95, Taylor. 17th, number 35, Murphy. 73, Brayson Ratford in 18th. 19th is number 67, Woodward. 15, Allen in 20th. 21st, number 6, Wells. 114, Kinner and Goodliff in 12th place. And the last of the finishers in 23rd place, number 501, Morrow and Whittingham. Absolutely epic race. There's so much going on, despite it being 45 minutes, pit stops and everything thrown in there. Thankfully, this time they have come down to the end of the pit lane, and an absolutely delighted Matt Swaffer there. And Jack Werrell's gone down to meet them.
I am down here as well, and I'm just looking, Justin Roberts chatting away with Jack Wright. We'll let Matt Swaffer take the helmet off and the balaclava, earplugs out, and we'll jump in and grab a word once he has a quick chat with the team. Plenty of support, a quick well done from Jack Wright as well. Justin Roberts joins us down here as well. We'll jump over and grab a word with him because we need to see how his retirement's going. But Matt Swaffer, not a bad way to end the season, really, especially sort of in the conditions. I'd imagine rear-wheel drive, short wheelbase, a bit of a challenge, but all things that started well and well as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is my home track. I've driven around here many thousands of times. But yeah, we've had to work on the BMW, the rear-wheel drive in the wet, especially here, getting out of clearways. So we had to go full wet setup, and if it was going to dry, we was going to be going slow, which we were. The car was an absolute pig at the end, but yeah, it paid off in the end. So yeah, really pleased with that.
And are we going to see you back next season? I guess that's the big question. Any development plans, anything like that?
Got a few things to do, yeah. I need to rag the piggy bank. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to getting on the new tyres, which I think will suit our car a bit better. But yeah, looking forward to next year.
Good stuff. Massive well done on the win.
Thank you. Cheers.
A quick word with Matt Swaffer. We'll run through here and jump in with Justin Roberts. Justin, funny-looking retirement after the last time I spoke to you, sort of the end of last season, but not a bad way to come back.
I had a feeling you were going to mention that, to be honest. But yeah, to be honest, I'm representing Nicole because she's done an amazing job this year. Unfortunately, she couldn't make today, so I'm representing her as champions from last year, and nice to see. I hope Henry and them, did they get the championship?
We, through our mental arithmetic, we think so. Yeah, fourth should have been enough, but not a bad return. Is this enough to coax you back, or is it just going to be every now and then?
Well, hopefully the wife's not watching, so yeah, I'll definitely be back next year. Oh, can I just say hello to Jude and Jonah if they're watching at home, my grandchildren, so all right, boys.
And a quick one on the car as well. Obviously, this season, Nicole's driven brilliantly. It's just the car is maybe starting to show a couple of signs of its age. Is that something that's going to be worked on through the winter? Are we going to see Nicole back as well next season?
I think Nicole's looking for a budget to do something a little bit better. She's a talented girl, so she'll go a long way. But this will be back. Currently, it's slightly down on power for the top of Class B, but we can sort that out over the winter and yeah, have a real good go at it again next year.
Good stuff. Look forward to seeing you back.
Thanks very much.
We're with Justin and we'll find Jack Wright. He's just over my left shoulder, so we'll jump in and grab a quick word with Jack. The That got very close towards the checker flag. You were chasing him all race. I think traffic sort of was working for you and then against you, but another lap, you might have had him.
Yeah, it's always the case with backmarkers. Coming to this weekend being, I think, P4 in the championship and knowing either, you don't want to wish bad luck on anybody, but it was either Swaff have a mare or Rabbits had a mare. As soon as I saw Rabbits up there, I thought, right, I need to get my head down now. I had no grip at the start, very little at the end, but we just kept pushing. Matty was trying to figure out where we was in the championship. While I was going, I was like, how many points do I need? So he said, well, you'll get one for fastest lap. So I think I managed to stick that in at the end. So that's one extra point. So I think it's going to go down to a wire for P3.
I've got to try and figure that one out at some point as well. But as usual, busy weekend for you. It's just a shame you can't be joined by Dad this weekend.
Yeah, Dad's sunning himself in Cyprus. Probably got a gin and tonic in hand now. A bit jealous, but no, we've got me and Matty out in the, golfing. We're in the 944, which, as you all know, we didn't do qualifying, so we've drew P5 for that, which is good. And then we've got KA race tomorrow, so yeah, bring it on.
Busy weekend, massive well done.
Thank you very much.
Quick word with Jack Wright, but I think that's everybody. We will jump in with Kevin Glover, actually. We've got Kevin Glover exactly where Henry is. Any idea where Henry is?
Henry's on the weighbridge. He's doing weighed at the minute.
Henry's on the weighbridge. Going off what we think, not confirmed yet, of course, all provisional, we think that's more than enough for the championship.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It would have been nice to have finished on the podium for the last race of the year. But it's kind of been the theme of our year, really, is just that make sure you're in the top 5. Take a podium if you can, but equally just be there when there's points to be picked up, and it seems to have come to us.
That consistency, as you say, has really come to pay dividends, and we've almost mentioned it at every round. This car was fairly new to you, and the development that's gone into it. How do you feel? Can you put it into words? What, like, sort of the journey that this year's been?
It has been a journey. There's still plenty more to do. Yes, it's a new car to us. We know the platform pretty well. So we've got some great sponsors on board, Helix, Nitron. You know, with the Nitrons, it really changed the chassis suspension setup on it. Really, we just needed probably a little bit more straight line speed. It was a bit low on power today on the power test, so maybe a bigger turbo over the winter, intercooler, stuff like that. So there's plenty more to come, but again, it's not about being the fastest car.
Well, you've put on a brilliant show for us. We'll be able to confirm results later on, and hopefully I'm chatting to you at the awards this evening as champions.
Hopefully so. We'll enjoy a few beers tonight.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kevin. But that is all the drivers we have down here. We need to move up to the podium to get that recorded, but in the meantime, back up to Chris.
Thank you very much for that, Jack. Great to catch up with not just the top 3, but the champion-elect. And obviously we still use that phrase because they have to check bits and pieces and make sure that everything is kosher. Yeah, good to be able to hear from everybody down there. You may have noticed the first race that they stopped up in Scrutineer, which made it a little bit harder for Jack Werrell to catch those words, but we always want to be able to hear from them. And I think there may have been recordings of maybe a podium or something afterwards that may get played separate. I might be wrong, I don't know. This is live TV, for goodness sake. Never work with live TV, kids, animals and doorsies. Just never do it. It's just always a risk. It's always a risk. Throw a Jack Werrell in as well. We've got no chance, have we? But we're going to have one more race before we move into our lunch break. I believe that I overheard that during that lunch break on the stream, you don't need to turn it off because they'll throw replays of the earlier races up there for you to be able to enjoy in case you missed any of it. It is the MSVR Allcomers featuring Clio Cup GB 20-minute sprint race. This was basically the grid was pulled from a hat. It was a ballot. However, it was a sensible one that it was picked based on the classes first and foremost. So it was Class 1. And then they picked a sort of almost a secondary grid for Class 2 and S7 so that we don't get a safety concern of considerably slower cars ahead of considerably quicker cars, which is just asking for trouble. So good, sensible decision that was done there to get this underway. You can see on the stream the eclectic mix of cars that are going to be taking part in this, and it really is just incredible. We got Radicals, Junos, we've Audi TT that is a seriously cool souped-up number of different Porsches, whether it's Boxsters or Caymans, MX-5, Fiestas, Civics, Tigra silhouette that's out there as well. Anton Martin out in his beautiful looking E46 M3 BMW as well. So it is just this, yet again, this wonderful eclectic mix. MSVR Allcomers is such a great one that they do that you may get the occasional race around the country where it isn't massively subscribed. But this one had reserves in it as well, so it was a very popular one. A great chance, whether it's to get signatures, whether it's to test something on your car, or you've had a recent issue with it and you want to go out and make sure it's okay before returning to your normal horn. And there's also a number of people that just go, no, that's what I want. I want to be out there. I've got myself a car. I want to get out and put race pace laps on this. Without worrying about cars that are identical in pace or racing for a championship or crash bang wallop or anything like that. It is a great place to go and play. That's more than just a test day or a track day or something like that. So MSVR Allcomers this time with, what have we got, 30 cars out on this grid. So it's going to be entertaining, and it's a 20-minute sprint. No pit stops, nothing like that to worry about. We will just have the race itself. And I think we'll find that you'll get multiple races within this race. They'll sort of find themselves. There may be cars that we would normally expect to be able to power away that are under pressure from some more nimble cars. With these slippery conditions, we are having a dry line, but as I look down to Graham Hill Bend, it's dry line, not, you know, it is. Rod Burley's up here with me. Good to see you, Rod. And it's as he sort of signalled to me, it may be a dry line through Graham Hill Bend, but it's quite a narrow one. So 2 points, it's still narrow, and it's only one. So if you're trying to lap a car and you're off the line, it's going to be slippy. If you are trying to make a pass and you try to put the loud pedal down, it might not pull away quite as quickly as you're expecting it to. So it's going to be, and it's constantly changing. The fog's still loosely in the air, nothing like what we had earlier, but it means there's that moisture still there. That could cause an issue. I've just spotted a reason why we've just got a little bit of a delay to get this underway, is that we've got people that were out in that last race are racing in this race. And to be fair, to make sure that we are encouraging that to happen and make it feasible, is that we've allowed enough time for them to just refuel or whatever else they need to do and then come and join this race. So I'm glad that they've done that. It does make sense. We've got even some drivers behind us as well that are glued to it, behind our commentary box, glued to this action. Once driver, always fan, which is brilliant to see. So everybody else just waiting in. What you see there is the assembly area, so they'll have gone behind the garages, so through the tunnel from the lower paddock, and wind their way into the inner paddock, if you will, which obviously runs parallel to the pit lane, behind the garages, up into this square area where they'll get them all lined up around the outside in order. And then as soon as we're signalled that we've got everybody and we're going to be ready to go, the pole sitter, Peter Chalice, in his Porsche, he will lead the field out onto this grid. I should have checked. I'm pretty sure this is a rolling start for this one. Yes, it is. Thanks, Rod Burley. I made the mistake, Rod, if I started questioning myself as I started speaking, and there's no recovery. Once you start questioning, there's no recovery for that. So this one will be our first rolling start of the day. They get two races. There will also be our final race before the lunch break, and there our final race of the day. Not our final action. We'll say goodbye to the stream after the second race for the MSVR Allcomers. But we shall be carrying on with the qualifying for the Enduro KAs that have to do a 1 hour qualifying session, half daylight, half night time. I say half and half, they might not be that, but you get the idea, is that they go into the dark, so some people get to experience what it's like, the unique challenges of racing tomorrow, the end of the day, into the night time as well, because it's not due to finish till 6:25. Which is a good 2 hours of darkness, I'd say. Well, no, Rod's stirring now. He's trying to throw fog into tomorrow as well. No, we're not having that. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. I'd imagine that means that not necessarily all of the drivers in the team are going to race in the dark. So they'll work that out, and that'll be determining who's going to do the nighttime section of the qualifying, I would imagine. So that'll be rounded out today, but that won't be going out on the stream. Entirety of tomorrow will be on the stream, but if you're local and you fancy it, or if you're listening to us, because obviously we're dual lining here of round the circuit and out across the stream, completely free to come in tomorrow. No charge whatsoever, so come on in. It is a great experience. If you even only fancy doing a little bit, I do encourage you to come and check out the nighttime. It is so, so cool. It's a unique challenge for us on the commentary side of things, but it is just wonderful to see them. They're all lit up with different LEDs and goodness knows whatever, different colours, designs, you know what. And it's just wonderful to see it happening. The team spirit, you can of course come through the tunnel into the inner paddock as well, and the garages. And you'll be able to see the team spirit of everybody trying to get these cars to the finish and see where they end up back out. You heard from Jack Wright a moment ago. He'll be out there in one of the cars as well with his father-in-law. His dad might not be in it, but his father-in-law is. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's just great fun to see them doing it. I'd imagine we'll be joined on the commentary by a few personalities during the course of it as well. So I'm just checking to see when we're going to be ready to get this underway. 12:45 it was due to start. We are past that. I can't see any clear up going on. And I think we've got everybody who was due to be... Here we go, we're now releasing them. I was about to say everybody who's due to be in this race has made their way back out. This ridiculously eclectic mix is coming onto the grid. Jack Werrell's made his way back up again. Not as out of breath as you were last time.
No, I had a nice break this time, because I didn't have to go to the top of the pit lane, you see.
No.
But I'm looking forward to this race. One, because it's cars from sort of every championship and series that you normally see around the UK. They've all come together. And a personal one for me is keeping an eye on the Treble 2 of Harry Goes. It's his first ever senior race. He's done so much karting. And, I mean, his brother Jack, very quick, proved that Goes is now a second generation sort of family of racers. Yep. And, of course, Dad Darren Goes. He's been racing for decades and is very quick. And he's at the tail end of the order, which I think is really valuable for him because he can work his way into the race at his home base, and when he starts trying to overtake cars, again, so much learning to be done in this race, but also traffic management, because that front few rows is very quick indeed.
It really is, and this grid is not necessarily what it would be if we did have a qualifying. For if you're late joining us, is remember we did not get qualifying in its typical sense. It was all behind safety car because of absolute super fog that meant you couldn't see even to the next marshal's post. It was really, really bad. So the grid is up on screen and it will line up as follows. On the front row, number 11, Peter Chalice has pole position alongside the radical number 12, Lowen Stevens. Second row, 715, Andrew Armiger in his Tigra Silhouette and number 5, Graham Charman in his Juno. Third row, 330, Anton Martin in his BMW E46 M3, and it should be Amy Allen in 115.
Was in the championship race though.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll still be able to have her join us. If not, we've still got the 448 is her first reserve, so they're hoping that there is a gap out there that stays. I think we got another one as well a bit further back that I'll pick up in a minute. So yeah, 115 Amy Allen. Fourth row, 32 William Kurtler and 141 Robert Taylor in the Porsche Boxster and Fiesta respectively. Fifth row, number 2 Ross Stoner's Audi TT and the MX-5 94 Liam Cochrane. Sixth row, 787 Clive Hainsford, and one that we are missing on the grid is Ben Uren in the Civic. He's not out there at the moment. Seventh row, number 7 Ian Seal, 47 Andy Thompson, 91 Liam Browning, 72 Mike Kurtler. Ninth row, 28 Taylor Norton and 1 Tom Davies. Row 10, 911 Colin Tester in a Cayman, and actually it's Colin Tester that's the local instructor, not Colin Wells that I mentioned earlier, so apologies about that. And 1, 2, 3 Dean Hyde, 11th row 15 Callum Kinner and 44 Scott Evans, 92 Colin Watson and 71 John Lyne, 13th row is 86 Nick Underwood and 53 Gareth Lehane, 50 Tony Levy and 111 Sam McKee, and on the 15th and final row 222 Harry Goes and 114 Stephen Goodliff.
2 cars have opted to go off the tail of the order, one of which is the one we were missing of Ben Uren. So he is there, he's at the tail end of the order. I could see Amy Allen's car in the paddock a few moments ago, so I don't think she's going to... I thought maybe a pit lane start, just to afford herself a bit more time to turn the car around, but no, that car's going back to the paddock, unfortunately, so we won't have Amy Allen, but it is a stacked grid, a bit of a staggered grid as well, in terms of some cars maybe slightly higher up than they'd expect to be. Interested to see what Taylor Norton can do. Stacks of time behind the wheel of an Enduro car. Let's see what he can do behind the wheel of a Clio, which he's taken on for this season. What I do really want to keep an eye on is the Caterham further down the order of Colin Watson. He always goes well.
Yeah, that nimble car is going to be good in these conditions. Right, red light is on, ready to receive this rolling start, and it is that all-white Porsche number 11, Peter Chalice, that has the field under his control, waiting to see the lights go out. Off they go, the hammer's dropped, and we now see the mix of speeds, and they just have to be a little bit cautious as they come down to this first corner. Up into the lead straight away goes the Radical of Lowen Stevens. Car number 12, Chalice, out of control, and out of a lot of control there is Andrew Armiger in the 715 Tigra Silhouette. That was a lovely pirouette, out of trouble. 7!
Just about. 3, maybe even 4 wide at one point heading through Druids. These are the quicker cars trying to get through, but of course it's tricky because you don't want to be too aggressive. There's a yellow flag and a spinner up towards the top of Druids. That car gets back going again. I think that was Tony Levy in the Porsche Boxster S, so that car back up and running. But in terms of the sort of prototype-esque cars up at the front doing everything they need to, but it's so busy, and it's going to continue to be over these first few laps until the order shuffles itself out.
Yeah, Clive Hainsford is flying in that Mazda RX-8. The 787 car is up into 4th place from 11th on the grid already. His next target is the BMW of Anton Martin, 330 across the line. They go. Now up the inside goes the RX-8. It looks to me as though Anton's kind of giving him all the space he needs. As well you probably would in this. If you know that a car is just naturally quicker, you're not going to be daft with this. So up goes Clive Hainsford, up into 3rd place. But we've got the challenge between the lead two. So the prototype cars are fighting amongst themselves. Lowen Stevens in the orange and white Radical under huge pressure from Graham Charman in that number 5 Juno.
Yeah, Lowen Stevens has been racing that car for quite a while, I think. But I've not seen the Junior Sports prototype before. So it's on pace, if not a little bit quicker than the Radical in the lead. Anton Martin, I think that car's been re-wrapped. It was previously blue, and it looks really nice. Yeah, it looks really nice over the start-finish line. The battle for the first place is really starting to hot up. To the inside goes Graham Charman, dives to the inside late enough on the brakes. He'll get to the apex first, but he is on the polished side of the circuit, which may now have a bit of a drier line. You can definitely see one heading through Graham Hill Bend, but there's the change for the lead. Into the lead goes Graham Charman, and Colin Watson flying through the order. He's now up into 4th place. He's just gone past Anton Martin. The next target for him is the 787 Mazda RX-8 in the hands of Clive Hainsford.
Yeah, Paul Jurd's obviously listening, and he's just reminded me Colin Tester, who's out there in the Porsche, one of the instructors here. It was him that showed Valentino Rossi how to go around the GP circuit for the first time ever.
That's fame, isn't it?
When he came here racing in the the Audi R8 in the GT World Challenge.
Colin Watson up the inside of Clive Hainsford, and whereabouts did Colin Watson start? 23rd place to 3rd, 20 places gained in the space of 2 laps. Last time through, whilst taking the lead, Graham Charman set the fastest lap of the race at 52.592. There was a bit of a lock-up further down. I'm not sure whether that was a spin, maybe, or a peacock, as you say, on the way out of the. On the way out of Graham Hill Bend. Unfortunately, Harry Goes going very slowly indeed. That's not due to a spin. I think that's a mechanical issue, unfortunately, on that car. Somebody that will have to be very brave in a few moments' time is Nick Underwood, as he's in the Citroen C1 and has got to try and get that car out of the way as nicely as possible, because granted, in comparison to the cars around him, maybe hasn't got the most power. As for Colin Watson, he's got through and past Clive Hainsford and pulled away yet more. There's brilliant battles going on further down the order. There's a great little hot hatch battle working its way through turn 1. 3 Ford Fiestas against Taylor Norton at the moment in the Sol Renault Clio.
Yeah, and I mean, even on the stream, we're picking up on another battle just going through Graham Hill Bend at the moment. That includes John Lyne, that's for sure. But ahead of them, we've got Anton Martin is now at the head of a great tussle, but behind him is the pole sitter Peter Chalice in his Porsche. Then it's the recovering Tigra silhouette of Andrew Armiger, number 715. So yeah, we just got that on the stream now, coming through Clark Curve. Anton Martin determined to get. Interestingly, Harry Goes has carried on. Through goes Peter Chalice though, so up a position ahead of Anton Martin. So the number 11 car goes up into 5th place. It is still the lead Class 1 car for, oh no it isn't, sorry, it's the 3rd place now Class 1 car for Chalice. But Armiger's now trying to get, did you see him squirreling under the brakes there as he stepped out of that dry line? This is what we were talking about before the start. And it's darned if you do, darned if you don't.
So with Harry Goes continuing on, obviously there'll be brief sections of white flag being waved. Very good point. Yeah. Very good point you've just heard.
Rod Burley just saying some of these are on slicks. And do you know that about Armiger, that he's on slicks? So that would explain why he had the pirouette at the start that I gave him a 7 for, because he's on the slicks, but they're getting up to temperature now.
Harry goes back up to pace. It seems like maybe an electrical gremlin. That or the pit limiter got stuck on, if he's got one, or something like that, but just it's clearly cleared the code and he's back up and running at race pace once more.
We just had a spin there at the C1 up at Druids. I just suddenly on the CCTV saw that happening, and it was directly in front of the very quick Colin Watson, that caterer, and thankfully saw it happening and just kept himself out of harm's way, and it didn't collect him.
I think it was the Ford Fiesta, the number 53 Ford Fiesta in the hands of Gareth Lehane, and did you just hear Clive Hainsford's on wets, was it?
Yeah, which would explain, I said that he'd moved up dramatically from 11th up into 3rd, came through like a cut cat, didn't he? And that would be because he's on the wets.
It's the weird bit now, because if you're a quick car starting at the back, you want to be wets because you've got the confidence to go offline, but there's a dry line now, so you've got to, as soon as you come out the corner, you've got to go onto the wet line to get those tyres back cooled down once more. As for the race lead, only separated by 0.5 of a second as they go along the Cooper straight nose to tail.
I just have a suspicion that they are on differing tyres, these lead two as well, because they're going for different parts. Now I need to keep a closer eye on it, because one of them looked to me like he was aiming for the wet parts of the circuit, which is gradually disappearing where they are. Well, before we started this, is that Harry Goes? Yeah. Just was about to make a move on the car and didn't realise that there was a car about to lap him. But thankfully, through goes Charman, the number 5 Juno, under growing pressure from Stevens in that radical. Goodness me, they have to be so patient in these prototypes, don't they?
Yeah, Colin Watson going through the same at the moment. He's arriving on the little hot hatch battle, which we noticed earlier on. Ben Uran's got involved as well. But for the moment, Taylor Norton has got to the front of that little train. All of a sudden, lead is getting hampered once more as they head in towards Graham Hill Bend. Absolutely nose to tail. Clive Hainsford still battling away over the start-finish line.
He's a sitting duck now, isn't he? Those wets have gone off. He's just been passed by Chalice, so that takes him out of the top 4 now. Massively bulked by battling back markers going through Graham Hill Bend was the ridiculously quick Watson, 92, sat there in 3rd, and he just had nowhere to go. You've got the top 3 cars, are very small cars, that are easily missed in the mirrors.
Yeah, I've had experience of that, where you're looking in the mirrors and you've got caterhams and you just see a bit of the top of the roll cage, but it's so easily missed when you take a quick glance. So thankfully, Watson's roll cage is day glow orange, so there's no really missing that in a hurry.
Not by accident, I suspect.
No, not by accident, absolutely, I would agree. As we look further down the order, the battle I was keeping an eye on, Taylor Norton at the moment, granted 13th place in Class 2, he's 18th overall. He's got the number 91 car behind him of Liam Browning in the Fiesta ST 150. Behind that's Ben Uren. Behind him is the 141 of Rob Taylor, also in a Ford Fiesta. And then behind them is Ian Seal, also in a Ford Fiesta ST 150. There's some brilliant battles going on amongst themselves. The fog seems to be clearing, but is that in place of rain potentially in a few moments' time? Leader's heading in towards turn 1, slightly deep on the brakes, unfortunately, for the race leader, which has cost him a little bit of time, but just about holding on to it now is Graham Charman in the Juno Sports prototype.
I have to say as well, I've just clocked that the 448 car of Kyle Wells that was first reserve sort of started from the I presume the pit lane when realised that there was a gap there, and he's got himself up into 9th position and 4th in class. Now, if you remember, I introduced you earlier to Richard Force, or Ricardo Forez as I call it. He's coaching Kyle Wells his first ever race.
Wow. Wow, going
and
well
he's
then.
up there in, what did I say, was up to 9th, 4th in class, as sat there as first reserve, so started from the pit lane, I would imagine.
That's a lot of cars to overtake.
Really impressive.
Yeah, especially in conditions such as these. Over the start-finish line, the top two have separated a little bit now. That's mainly because Graham Charman has set a new fastest lap of the race of 51.315, almost matched by Stevens in second place, but still got a bit of work to do, but carving their way through traffic as efficiently as possible. Colin Watson has got himself a bit of breathing room. Over the start-finish line, he'll be going on to a lap which will be somewhat unhindered by traffic. I'm just looking at where the leaders are. They're heading onto the Cooper Straight, just coming onto the Brabham Straight, is effectively the meat of the field. That's going to be a busy few laps on the way.
Brilliant camera angle we just saw on the stream there as they come out of back end of Cooper Straight, left at the end of the straight through Surtees, and then that right swing through McLaren and into Clearways, and it just looked right down the barrel of that complex, and it was a great sight when it was busy. And you're looking now at several fights. You've got the multicoloured car of Hainsford, that 787 car, the Mazda RX-8, being hunted down by that blue Tigra silhouette of Armager. Remember, a car that started on slicks thanks to the information from Rob Burley, and hence he had that spin that just sent him down to the back of the field. He's had to work his way through, but they're getting back markers at the same time, and it really is hold 'em or fold 'em.
It's a great race, isn't it? Because you've got to be confident through traffic, but not reckless through traffic as well. Especially at this stage in a season, right towards the tail end of the season. Speaking of which, Graham Charman not wanting to waste any time in carving his way through the traffic, past one of the ex-Rint Motorsport Ford Fiesta STs, onto the start-finish straight once more goes Graham Charman, still with the number 12 of Lowen Stevens in tow, and they just don't quite know where to go. But again, you can't be reckless at this stage. With the amount of cars around you, you'd rather give up way more time than you think you might gain, especially at this stage in the race, especially in these conditions. And Graham Charman and Lowen Stevens doing that perfectly. They're not just diving to the inside, they're being super patient to try and make sure that their cars get towards the end of the race. Lowen Stevens this time gets separated from Graham Charman onto the Cooper Straight. They do manage to get through the bulk of the field, and we'll have a few clear laps on the way once they've got through and past a few more cars. As for the battles further down the order, who else do we have? There's a good battle down for 18th place, so it would seem, apart from the fact they've just gone through, and that gap separated once more.
Just holding my breath so many times as we watch these lead cars just sort of threading their way through these back markers. But equally, you've got to say, it's not just the leaders that have got this really challenging time. To be a back marker's challenging, isn't it?
You've got to be on the mirrors, but you want to get out the way, but you want to take the racing line like you're entitled to do. So it's a tricky job, a busy job as well. There is a black and white warning flag going out for the treble 2 machine. That's Harry Goes, clearly playing around with track limits, seeing what he can get away with in his first senior race. As we look down the order, the battle between Clive Hainsford and Andrew Armager, granted in 2 separate classes, but every time they cross the line, the gap is under a second. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of a moment down at Graham Hill Bend. 3 cars involved, one of which is the Clio Cup car. We'll try and pick that one out. But yeah, 2 or 3 cars involved. One was Ian Seal in the Rint Ford Fiesta ST150. There was one of the Mazda MX-5s caught up in that car as well. So number 15, that's Stuart and Callum Kinner in the Renault Clio Cup Gen 4. That car is back going again. Unfortunately, Ian Seal is destined for retirement. Yeah, there's been contact because the number 15 Clio has got quite substantial suspension damage, and Ian Seal, I think, has got the same. They're desperately trying to get the cars back towards the paddock. And unfortunately, I think Stuart Kinner has got that car stuck on the grass.
Yeah, it's Callum Kinner in the 15 car. Yeah, because obviously with this they do one does one race and one does the other. And I almost got the impression that was deliberately side by side to just go, is everything okay with you, sir? Or maybe something a bit more severe than that. Who knows?
And also, I think Liam Cochrane was the other car involved.
Okay. Race leaders are just about to put a lap on Hainsford, so the 787 car, who was passed by Armiger. Safety car is out. Now, I'm assuming it is for this, but I'm fairly surprised that needed the safety car, probably
because of where it is.
It is just about the firing line.
He's desperately trying to get it moving. So fair play, but at risk of either bringing fluid or bodywork onto the circuit and damaging his car further.
It's just a shame, isn't it? Because if it had, it lost it at Graham Hill and it could have turned up the relief road here and through the gate, and everything would have been okay. Now, granted, probably was hoping that everything was okay and didn't realise. But even if it stopped earlier than it has now, it wouldn't be on the corner. We wouldn't have safety car.
With a tow leak is you could almost be bobbling along at 10 mile an hour and it's fine. You go that bit too quick and all of a sudden it goes no, and it snatches the wheel round. And especially when you're on grass, if it's dug in, it's tricky. And the last thing I'm sure he would want to do is further damage that car. The safety car yet to pick up the leaders. And good spot by Rod Burley. Anton Martin has closed in onto Clive Hainsford, who is still behind Andrew Armiger, but, like you say, struggling on the tires.
Behind, because Armiger was fighting with him, isn't he? So Armiger made that move at last, but Hainsford's on those dying wets, isn't he?
He is.
That really did seem to work, and I'm not surprised, because it took so long to get any kind of dry line, didn't it? That you'd kind of go, well, surely it's just going to stay wet here, but no, it's been shifted quite considerably. If we look down here at Graham Hill Bend, it's still only one dry line, but unlike we had at the start, it's quite a wide dry line now. And there's the stricken number 15 car at the end of the Cooper Straight, just as you turn left at Surtees, and just not able to go anywhere. The front wheels are pointing in different directions. That's what my eyes do after a night on the sauce, I've got to be honest. But
well, I think one part of the car wants the Indy circuit, the other wants the GP, by the looks of it. So the safety car has managed to pick up the leader. And how long do we have left? We've got 4 minutes left. It's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Yeah,
I can't see that we're going to get this recovered, because if those front wheels are pointed in different directions, that's not exactly. They've got to lift that up. If we're lucky, lift the front up, but it probably is up onto a flatbed.
Yeah, it's the hands again, isn't it? You like my...
I do.
Yeah.
I was with you, mate. I was following you. Now, they have got the toe pickup, but I think they're likely to see the front wheels in different directions, and I can't see that that's going to work. So if it is, half the tyres are going to be left on the surface. So I do fear that we may well have seen the end of this race that was so entertaining, so much going on up and down through the whole thing. Some beautifully prepared cars out there, without question, and we do get to see them go again later anyway.
We do. That's the joy, I guess, of Allcomers. You managed to get 2 20-minute sprint races all in one, so it's...
And I'm pretty sure it's not a random grid later, is it? It'll be based on this result.
Yeah, pretty sure they will have somewhat sorted out.
All of a sudden, the 15 car is driving of its own free will.
No, it is being towed.
Is it?
Yeah, you can see it.
It was just nearly alongside for a minute, so that's what threw me. They are towing it. That's a relief. I was a bit worried that wouldn't work, but they've just about got it going, that they're able, because it's not very far it needs to go, does it? So even if it's a little bit sketchy, hoik it out of harm's way. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. Here we are. We're going to get, it could be a couple of laps, you know. I know it won't, because their safety car's going across the line now, so it's going to have to go another lap, so it'll
I think we might still get 2.
We might.
Which, for those on wet tyres, are loving this, because the tyre temps now come down. They can aim for the puddles if they are there, and aim to get those tyres nice and cool. If you're on slicks, they're really going to have to work those tyres. A bit of trail braking maybe to try and warm the tyre from the inside out. But with 2 minutes to go, the safety car has picked up the pace. I think we're going to get 2 laps.
Yeah, and I guess that's the key one, isn't it? The safety car knows that it can. They'll have radioed through that goes, right, it's going to be out of harm's way. Go, go, go. And they're going to be able to get this underway. What are the first cars behind the safety car? It is our leaders, that's good.
I'm just looking Nick Underwood in the Citroen C1. He's probably still going around at his race pace. Yeah. To try and catch the safety car queue, but behind him it's sort of 4 or 5 much quicker cars.
Oh,
so
no.
he's doing everything he can.
Yeah, and they won't be able to do anything until that car's crossed the line, which is always a challenge. Exit stage right for the safety car, and it now means that Charman, number 5, brings us to the line. We've got 1 minute 20, so it is going to be 2 more tours of the Indy circuit.
It will be indeed on the running towards turn 1 this time. Graham Charman manages to hold on to the race lead. Taylor Norton still pushing on behind the wheel of his Renault Clio and keeping up with maybe some slightly quicker cars around him. Harry Goes falls foul of the Porsche to the inside of turn 1. I'm just looking further down through the order. Nick Underwood desperately trying to stay out of the way. Fair play to the number 50 machine in the hands of Tony Levy, not overtaking till the start-finish line.
At least that one stuck to the rules.
Yeah.
Maybe not the others.
No. And we've got a car off the BMW, which I said went up the inside, or the Porsche that went up the inside of Harry Goes. Peter Chalice finds himself in the gravel.
Oh, he has, and it's just ripped off some of that rear bodywork, unfortunately, as well. That's normally the one that's got the arrow black livery all over it, isn't it? But yeah, that is unfortunate. So, I mean, the reality is our leaders are now on to that final lap, so they're going to have to let this one go now, because even if they threw the safety car, they can't even throw the red because it is on the last lap. So, and it looks at the moment Charman has pulled away from Stevens. The number 5 car has the nod, but it's such a shame there that Chalice was coming on stronger as the race went on, but the number 11 that was running in 4th and was 3rd in class as well, is now out of this race. Just pushed a little bit too hard once the green flag came out. But here comes Jarman, the number 5 car is going to bring it round. 21 laps in the books. Stevens is right with him, to be fair, in that Radical, but it is the Juno that is going to take this victory. Car number 5, the Juno Sports Prototype 2006 car. And it takes the victory, 21 laps and 0.893 clear of the Radical of Lowen Stevens. Across the line, obviously some that are taking it a little bit further back. I just heard a peacock again, I mean a lock-up again. Across the line comes the rest of them. We're still waiting for, where's Armiger? Because, Armiger's just coming round now with Hainsford and Anton Martin just behind him, but those two seem to overtake the back marker long before the line when the safety car was pulled out, so we'll wait and see what happens with those two. But there we go. So Armiger, number 715, Andrew Armiger, comes home in 4th. I did forget, sorry, in 3rd position, 92, Colin Watson. That Radical that started back in 23rd place comes home in 3rd, wins Class S7. In 4th was number 715 Armiger. 787 Hainsford, Clive Hainsford in the RX8 comes home in 5th place, the winner of Class 2, ahead of Anton Martin and Colin Tester in 330 and 911, 2nd and 3rd in Class 2 respectively, 6th and 7th on the road. Brilliant job there by the 448 car of Kyle Wells. First race reserve, had to start right at the back, and he's come through to finish 8th place and 4th in class. 9th is number 32 Kurtler. 2 Stoner in 10th position. 11th number 72 is another one of the Kurtlers, so we've got 2 Kurtlers, but they've not put the first initials there, so let me just double check. William Kurtler is 32 and the 72 car is Mike Kurtler. In 12th, number 71, John Line. 111 McKee in 13th. 14th is number 44, Evans. 50, Levy. It's then shown in 16th place, number 11, which is Peter Chalice, our pole sitter that put it in the kitty litter at the end there. 17th, number 123, Hyde in the BMW. Number 1, Davies in 18th. That gives him the runner-up spot in Class S7 out in his Caterham. In 19th, number 28, Norton. 141, Taylor. 91, Browning. 222, Harry Goes in his first race as well. 23rd is number 9, Uren. Cochrane, number 94 in 24th. 25th is 53, Lehane. And then your final finisher is the number 86 car of Underwood. So brilliant job there from everybody. Really entertaining race. We had the safety cars, probably didn't want them to happen. but we get to see them all back out a little bit later again, which is brilliant to see. And eclectic mix, entertaining racing. Very happy Victor down there. So the next voice you will hear will be Jack Werrell. He'll be down there to grab a few words with the key runners and riders. That will then lead us into our lunch break at our end. I believe the plan was to show some highlights or rerun of earlier races, and we'll be back after the lunch break with the second race of the Miata Trophy, due off at the moment at 1:55 p.m. But I'll hand you down now to Jack Werrell.
Yeah, down here with Graham Charman. I'll jump in and grab a word. Graham, that was, I mean, it seems to be the theme of the day, a busy race, but even more so in Allcomers, because there's such a gulf between the quicker cars and the slower cars, and you managed to find a fight as well.
Yeah, that was good fun. It was, yeah, traffic management, I think, was probably the phrase. And these cars being so low, we're probably hidden out of view for some of them. So you've really got to pick your moment to get past, and have they seen me? You know, I'll go for it quick because I know I can get past in that time scale. So yeah, it's good fun. Good challenge. Yeah. It's been, we've done a lot of work with this car in the last few weeks after a bit of a prang at Silverstone. So well done to AP Motorsport and Northern Commercials helping, because it was, it's been a lot of work. So good to be out.
Good to be out, and if you just look over your left shoulder, you do have a trophy waiting for you. So there is your winner's trophy for the final all-comers race of this year. And just a quick one on the tyres. Obviously, wet tyres towards the end. Were they starting to warm up a little bit?
Yeah, they were. It was going a bit lumpy. Felt like I was running on 50 pence pieces, really. Yeah, we could have gone out on slick. We should have gone out on slicks. We made the safe choice. This is an old set of tyres, so I'm not caring for them too much. So, yeah.
Very well done.
Thank you.
And now we'll jump over and grab a word with Lowen Stevens, who's here as well. Lowen, that was, again, a busy race, because not only was it traffic management, you had to worry about battling, but also trying to get through and past some of the slower end of the field, maybe without the most power. You've got to be decisive with your moves. You can't sort of second-guess yourself, can you?
Yeah, definitely. Towards the end, when you caught like a big pack, and they're battling in their own race, which looks quite good from our point of view, but when you're going down the straight, and especially some of the Porsches are on par with what I've got. So the dive bomb came into a good effect there.
And I can't see it. You're on wets as well. Were you having the same issue where they were warming up a little bit towards the end?
Yeah, mid-race, just before safety car came out, they were overheating a lot. Basically, after like 3 laps, I think slicks with a tyre. So that was interesting.
And the plan for race 2?
Slicks and hopefully win.
Well, very, very well done. And if you just look over your right shoulder, you've got a trophy waiting for you as well. We were going to be joined by Andrew Armiger, but a massive well done to yourself, Lowen. We were going to be joined by Andrew Armiger, but unfortunately he's wandered back to the paddock, I think. We do have Clive Hainsford with us. I can run over and grab a word with Clive in a few moments' time. Let's do it. We're going into lunch. There's no time pressure, so I can grab a word with Clive, who's stood here. Nicely volunteered, Clive. I'll come in and grab a word. This car, it's always incredibly quick, fabulous to watch, and I always seem to spot new little bits that you're doing. Do you ever stop developing?
We're always, every time out, there's always something to do. That was a challenge. Thoroughly enjoyed the race. I was on wets, so they was going off halfway through the race, so I just needed to watch the BMW that's gone there. And no, I had a brilliant race with him. We both originally come from short circuit oval stuff, so I knew where he was all the time. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Great to hear. Very well done.
Thank you.
Quick word with Clive Hainsford. But we are now going into the lunch break. So if you're here at the circuit, make yourself, work your way over to the Kentagon for a bite to eat and a spot of lunch. Hopefully the weather holds off. It's slowly starting to lighten up. But this afternoon we've got more racing underway. So from Chris Dawes up in the commentary box and myself, Jack Werrell, down here in the pit lane, we'll see you after lunch.
Lights are on, the engine notes rise, off go the lights and off go this field. Very steady start from everybody, apart from the number 1 car of Justin Robertson, Scott Thompson. That goes siding through. Matt Swaffer's got up past John Line, and he's up into 2nd place for that 1 Series BMW as he held on to it. Yes, he has, but coming back at him now is Jack Wright, the number 46 Golf, and he was shut down very quickly before they got up to the apex of the Druids hairpin. So he's got to settle for 3rd place. John Line, who started on the front row, the white number 71 car, that Clio's in 4th place, and they're managing to pull away from everyone else as it stands at the moment. Oh, and our pole sitter got very out of shape through Graham Hill Bend, but he basically power slid that one round. The one that's really lost out there is 92, Dan Abbott. That black and pink Honda Integra DC5 has gone tumbling down through this order, and that, remember, sits 2nd in the championship, but of course it is in a different class in reality. Front 2 are your lead, 1st and 3rd in the championship standings at the moment. Matt Swaffer is 20 points behind the 38 Golf, so in reality that 38 car is doing what it needs at the moment. As they go down, I just suddenly saw on the stream there some car going steady. The 114 Mini seemed to be very steady along the start-finish straight. A lot of cars going past it. It's still circulating, but very much off the pace. So that is just nursing itself back towards the pits, and we've got to hope that everybody sees that as they raise up the hill towards the Druids hairpin. Somebody else has stopped up at Druids hairpin, and in fact that's just stopped itself from going into the gravel. I didn't quite see who that was. I will be able to tell you when it gets back down behind our commentary box. I can tell you that it was one of the white and green cars, but there's a couple of those out there. It is the 245 of either Phil or James Hart that just had a moment. I can only assume he locked up. Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you. With a mix of interviews at the top of the pit lane, the bottom of the pit lane and the podium, there's been a few miles covered already, but yeah, it's such a shame to see the Mini Cooper of Chris Reed going as slowly as it is, or the 114, pardon me, of Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodlift in that Mini JCW, because that car has been out sporadically throughout this year. It has been quick when it has, so unfortunately that car destined for the pit lane, you should imagine. As for Henry Wright and Kevin Glover doing everything they need to do, Wayne Cockrell diving up the inside of the 33 machine, that being the Ford Fiesta in the hands of James Burnham and Ben Vos, still trying to get that move done. A slightly different front bumper on the nose of Wayne Cockrell this weekend due to a bit of damage that he found at Croft, and the white flag's being shown to indicate that there is a slow car on circuit, but
I'm not sure why he didn't pull off at the end of the Cooper straight, really. Everyone else goes in through that rear access point, but he's trying to carry on all the way around, and maybe that suggests that he feels he can get that resolved. And I would imagine if you go in the rear axis, you're kind of out because you've taken a shortcut. So that is what that tells me. So he's just tiptoeing it round. It's a 45-minute race, Jack, so it's potentially worth it.
Yeah, if the safety car comes out or something like that, there is opportunities for this race still to swing back in their favour. Busy sections of circuit at the moment. Of course, all eyes really need to be on the 38 Golf, still leading the way now by 1.6 seconds with a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 0.394. We need to keep an eye on Dan Abbott because he's fighting away with, who is he scrapping with as he crossed the line? Nathan McPhail on that occasion. Dan Abbott second in the championship. He was in with an outside chance of taking the championship away from Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, but fighting where he is and with the club racer car at the front, it's only going to go one way.
Yeah, it just didn't have the opening lap that he'd have wanted, sadly, and it just went tumbling down. He looks like he's got it all sorted now. Out front, that gap was 1.687 as they crossed the line last time. Through goes the 38 car of Wright and Glover. There goes Matt Swaffer. I had a suspicion he'd come down ever so slightly, so it's now a fraction over 1.5 seconds. So a new personal best lap time from Matt Swaffer in second. The reality is, though, as it stands at the moment, that 38 car of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, they're doing all they need to do. They lead the championship, they're leading the race, let everyone else scrap behind them, and they just keep it ticking over.
Nathan McPhail back up the inside of Dan Abbott up towards Druids, and that's where we're seeing the change. That's the last thing Dan Abbott wants. As for
they are in the same class.
They are in the same class, yeah. And for Dan Abbott and Nathan McPhail are. Returning to the circuit, it would seem, is the 114 Graves Motorsport JCW in hands of Stuart Kinner and Stephen Goodliff. Good to see you. You nearly spotted something.
It's just a freeze on the camera. I thought someone had lost it, but it was just a freeze on the CCTV camera. Such a busy circuit around, and the one thing I do keep noticing is that suddenly new fights will bubble up because suddenly one of the cars loses momentum by maybe going a little bit wide in or out of a corner, and it then throws them into a tussle that we hadn't seen the lap before, and so it's definitely keeping us on our toes. Talking about keeping on his toes, Abbott, the 92 DC5, as you said, lost out to McPhail, position, and is nearly a second behind him now as well, and that is the lead 2 in Class C, so that is not what Abbott needed. He came here second in the championship standings, and it's just fallen away a little bit.
And the thing is, Dan Abbott did come here second in the championship standings, 13 points clear of Matt Swaffer, who's up there in second place, so we could see the vice championship role change. Nathan McPhail all out of shape as he went through Graham Hill Bend, thankfully front wheel drive, so he could point the wheels where he wanted to go and put his foot to the floor, but that will have cost him a little bit of time. Further up the road, we've got Justin Roberts really applying the pressure onto Jack Wright. You can just about spot that it is Justin Roberts and not Scott Thompson behind the wheel, but for Dan Abbott at the moment, that could be maybe the first chink in the armour that he wants to exploit, but that car's just not quite on the pace that we've seen so far this season.
Sorry, it helps to turn on. I wonder whether Nicole Drought is watching on to see that one car. You missed it, Jack, because you were downstairs. Got an absolutely belter of a start. Who did you say that you could tell was behind
It's Justin Roberts.
It is Justin
Who
Roberts.
is, in theory, the reigning champion.
/ retired multiple times.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such a shame not to see Nicole over here. But Justin Roberts is now all over Jack Wright. Jack Wright trying to get the power down as they accelerate away from Graham Hill Bend. That was a good challenge, and in fact now Justin Roberts has done it, so that was sort of about 3 corners in the making, that one, wasn't it? And Jack Wright needs to be mindful because behind them is the number 84 car, I'm right in saying, Benjamin Taylor. Is that him that's there? I think it is, isn't it? The MX-5 of Benjamin Taylor that was looking to pick up the pieces, but Jack Wright's got that one cleared down. There goes the Air Supply VW Golf. Always a beautifully prepared car. I have to say, I still miss when they had to get rid of all of the bodywork appendages that were on that. That looked like an absolute rocket ship.
Proper TCR look, didn't it? Yeah.
Other cars and championships do exist. When we've got contact, John Lyons pushing over very late there, but Fell was already on the inside. John Lyons was not going to give that position up without a fight. That was some real rough and tumble up towards the Druids hairpin there, wasn't it? But McPhail, he kept himself strong and he kept himself up the inside, and he's done it. What a job.
Yeah, John Lyne was desperate to close the door, but then I think realised Nathan McPhail was there and continued to try and close the door, but Nathan McPhail was not having any of it, and now we've seen the change. Ben Taylor has gone through and past Jack Wright, and it shows that I thought the cooler weather would really aid that Golf with it being turbocharged.
But remember that was sat in the pits with the bonnet up for a long time.
It was.
In the qualifying, wasn't it?
Might have turned it down just a little bit, but you just thought really dense air, cooler air would really help, so it's much quicker in a straight line. But Ben Taylor, he can be so late on the brakes and carry brilliant speed through the corners. The hazard lights flashing as he stands on the brakes, as you normally see in those slightly more modern cars, but Ben Taylor doing a brilliant job. He's got that little Mazda MX-5 right the way up into 3rd place, or right the way up into 4th place. It's dangerously close to going back down to 5th, but he can be late enough on the brakes and early enough on the throttle to try and run away from Jack Wright. The only thing is now, is Justin Roberts looking in his rearview mirror going, that's the last thing I want, and Mazda MX-5 hunting me down.
Yeah, and I mean, the beauty of that car is it can still be speedily out of shape as well,
yes.
Can't it? You know, a car like that is driven on the ragged edge. It's what I love about these races is that you get those strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit, depending on the car. They're also just getting their way past a back marker. Up go the front 2 in that battle. Talk of the front 2, the lead 2 cars have now crossed the line to put 9 laps in the book. New fastest lap of the race, and we've at last got under the 1 minute, which we've not seen from these cars today because of these conditions. But the Wright and Glover 38 cars now done a 59.782, stretch that lead to now over 3¼ seconds over Matt Swaffer. Matt's just got to keep going and believing that as long as he can do his maximum, you never know what's going to happen around you.
I think at the moment they would either be tied on points or Matt Swaffer would be ahead by 1 point in the championship as a whole.
So second.
For second,
yes, but at the moment, obviously, that 38 car is now streaking home, isn't he?
Matt Swaffer in second place, and with Dan Abbott in 8th place, he will be slightly, I think, slightly down on the points, which it would still give Dan Abbott the C-Class championship, but it's that vice champion bit that he wants as well. It's just that extra little bit that you can aim towards next year. Justin Roberts, he's coming under pressure now, isn't he?
Massively.
And it's by Ben Taylor.
Yeah, Ben Taylor was incredibly strong down the back end of the Cooper Straight that time round. Was looking up the inside. On the stream, you'll see our race leader. I don't want to say, but almost our champion-elect at the moment. That 38 car arriving here with quite a reasonable margin over the chasing cars behind it, and it's leading the race at the moment. So you've got to say that they're doing their job. Now, that is one that has a driver change. I can't remember how much I've seen these this season, whether there's much of a switch in terms of the drivers at the wheel, in terms of outright lap pace.
Not vastly in that team, and to be fair to them, they are very equal in the number 38 machine.
Which is a luxury for them, isn't it, to be honest? We don't get that often.
No, and it's nice to see. Matt Swaffer is...
I think that was Lappery.
I think that was a bit of Lappery, yeah, just going through and past the Algar Racing 3 Series compact, but Matt Swaffer back over the start-finish line, and the good thing is for Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, it's just allowing them to pick their way through the traffic in no real rush and just continue on. Justin Roberts has pulled away a little bit from Ben Taylor on that previous lap.
Yeah, just suddenly spotted that as they came across the line. There was daylight that we hadn't seen for a little while. Now, just having a look as well at that fight that we were getting involved with earlier with John Lyne trying to robustly defend the challenge from McPhail. McPhail's leading Class C, and he's up in 6th place as that number 90 car. That means that he's still comfortably ahead of the DC5 that is 2nd place in his class. But interestingly, I noticed that Abbott 92 has closed in on the back of John Lyne. I'm not convinced that John Lyne's car's fully healthy this time. He started on the front row, did the 71. He's down in 7th place with the 8th place car closing in on him.
Yeah, it does beg the question, was that just maybe the car was exactly where it needed to be in qualifying, and since then not quite so much a flash of the lights for Justin Roberts, and that was just as he was working his way through and past the 67 of Phil Woodward in the BMW Z4. We don't see that out very often, so it's nice to see that car back out, but whilst going through traffic, Justin Roberts, he's now back within the clutches of Ben Taylor.
Yeah, he just had to be steady through Paddock Hill there, didn't he, of the back marker ahead of him. The back marker did nothing wrong. They can't just disappear, and here we go. Are we going to see the challenge now from Taylor in the black MX-5? Oh, and I thought there was going to be a bit of a hip and a shoulder there, but thankfully just kept that nicely under control. Oh, and we just had a very sideways moment there, by the way, from McPhail, the number 90 guy coming through Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, he held it, but that was not the quickest line that he took there, I can tell you.
I'm interested to see what Scott Thompson can do behind the wheel of that Civic Type R, currently sat in 3rd place, because his Clio 182 is very quick in its own right, but it will have a very different geometry to the Type R. But Justin Roberts, he's got so much seat time in that exact car. With a bit of a moment from Ben Taylor, obviously he was braking on the painted surface, which just unsettled the car. That's allowed Jack Wright to close back in again, so we are seeing that battle relight. This is between a Class B car, which is the highest class, made for cars between 151 to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and a Class D car, which is anything up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne. So there could be quite a gulf. It's just the weight of that MX-5 is near on non-existent in comparison. And now Justin Roberts really under pressure from Ben Taylor. Much quicker through traffic, it would seem, from the little MX-5, and all of a sudden, back on the coattails again.
Welcome to the joys of the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. Is such a busy circuit, 27 cars on this grid, and all circulating still, which is great to see. It means that it does suddenly get busy out of the blue, with potential closing speeds quite significant that can unsettle you. Here down the start-finish straight goes Justin Roberts, the number 1 car, last year's champion, of course, and up the inside of a back marker we've got a black and white warning flag going out for the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. So that'll be track limits, just needs to be mindful of that. That's fairly early in this to be picking up a warning.
In these conditions, can't really blame him because it is a bit greasy, especially Brands Hatch, where the track limits do arrive quite quickly. But I agree, still with half an hour to go, we are the best part of 10 seconds away from the pit window opening. It's a minimum of 2 minutes pit in to pit out. So regardless whether you have to do a driver swap or not, you have to be the right side of that. And if you're not, you pick up quite a substantial penalty.
I'm about to say it's quite big. Is it like a lap or something like that?
I think it's 1 full lap.
Yeah. So you do kind of put yourself out of it, but they don't go too safe and lose position that way. It's always a challenging one. I think I'd always err on the side of caution, if I'm honest. But we do see a fair few awards. Well, I don't know what it's like now, but for a long time it used to be a lot of penalties coming out post pit stop.
We did have last year as well. It wasn't necessarily an award, but it was more recognition of who had the shortest legal pit stop, and it was like 2 minutes, .004 or something like that. So only just the right side, the perfect pit stop. Pit in to pit out. An extra 4,000 spent in pit lane.
The interesting one, actually, you know the 114 Mini that had to come in with a problem, and I said that's why it's carried on round, is they want to get it fixed and keep it in the race. Their pit stop was only 1 minute 11, so not that that counts, but what I'm saying is it means whatever that problem was an annoyingly quick fix for it.
Dan Abbott in the gravel, unfortunately. Whereabouts is that? That's up at Druids. And Dan Abbott, he's a long way in, dug himself a hole in the gravel, and that it's an odd place to go off, but it makes you think, did he just lock up and find himself into in the wrong place at the wrong time?
It's going to be safety car in the pit
window. It's going to be busy.
It is. I guess the only good news this time is that you've not got anybody else losing out. Safety car is indeed deployed as we expected it was going to be. That's in harm's way. Always use the phrase that off cars are magnets for on cars, and it will just happen. And you know, there's someone who is second in, and I've got to say was now second in the championship. There's no way he's going to hold on to that second place unless Matt Swaffer doesn't finish as well, I guess.
He can still walk away knowing he's the C-Class champion.
Right.
But he's no longer the vice, or there's no opportunity for him to be the vice champion. Do you think Ben Taylor's car sounds almost too deep for a Mazda MX-5? I thought that the previous couple of times it's gone by, but it's still running on pace. So I thought maybe it was a bit of a misfire or something. But
maybe his baffles have dropped. I don't know.
Begs the question, doesn't it? You could go ask that question. Nathan McPhail working his way around behind the safety car. He's managed to pick up Nathan McPhail, but mainly because the leaders are into the pit lane. We've got the right screen on, and now there really is no need to rush your pit stop. If we see people under that time, why are they rushing it, especially with the safety car out? But as you'd expect, everybody dives in. It forever confuses me when people don't dive in behind the safety car.
Because you're now the sitting duck. You're now going slowly round, aren't you? While everyone's now coming out before you've been able to complete a lap.
I get it maybe if you're at the tail of the safety car queue, because it will be so busy, there's no guarantee you'll have somewhere to park.
It's difficult, isn't it?
So maybe go round for one further lap and then come in, because that might just give you a bit of space to park. But no, it is very busy. One of the only cars to carry on round is Amy Allen in the Honda Civic EM2. So she will continue on. Also, will the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. Exactly who's driving. I'm not sure whether it's Phil or James Hart that is driving that car. Dan Abbott remains stationary in the gravel as the trackside recovery unit works its way up towards Druids.
Thanks to Chris Collier, his message through saying he locked up and went straight on, which is what it looked like, didn't it? So that clears that one. He then tried to drive out and got further stuck, which is the common one. Lovely to hear. We were mentioning about Nicole Drought, and when Nicole's over here, we normally get to catch up with the awesome Leo Nolte. And obviously with Nicole being here, presumably he's not here, but he has messaged saying great commentary as ever, chaps. Thanks, Leo, appreciate that, mate, and gutted that we're not catching up with you this weekend, buddy, and I hope you have a good off season. We see you plenty next year with a bit of luck. So we're now getting cars completing their pit stops.
2 minute .398, that's almost perfect. And we've got somebody under, unfortunately. 224 Eldar Racing, Shane Rowe, by there's a quarter of a second, 2/3 of a second, unfortunately. So that is the only one under at the moment. But like we say, is it worth doing when the safety car's out?
No, I mean, where was that 224 car on this grid? Started on the 7th row, did Shane Rowe, and they've gone too short by a long way. But then you know you've got a few that are going in the 220s, so that's a lot longer.
I'm just trying to keep an eye out for Ben Taylor. Has he left the pit lane already?
Your dad, Mark Worrell, just messaged through, by the way, saying that McPhail was blocking in the number 1 Civic in the pit lane, and that was always that risk that you started touching on, wasn't it? Looks like as well, I think that's the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. They've got the bonnet up on that BMW, which is a huge shape, that lovely forward opening bonnet. So they're not happy with something on that car. On the stream, you'll see that the stricken car of Dan Abbott being pulled backwards, which is a relief because it's not going to do. There you see it is the 1, 2, 3 car of Hyde. Having a look at that, I just love that bonnet on that car, looks so cool. Does that mean that Dan Abbott's going to be able to carry on then if they've pulled him backwards out of this gravel?
Maybe.
No, it doesn't matter because even if he did, he's running 10th in Class C. I was about to say how many are running in his class. Could he still get a reasonable haul of points? And the answer is not really.
Question. Whereabouts is Ben Taylor? Because I've lost him. I was trying to track him, and all of a sudden, is that Ben Taylor now just working his way into the final couple of corners? Yes, it is, but he's a long way off where I thought he would be, because there is Scott Thompson heading in towards Graham Hill Bend, and only now coming over the start-finish line is Ben Taylor. How long was Ben Taylor stopped? We'll get an update any moment now. Ben Taylor goes through, and it was a 2:40, wasn't it? Yeah, car number 84, 2:40.0, so that's 40 seconds lost. Well, if you take into account Scott Thompson's time, the best part of 38.5 seconds lost.
Was he another one that got blocked in?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see, actually, what did the number 1 car...
It was a 2-minute one.
2:01.512, so your dad picked up that he was blocked in. Doesn't seem to have caused him an issue. That's some damage on the front of the number 6 car.
Yeah, Colin Wells, which is somebody we mentioned earlier on today. Exactly how he's got that damage, I'm unsure. Maybe a bit of traffic. There's no sort of tyre bales or anything to hit that would cause damage
coming off the front of that car because of that damage. I think it was smoke rather than spray, but difficult to tell. I mean, hopefully that's just bodywork and he'll get away with it, but that's clearly had a bit of a kiss and a cuddle with someone, hasn't it?
Yeah, with it being...
I wonder whether it's in the pits that potentially did that.
Yeah, with it being fiberglass, I always think it looks worse than it actually is, but not ideal. That will gather the attentions of the relevant stewards. That's what I mean. It doesn't necessarily sound like an MX-5, does it, when it comes over the start-finish line? It sounds like it's got sort of open headers or something, but it doesn't quite sound right. Behind the safety car, we're getting quite hot under the collar, I think, was James Burnham and Ben Vos, side by side for a brief moment with George Grant, which
I thought I saw somewhere side by side, and I'm thinking, it is still safety car, guys. So we've already got the exclamation mark against the 224 car of Rowe, and that is the only one that has done a short pit stop. So the good news is that we're not going to suddenly get this absolute clutch of penalties. I think the safety car is now just making sure that we've caught everybody up, because it does look as though everything is sorted up at the Druids hairpin. The car's being dragged out and moved away. The recovery truck is out of harm's way as well. Dan Abbott sat in the pit lane, just sat watching a timer by the looks of it, hoping that he's going to get himself back out onto the circuit. Looking a little bit forlorn though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the car might need a brief clean, but I guess going out there and completing, you get another signature on your race licence, and you simply don't know what could still happen over the final 21 minutes. Everybody has been into the pit lane. The only one is with a penalty is Rowe, so we'll be able to confirm that penalty for you. We quickly wander over to live timing, and yeah, 1 lap penalty has been applied, and makes you think that was for the sake of 7/10 of a second.
Just, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? Yeah. Pit in, pit out. Safety car lights are indeed out, so they're happy that everybody is trying to hurry up on, I think that's the number 6 car, isn't it? They're not even on the same lap, are they? Oh, yes, they are. They are. They're 2nd and 3rd in Class D, but 12th and 13th overall. As green flag is out, we're back underway We also have the meatball flag, so the mechanical issue flag for the number 6. That will be for that bodywork.
It will be indeed. There was no overtaking till the start-finish line. Everybody abiding by that, it would seem, and that's a bit of a shame for Colin Wells, because I was hoping for a good little battle between himself and George Grant, but it's not quite gone that way. Ben Taylor not wasting any time in going forward, so already picking his way through the little bit of traffic. Scott Thompson, there's been contact further down the order. That was between George Grant and Colin Wells. Colin does indeed find the barrier. That might, in fact, just move that front bumper away, desperately trying to haul the car around. Does manage to get it out of the way, but it was a bit of innocent contact, I think, going down.
And he still loves his beavers this time in this 1 series, and he's looking good. And at the moment, he's going to miss out just about on the championship, but it's going to be pretty close by the end.
It would be good to see Kia McConomy back, because he raced a Mini JCW for a while and then moved to a BMW and was scrapping with Matt Swaffer
really?
quite a lot. I think that was a 1 series compact. He had Bart Horston as the sort of, in inverted commas, pro in that car, and those two were a really good pairing, and Matt Swaffer had to really get his elbows out at points, probably larking back to those days in the production BMWs, but unfortunately I think they've slowly started to part ways. Matt Swaffer over the start-finish line, Jack Wright back on the headlights as he closes in once more onto Justin Roberts, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. 4 minutes still to go, and granted with the safety car interruptions, it sort of worked in favour of the quality of racing, because it meant that everyone could come into the pit lane, get it done, and go straight back out.
That's what I was about to say. Is I think we were very lucky, weren't we, that pit stop to recover the buried car was around the pit stop time, so they were going to be coming in anyway, and it was going to be all up in the air. Or Jack Wright's just been compromised by a back marker that just couldn't disappear as they'd not expected to, and it was just unfortunate timing for Jack Wright, which means that at the moment Justin Roberts has broken away. That's going to be a huge shame for Jack, because he's going to have to reel Roberts back in again.
Yeah, Amy Allen took the racing line as they're entitled to do.
In fact, that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
because they know where they're going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jack Wright just got held up very slightly, but he's going to now focus on closing that gap back to Justin Roberts. Amy Allen, is she fighting away with that BMW Z4? I think she is. Kind of a 67 in the hands of Phil Woodward. They are scrapping away for position. Granted, it's for 19th and 20th, but it's 6th in Class B, 9th in Class C, so there's a good little scrap going. Over the start-finish line, we've already seen our race leaders. The Henry Wright and Kevin Glover Club Racer VW, it allowed John Line to close, and is now, I think, just found that comfortable pace and that comfortable rhythm just to sit there.
It was a bit deep intake of breath by me then, as going on to the Cooper Straight. Matt Swaffer came across a pair of back markers, and I've always said, I got another phrase, that is, there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers.
Yeah.
And I thought for a second that they were so embroiled in their own fight that they weren't going to see Matt come through, but thankfully for his sake, they did just at the last minute, and the number 73 car that was the one that I was a bit concerned, that wonderful Mazda RX-8, just pulled away instead of pushing Matt towards the grass. I noticed that 4th place number 38 Wright & Glover is no longer under pressure from John Line, has just sort of dropped away, so it sort of smacks of the driver that took over just needed to settle into these conditions that we've seen how tricky it is even from our race leader.
As for the race leader, Matt Swaffer, approaching yet more traffic, but the saving grace is he knows full well that Justin Roberts and Jack Wright have to do the same in a couple of laps' time. I did just see one of the rally experience cars working its way down from Druids and got slightly worried, wondering how someone had got quite that far off the road, but no, it was completely unrelated. Matt Swaffer, quite surgical through the traffic, it would seem. Just heard a locked brake from somebody. Exactly who that was, I'm unsure. But Matt Swaffer again on the lights, just letting the slightly slower cars know that he is on his way. Justin Roberts, whilst the gap is slowly evaporating between himself and Jack Wright on that lap, it actually came out slightly. Justin Roberts on a 58.2, still quicker than the race leader, but Matt has done more than enough to pick his way through the traffic quickly. I think that's where he's finding his time.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm impressed that you knew that noise was a locked brake. I thought it was a peacock, I've got to be honest. It sounded like a peacock screaming at us from somewhere, but very impressive. New fastest lap of the race by the number 1 car of Roberts. Now he's managed to break away a little bit from Jack Wright's challenge, the margin 0.8 between those two. It was a new personal best 58. 38.2. We're down to the last 38 seconds. Have we established that you don't need to go all the way up the other end of the pit lane this time? Is it just down the bottom?
Supposedly, yes.
Fine. Or more to the point, I'd suggest we wait for them to come down to us, because now we know they will, don't we?
Yeah.
That's caught up. I'm not being bad by sending Jack to do this. I've got destroyed ligaments in my left foot.
Payback
and
from
it is
last year.
payback from last year. Yeah, no, it isn't, to be fair. So, down to the last 10 seconds. Where's Matt Swaffer, our race leader? I've lost him.
2 Druids now.
Is he? Yep, here he comes round the hairpin. Back down the hill, he plunges for the final time, and it's going to be an incredible end to the season for him, but by our reckoning, which is fully unofficial and not always guaranteed, we do not believe it's going to be quite enough to be able to haul in the championship leader. I think Club Racer 38 is still going to do just enough to hold on to that in the Golf. But Matt Swaffer now into clearways for the final time. It's going to be a 41-lap race for the lead cars, or the cars on the lead lap, which is 7 of them back to Wayne Cockerell. But here he comes, Matt Swaffer crosses the line. His hand is out of the car. He weaves as he comes down the straight. Second place for the #1 car of Justin Roberts on his own, contrary to what the timing says, apparently. And Jack Wright just couldn't quite do it. The 46 car comes home in 3rd position. They were side by side. I think they both enjoyed that one. And in 4th, a new fastest lap of the race at the end there by Jack Wright, but just wasn't. And he was the only car to get into the 57.9. 4th place goes to the number 38 car, by our reckoning, the champion this year, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in the number 38 car. John Line at number 71 comes home in 5th place. 6th, number 90. Great and eventful race for Nathan McPhail. Started in 9th, comes home in 6th. More importantly for McPhail, wins a Class C. In 7th place, number 21, Wayne Cockerell. That gives him a runner-up spot in Class C. And behind him, the 245 car he says, just grabbing here, another piece.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. If you made use of the circuit facilities, of course, the Kensington open for the entire weekend throughout both today and tomorrow. We have had a very minor bit of clearing up to do, but other than that, nothing major. And we're about to go racing, well, hopefully, any moment now, but we're getting dangerously close to the point at which we thought we were going to go racing, and there's not been too much movement down in the assembly area.
No, I mean, everybody looked like they were down there. We're back with the Miata Trophy, and of course they were 3 races ago. I think we have said that there's 1 or 2 that are kind of entering into whatever else they can. It's that real end of season feel, isn't it? Where it's like, right, how many races can I enter? Lots is the answer.
Yeah.
I think you could potentially enter, I was going to say three different things, but which could be 4 races. Yeah.
5 if you're in a Mazda, MX-5.
So 2 of the Miatas.
2 of the Allcomers.
Yeah, no, you're right, 5, yeah.
6.
I mean, it could be all 6, but would you go into the championship? It depends if you're in the championship.
It's expensive, isn't it?
Well,
it's a lot of fuel.
And the stress you're putting on your car as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean...
But there's a few that are, I'm sure I've seen some that are doing 3 or 4. And I get it, you're here. Just be done with it. But I just noticed... a KA pulling outwards then. I hope that's not one that we're expecting. No, it was a number that's not on the list.
Very busy assembly area, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I mean, how cool that this Miata Trophy, I remember covering on in its inaugural season, and it was into the unknown. It had that super cool super pole that didn't quite work as they wanted, but I love that this crowd, they don't let the tail wag the dog, but they will massage things and they'll look and they'll listen and they'll just improve it subtly.
We're seeing more and more names from elsewhere arrive to MSVT's Miata Trophy.
You're so politically sensitive,
which can only mean one thing. And it's nice that, for example, Aidan Hills, he runs the team. He could have been here this weekend not racing. He's won the championship supporting his customers, which he does always. But he's gone, right, look to the future. The future is slowly going to be going to the Mark IVs. And like he said, this wasn't for me. This was to show that the Mark IV has the pace, which all of a sudden means maybe more numbers next year again.
No, exactly. Yeah, because wasn't it? What was it he saying? Was it tyres or something that could be different next year? No, that was something.
No, that was Will Morris saying, tyres next year.
I'm
not sure what.
And Matt Swaffer was saying that for his Beamer 1 Series, but there was something that Aidan said that would improve the Mark IV even more next year.
I have no idea. I know he said it, he's looking forward to hopefully dry running to see what he can find there. Of course. But yeah, Will Morris, the championship moving away from the Toyo Proxys R 888Rs to another tyre. But
he could have told you, but he'd have to kill you.
Round circles, opposed to square circles. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's one of those. The championship needs to move and change. Not always, but that's something the MSVT do well. And they look at where the motorsport world is, where budgets are, and either find a more budget tyre that still matches the performance grade, or the same budget tyre with a higher performance to try and make the championship as close as possible, and that is always a challenge when it's one make series.
No, agreed. If you are just joining us, welcome along. My name is Chris Dawes, and the other voice you were already hearing there is Jack Werrell. Delighted to take you through today. It's been a thoroughly entertaining day. We were very nervous before the stream joined us. Qualifying was kind of a non-event, I'm afraid to say, because the fog was ridiculously thick out here, and we just couldn't see from marshal post to marshal post, so everything was done behind a safety car. Grids were formed on ballots or championship standings and things like that, but thankfully it was kind of like, it was almost as if it'd been a practical joke the whole time through qualifying, because it cleared brilliantly when we were ready to go racing. Great to see that we've still had plenty of people up in the grandstands here to watch the racing as well. For anybody who is watching, we are streaming live tomorrow for the IndyCar 500. Plus, it is safe to say that it is free to get into the circuit tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. What's this one? Oh, always for this one. Is it? It doesn't say it's amended, but yeah, it is, isn't it? Wow. Thankfully, we hadn't gone through it. I just made me notes. Thanks, Cam.
Oh, wow. Drew Fletcher at one point was backwards and in the wall in race 1. He's starting from pole.
Oh,
that's going to be good. I'm looking forward to seeing what Drew can do.
I'm surprised that they haven't put amended up on the top there.
Yeah, they normally do. Out of curiosity, I saw somebody in the YouTube chat, in the stream chat, ask if the Cadwell Park Rally will be streamed. It will be on the Special Stage Rally video channel. And I thought, well, for those that are maybe slightly further north, whether that be sort of East Yorkshire or Lincolnshire, and Brands Hatch is a bit too much of a drive to come and visit tomorrow. Cadwell Park today has the North Humberside Rally Track Day, but then tomorrow it's the Cadwell Park Special Stage Rally and Fireworks Show. So if you are in that area and maybe thinking Brands Hatch is just a bit too far for a Sunday, and you are within the vicinity of Cadwell Park, I urge you to go and watch that, because I've been there for that. I've also done the Neil Howard at Alton Park, and that's something MSV do really well as well, is just build up events or rally events to really sort of embody that of an event. It's not just you rock up and people drive the right way, the wrong way through some hay bales. No, it really is a proper event, and draws in some big crowds. So if you are in that area, please do wander over. Marshall's waving at the grid, which means we've got drivers on their way. Looking at the grid. I mean, Aidan Hills and James Cossins from row 5 is going to be interesting. Interested to see what Drew Fletcher can do. But for me, I'm going to say an Ollie Allwood win for this one. Looking at the grid, actually, as it pops up on screen. So what we'll do is we'll guide you through the way in which they line up. Row number 1, car number 26, Drew Fletcher lines up on pole alongside car number 25, Will Powell. Row 2 is Tyler McAlpin and Ollie Allwood, car 10 and 63. It's then John Langridge and Will Morris on row 3, 1 and 17. Jack Brewer has got Declan Lee for company on row 4, 93 and 12. James Cossins lines up alongside team boss Aidan Hills on row 5, 24 and 111. John Robinson has Camel Kelsey alongside on row 6 of the grid, 2 and 64. It's Michael Nibbs and Simon Fleet on row 7, 82 and 55. The 28 of Jack Hodges lines up alongside the 14 of James Blake Baldwin on row 8. Row 9 is David Newick and Jack Hargraves, 77 and 67. It's then going to be Simon Baldwin and David Robinson on row 10, 68 and 46. Jay Coombs lines up alongside Alistair Easom on row 11, treble 4 and 16. Row 12 is Ian Abel and Chris Dawkins, 23 and 11. Row 13 is the 22 of Jasmine Sherrington and the 172 of Marcus Roswell Potts. Row 14, Damien Wellman and Lee Dendy Sadler, 176 and 127. On the 15th row of the grid, it's George Grant and Lee Taylor, 69 and 95. A 2-row gap before we find ourselves with the 78 of Brian Chandler and the 84 of Ben Taylor off the very tail end of the order. Drew Fletcher, he's, whilst on pole position, not the preferred position to start at Brands Hatch, especially when it's wet. You want to be at the top so you can angle your car down, but we'll see what Drew can do. It's not the first time he started on pole position this season.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at the tarmac, and it does now look predominantly dry, so maybe he's got the timing right to be up there. He did look very unfortunate. He was rear into the wall heading up towards Druids, wasn't he? And then, bless him, he was there trying to move. He was only on the grass, but because of the uphill and the slight dip that I think he was in, the wheels were just spinning, and it needed the marshals to push him to get him going. It's still wet enough watching that attempt to pull away from their grid spots, isn't it? But not like it was earlier.
Every single car sort of lifted up the clutch, planted their foot onto the throttle, and you could just see the rear of 90% of the cars slowly start to wag around. So Drew Fletcher and Will Powell row 1, Tyler McAlpin and Ollie Allwood row 2, John Langridge and Will Morris row 3. Of course, it's a top 10 reverse, so your race 1 winner Aidan Hills lines up in the 10th place. Ollie Allwood this morning maybe not quite where he wanted to be, but was fighting hard. I've got a feeling if Ollie starts well, especially starting on the outside rows, he'll be starting in 4th place. If he can get a good start, there's maybe an outside chance of Ollie even being towards the lead, if not in the lead, by the time we arrive at Druids for the first time.
And that was the big change between the grid we had initially until someone brought up, is that for some reason he was outside of the top 10, but they've put him in that right 4th position, which is bad news for the number 2 car of John Robinson, because he had been down on pole, but it bumped him outside of the top 10, which therefore meant he starts in 11th place, because it's a top 10 reverse. So I mean, it is just great, isn't it? When you've got something as exciting as MX-5s already, and yet they still go and throw the excitement of a reverse, partially reverse grid as well.
Just watching Drew Fletcher, he's basically lock stop to lock stop as he lifts the clutch to try and surge some temperature into the rear tyres. You do have to be careful. Declan Lee got caught out for that. I don't know whether it was this season. I think it was last season for in inverted commas drifting as he was arriving on the grid. Never mind post-race having won. it was drifting onto the grid. But the second of 2 Miata Trophy races about to get underway, and much like race 1, it's going to be a cracker.
It really is. We've still got the rear of the field making their way round Clark Curve onto the start-finish straight, just out of your camera shot. We've got probably a handful of rows still just getting themselves into position. Great 32-car grid lining up for this one. Remember, it's 20 minutes, so it's a nice sprint race for these as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and with a nice short lap as well. You're never short of company. So we wait for the red lights to go on. The 5-second board held aloft. The red lights go on now. There they go, finally come on. It was a long, long wait, but the red lights are on, and as the red lights go off, it's a good start from Will Powell. Ollie Allwood goes nowhere, desperately trying to make up the time that he lost from that poor start, but we're going to be 3 wide in towards turn 1. Drew Fletcher's on the inside, down in what is 5th place at the moment, but that's probably the place he wants to be. On the inside. Does everybody make it through on this occasion? Yes, they do. A couple of cars running wide. But more importantly, Will Powell to the lead. Who's now sat there in 2nd place? That's Tyler McAlpin once again. John Langridge is sat there in 3rd place. 4th is going to be Will Morris. Then it's Ollie Allwood. Declan Lee now up the inside of Drew Fletcher. Jack Brewer is there. Aidan Hills is still there. And James Cossins trying to keep inside that top 10. But brilliantly close, and a good start from Aidan Hills. He's already got past one of his customers.
Well, it looks to me like, is that McAlpin, you say, in 2nd place? He's now trying to charge for the lead, and he's going up the inside as they go in towards Clearways. He's up the inside of the rapid starting Will Powell. No real response there other than to try and get across to make sure he doesn't lose 2 places, because John Langridge in that green and white, dark green and white number 1 car, he looked interested as well. And in fact, he's lunging quite late towards the inside as they got towards Paddock Hill Bend. Thinks better of it. It just looks so much more stable for them out there, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. They're not sat there sideways out of the majority of the corners. Ollie Allwood had a bit of a lock-up heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That left him vulnerable to Declan Lee. So Deck goes through. He's up into 5th place now. Drew Fletcher has got Aidan Hills closing in onto his tail. Of course, Drew Fletcher from the Hills Motorsport stable. We mentioned John Langridge sat there in 3rd place, closing in on Will Powell and Tyler McAlpin. Of course, John Langridge came into this season as a defending champion, but it's just not quite gone his way this year.
I love that camera angle as they come at the end of the Cooper Straight. It's such a great line to see them coming through you. Declan's looking up the inside there. I think he was about to make a move up into 4th position. He is still side by side at the moment, but he's got that inside line. Not quite the power, though, interestingly, has he? The number 17 car of Will Morris has, quote-unquote, powered a little bit away, but no, as they get to Paddock Hill Bend, there we go, the number 12 car up into 4th place.
Yeah, hit the brakes, and Declan managed to work his way through and by Will Morris, the number 17 machine. But you've got to think as well, that from what Deck was telling us, that engine has had near on a rebuild over the past couple of days. So the top end isn't there, which means he can probably brake that little bit later, but super confident on the brakes, it would seem. Aidan Hill's using all of the circuit available to him and that little bit more. James Cossins hasn't made the inroads we'd expected. He's still in 10th place. If anything, he's lost a position from where he started. That's because the number 14 of James Blake Baldwin has had a good start. He started in 16th, now up into 9th, so he's had a good start to his race. Declan Lee sideways coming out of the final corner and onto the Brabham Straight once more. Now comes John Langridge up the inside of Will Powell, and he's going to go through and take 2nd place away. Is the rain coming, or is that just spray? I've got a feeling it is just spray once again. We saw that in race 1, didn't we?
Yeah, although I'd agree with you. I was surprised to see that. We suddenly saw the windscreen wipers going on. It does show that presumably just subtly offline there is enough water to be kicked up. Or we got somebody just wrestling their car in towards Paddock Hill Bend and did a great job to keep in control. Now, John Langridge may have got past the 25 car of Will Powell, but he's not leaving Will Powell behind, is he?
No, he's not at all. Continuing to...
I love the design on that, where it's showing where the roll cage is going.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
It's brilliant. I remember seeing it years ago, and then it seemed to disappear, but it's good to see it back sideways as he arrives into shot is the 25 of Will Powell. But whilst all that's going on, Tyler McAlpin is disappearing up the road. Last time through was the fastest lap of the race. This time I'd imagine will be another. It was a 57.667, goes through, breaks the beam and posts a 57.579. So Tyler McAlpin extends his lead margin up to the best part of 1.5 seconds, side by side over the start-finish line. James Blake Baldwin and Drew Fletcher, but James manages to get the move completed by the time he arrives at Paddock Hill Bend. That was the only change inside the top 10 on that previous lap. Whereabouts, however, is the number 68 machine of Simon Baldwin. Is he coming through and over the start-finish line? No, we've got yellow flags and he's off at the final corner. That'll be why he's not quite come through as of yet. He's in the gravel, and unfortunately, just before we get towards Clark Curve, he's not going to be able to rejoin the circuit.
Yeah, that was just tucked behind the fold of the doors there, wasn't it? We couldn't quite see that one. That's interesting. That's in firing line. Marshall's out there just chatting to the driver. Double waved yellows there for
safety car.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. I suspected that would be the case. So yeah, sadly, out of the race. That was actually Abel, the 23 car. So we still don't know where 68 Baldwin's gone, actually.
No, I'm just looking up the pit lane and I can't see him there. So we are missing Baldwin somewhere. And you say that was Ian Abel in the gravel?
Only from the camera, it suddenly showed that was the 23 car.
Yeah, so we'll have to try and spot. No, Baldwin has now gone through. It's gone through as a lap down. So I'd imagine he's had a moment and has now got back going once again. Yeah, that is the MSVT Racing machine.
Into the pits has gone the 69 car of George Grant as well. So I'm just sort of having a look to see whether they were near each other. Maybe George Grant might have been near Abel, but there was a good couple of rows between them. Baldwin was then another couple of rows further forward, so it could have been in everything that was going on, I guess. But
yeah, I can see Baldwin now. He's just up and behind Drew Fletcher. So he's found himself what would effectively be 10th on the road, albeit a lap down. So
but I wonder, is he definitely though, or has he got a transponder issue and has been missed? That'll be interesting. We might need to keep an eye on that.
Going off the lap time completed, it would put him there or thereabouts, going off the best lap time. So we'll see.
Although, yeah, he did it. Well, no, because
he's had the moment on the previous lap.
Not
but then again, if the
he's missed
transponder hasn't pinged, we'll try and figure that one out as the race goes on. Of course we will. Of course we will. But
we don't know. I noticed that 25 Power got back past Langridge before the safety car came out. Or at least I trust it was anyway.
I'm thinking as well, that's Tyler McAlpin's 1.5 second lead completely gone now.
It's devastating, that, isn't it? He'd done well there.
Keeping an eye on James Cossins as well. It seems like he's struggling with brake temperature because he was weaving, but not just weaving. He was weaving, slamming on the brakes, really taking a stab at the brakes. There's damage on the back of somebody's car. It's just disappearing behind the apex at Paddock Hill Bend. Couldn't quite pick out who that was. I think it's the 77, is it? That of David Newick.
Yep.
Yeah, so David Newick with damage. Of course, that car was in the gravel in the first race and got back going again, but it looks like fairly fresh damage on that car. So whether that's got anything to do with
68
it.
68 Baldwin's back up into 10th.
There you go. So Baldwin being reinstated his position just with the dodgy transponder. It was slightly confusing at the time. George Grant, he's had a busy day, hasn't he? And that car hasn't really seemed to be comfortable throughout much of it. He's always had something going on, whether that be a penalty or an investigation or track limits or whatever it may be. And now in this race, a mechanical.
Yeah, and with a lot of races that he's entered today as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a shame for George. A big supporter of motorsport in general with his Clapham North MOT company, not just helping for himself to go racing, but for various different things all around motorsport, which is always nice to see someone give as much back as possible.
And it's the little things where you think sponsoring a series is good for a business, like Clapham North sponsoring other series and championships around the UK. But it's not just that in terms of for his return. What that does do, injecting finances into the series, it means that the entry fees for other drivers come down because there's more money in the series, so it helps everybody. So yeah, it's nice to see George out as ever, but again, he's such a big advocate of going motor racing. Yeah,
hosts of awards,
everything. Yeah. Private healthcare, if you like.
Yeah, you need it, mate. Actually, you'd be declined. We've still got 11 minutes 10 to go. They have tucked the stricken able car number 23, that isn't quite so able anymore, tucked it backwards, you're welcome, through the gravel trap and against the barriers. The recovery truck's out of the way, so the safety car's lights are out, and we're back under the control of our race leader, McAlpin. The number 10 car is just slowed away from that safety car, and he's just trying to get some temperature into his tyres, into his brakes, and he's just psyching them out. Which point is he going to go on the B for bang? And he's just he's weaving, trying to make them think he's not ready to go yet. There he goes, just as he gets towards Clark Curve. He's dropped the hammer and he's now away, and he has caught them very slightly napping. I tell you, needed to be careful there. And I think they just about were. Was the number 14?
James Blake Baldwin,
yeah. He was been flying in this early stage, but he was ready to go a bit early, wasn't he?
He went for the move on Aidan Hills, stopped, and now it's cost him sort of 3 or 4 places. But he did go for the move. Declan Lee up the inside of John Langridge. John Langridge washes wide. Declan Lee goes through. That leaves John vulnerable now to the likes of Will Morris, who's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Brilliant move as they head through Graham Hill Bend. What of James Blake Baldwin? He's managed to fend off the attacks from James Cossins, but more importantly, he's dropped behind Drew Fletcher, and he's also dropped behind the other one of the Baldwins further down the order, and that being Simon Baldwin. So there's been lots of chopping and changing on that first lap, but it's all sort of people that were inside that top 10 that have really started to fall away. Pardon me, go on.
Number 46, Robinson, had a spin. That's David Robinson up at Druids, but thankfully kept out of the kitty litter and got it going again, so no issues up there. But that was a busy restart, but I think that everybody just about kept it clean. Up 4 places, number 78, Chandler, a brilliant start there, and he's now up into 12th position.
Up into 12th place and continuing those inroads on the cars up on the fellow MX-5s up the road. Of course, that car ended up sideways against the barrier in the first race, didn't he? Heading along the Cooper Straight. He's absolutely on a mission. He's now applying pressure onto James Cossins. Of course, that being Race 1 winner, James Cossins, really starting to push on. James Cossins off the road, rumbles all the way over the grass. That washes him wide. The tyres pick up all the sort of dirtiness offline.
Detritus.
And detritus, there you go. And somebody else is off the road. We'll try and pick out who that is. There's 2 or 3 cars off the road. One of them is desperately trying to dig its way back out of the gravel and does so successfully. Chandler has managed to get through and past that of James Cossins. David Newick is the car with the damage, which was the car that found itself off the road by quite some way. One of which was Jasmine Sherrington, the other was the 28 machine in the hands of Jack Hodges. Something all seemed to go wrong over that section of circuit then.
Yeah, it looked slippery for quite a few of them, didn't it? Oh, 93 Brewer's got a tight line there with the 82 car just on the outside, and they're now, interestingly, all over the back of Chandler. So that car had made up those places, but is now under pressure from them.
Yeah, so Chandler, the next target for him is James Cossins, having swapped back around once again. Tyler McAlpin, I mean, he started as he's meant to go on, really. Another fastest lap of the race, a 56.925, albeit it's now Declan Lee that's hunting him down. So I've got a feeling Declan has got a hospitality box opposite us. I think I can see Declan's father just opposite. But Declan really pushing on. Further down the order, on 3rd and 4th place side by side, almost contact between the pair of them. That was Will Morris and Will Powell, absolutely side by side, but they managed to sort themselves out heading up towards Druids. Still keeping an eye on Chandler. Now this time up the inside of Cossins, not quite late enough on the brakes. Jack Brewer was there or thereabouts. Still got Michael Nibbs. That's a brilliant little 4-car train. Aidan Hills, he's now hunting down John Langridge, who at one point was looking good for 2nd place.
It's amazing, isn't it? There's just so much going on. It's what I love about MX-5s. It's another one of the ones that I always get, that this would tempt me into a race license as well. MX-5 racing just looks so much fun. It doesn't have to be the most expensive car in the world. And you're always guaranteed to have some action no matter where you are on this grid. I mean, you look through this circuit and you're going to see multiple clutches of fights going on. John Langridge is one of those heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's going high, wide, handsome, as the legendary Brian Jones used to say here at Brands Hatch. And it didn't enable him to make a move, but it also didn't leave him vulnerable to, that's Aidan Hills behind him, isn't it? So that's 5th and 6th respectively. He was trying to move up 4th. On the stream, we can now look at Cossins under that growing pressure from the 78 car. 78's now under pressure from the multicoloured 93 of Brewer. It just, darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Yeah, Jack Brewer looked to the inside. He unfortunately couldn't quite get the door open. That meant that Michael Nibbs could get through. And James Cossins is now starting to run away from that little trio, but immediately Chandler's back on the attack. John Langridge is now looking at the inside of Will Powell further down the order.
Don't know where to look, do we?
I really don't know where to look. So Will Powell actually now drops behind that of John Langridge. Aidan Hills is going to try and go through the same gap. He's more than leading Class ND. On the run in towards turn 1, he's late enough on the brakes, almost gets the move done, but can't quite get the double working his way through and past John Langridge. John's slightly sideways on the way out. There was a bit of rubbing of tyre on bodywork, it would seem, up towards Druids. John, a quick check of the mirrors, sees that Aidan isn't there, and then commits to the apex. Declan Lee, having got in front of Will Morris, isn't exactly running away. And just to add to that, is it getting slightly darker out, or is that just me?
Well, it's very possible.
But then is it that time again?
Well, not necessarily. Thank you to Sam Pearce. Good to hear from you, mate. And Chris Collier, they're both out there, and they've said it is actually drizzling. But Sam did make the point that said, strictly speaking, it wouldn't even be psychological raindrops, something I often refer to.
Yeah.
But it's going to be enough of a spray, hence the wipers are on, hence it's a little bit gloomier and dark now. Or darker, should I say. But that doesn't seem to be bothering McAlpin. 14 laps in the book. We've got 4.5 minutes left to go. He is over 2 seconds clear of this wonderful fight for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Declan Lee doing everything he can to defend from Will Morris. Will Morris gets the inside, however, on the run up towards Druids. Declan's later on the brakes.
Wow.
Late enough on the brakes to get all the way around and back into the apex. And that's really where you can see the dry line up at Druids. If you run too wide, which is I think is why Deck wanted to get back in again, you're immediately onto the slippier surface surface, and that can leave you sideways and slow out of Druids. Keeping an eye on James Blake Baldwin. He's still pushing on, isn't he? The next target for him will be the second of the Baldwins, that being Simon Baldwin. Then it's Ollie Allwood a little bit further up the road. He's effectively bridging the gap up to that of Will Powell, Aidan Hills, John Langridge and Will Morris. But Will Morris, having tried to fight with Declan Lee, he's now left himself vulnerable to John Langridge.
Yes, which is not surprising. But Langridge is also vulnerable to Aidan Hill still in that Mark IV MX-5, but that doesn't seem to make a difference. Powell, number 25, he's kind of not close enough to really be challenging, but we've seen him involved in the mix, so I wouldn't count out that number 25 car. And it's just Allwood at the head of another trio that is very close together as well, and that's what's Baldwin and Blake Baldwin, isn't it? Or is that the other way round?
No, that's Baldwin's transponder still messing around, but it is Baldwin and Blake Baldwin. There was an incident up at Druids. I don't know whether there was contact, but it looked like there might have been a bit of contact between a couple of cars, one of which I think was Jay Coombs. The other one I didn't quite spot at the time. There was a bit of a shuffle round. Over the start-finish line once again comes the race leader. Declan Lee now under big pressure from Will Morris on the run in towards turn one. It's going to be close between the pair of them. Declan Lee famously late on the brakes, somehow gets the car slowed down. You can see it dancing around on the rear axle and holds on to second place for now at the compression. Will Morris goes to the inside. It's a copy and paste from the previous lap. Is Declan Lee late enough on the brakes? No, not this time. In fact, was earlier on the brakes, but allows Will Morris to send himself in early, and brilliant work from John Langridge.
Yeah, Will Morris just went in too deep, didn't he? He braked so late that he outbraked himself, and he's now 4 cars further back. John Langridge took advantage of that because Declan was sort of distracted somewhat from that. So Langridge is now up into second place in that number 1 car. Do your partner, stop when the music stops. It's just so much going on this, and with less than 2 minutes to go. Meanwhile, McAlpin in the number 10 car has gone, see you later, boys, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, loving this. Will be Tyler McAlpin. John Langridge keeping an eye on his rearview mirror. He now sees Aidan Hills closing him down. Declan Lee is going to lose a spot to the boss as they head in towards turn 1. On the brakes goes Aidan Hills, showing that the Mark IV is just as quick as the Mark III and really starting to apply that pressure on to John Langridge. Ollie Allwood, however, runs wide, loses 2 places, one of which is to Will Powell, the other is to Will Morris, the other which is to Ollie Allwood. Tyler McAlpin, he's got no idea what's going on behind him. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate there for him. Is the number 14 car of Blake Baldwin got past Allwood as well. So Allwood lost 2 places in 1 corner there just by being muscled out towards the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think it's any slippier for them out there. It certainly is. It just looks gloomy as though there's rain out there, but it just doesn't seem to actually be there doing any more than threatening. But here comes our race leader about to start the final lap, so it's going to be a 19-lap race. McAlpin would have been gutted when that safety car came out, wouldn't he? But at the moment looks like he's done a good restart and follow it through.
Yeah, Declan Lee will be slightly gutted as well, I think, because he was looking good for second place, but John Langridge has got through, Aidan Hills has got through, and he sat there in 4th place. James Cossins has never got that car struck into life, really, but he's still fighting away with Brian Chandler. He's just about holds on to the position for now. Here comes Drew Fletcher. He gets a brilliant run up the hill as we head up towards Druids, but Tyler McAlpin doing everything he needs to. What can Aidan Hills do on the final lap of the race?
Well, down the Cooper Straight they go for the final time. Turning left is our leader McAlpin. Now turning left is this incredible fight for second place. That great image of them going from side to side through Surtees and McLaren into Clearway. John Langridge has the nod up into second place. He's going to be licking his lips at that because he was more towards the middle or the rear of this one, but it was a big shuffle. Checkered flag goes to our race leader, race winner McAlpin. A brilliant job. John Langridge does hold on to that second place from Aidan Hills, the 111 car, just ahead of Morris and Lee, and Powell, number 25, at the back of that group. Absolutely incredible stuff all the way through it. I think there was still 1 or 2 shuffles going on throughout that. Championship may have been decided already, but it did not take out any of the excitement of that Miata Trophy race by any stretch of the imagination. Absolutely epic throughout, but a brilliant performance by over 2.5 seconds for the number 10 car of Tyler McAlpin. Absolutely loved that one. Okay, Mark Worrell's message saying Deckley lost a wing mirror at Druids with light contact. Gary Hill, good to hear you're out there as well, mate. The banana skin man, as I call him. He stood next to Chris Collier and he doesn't feel any drizzle whatsoever. So someone's obviously got a watering can above Chris Collier so that he's the only one feeling it. It definitely is gloomy though. Right, so that is everybody has crossed the line. Was that on the screen, that the wing mirror that Mark Worrell was talking about? Very possibly so. But it is a fantastic victory there from Tyler McAlpin. He had to do it twice, but he did win it by over 2.5 seconds in the end. Second place, car number 1, John Langridge. Third, triple one, Aidan Hills, this year's champion. 17, which is Will Morris. He comes home in 4th place. 5th is Declan Lee, car number 12. 25, Will Powell in 6th place. 7th, number 68, which is Baldwin. Where did he start? Wow, back in 19th place for Simon Baldwin. So that was a great job there for him, coming home in 7th. 8th is number 14. Good fight through there as well from James Blake Baldwin. 9th is 63, Ollie Allwood. Race 1 winner, number 24, James Cossins, just didn't look as comfortable this time round as he did the first one. Maybe more of his setup was towards the wet weather. In 11th place, car number 78, which is Brian Chandler. In 12th, number 82, Michael Nibbs. 93, Brewer in 13th. 14th is number 26, Fletcher. 127, Dendy Sadler in 15th. 16th is 176, Wellman. Essam in number 16 comes home in 17th place. 18th is number 2, Robinson. 444, Coombs. 55, Fleet in 20th place. 64, Kelsey. 77, Newick. 66, Hargreaves. 24th is number 172, Roswell Potts. 46, Robinson. 95, Taylor in 26th. 27th is 28, Hodges, and in 28th place is number 22, Sherrington, the last of your finishers. Incredible stuff, great entertainment as always. That is their season finished for 2025. Aidan Hills, I guess it is still elect because they never know, they could have to look at things, but Aidan Hills, the 2025 champion. And the good news is that he is on the podium. He's got into 3rd place. So Jack Worrell's gone down there, and hopefully it will include him that we'll be able to speak to.
Yeah, unfortunately...
They're not there, are they?
No, I can't find Will Morris. They are down here. We'll jump in and grab a word with Tyler McAlpin. Tyler, if we can grab Tyler for a quick chat, we'll bring him over here. So we'll get Tyler in front of the camera. He's on his way. There he is, Tyler. Hello. That was, I mean, as Chris said, you had to do it twice. It was sort of the first part of the race was about building the gap. Then it all disappeared with the safety car, and you just let everyone behind fight again.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably tell by my voice, quite happy. Yeah, no, I got the start, I got into the lead, I thought, this is great. And then I saw the gap building, and I was like, this is great, I can't think of anything better. Then, as I came through Graham Hill, I was like, oh, I see something in the gravel. I thought, straight away, I knew it was going to be a safety car. There was no chance it was going to stay green. And then I was like, okay, as soon as I knew that, I was like, right, the lead's gone. I need to build it back up now. So, yeah, literally just made sure to keep the tyres warm on the safety car, get the safety car restart. And then once I got the safety car restart, I got 1-2 car length gap and then didn't even look back, just kept on going. Honestly.
It was similar to race 1 of fighting through the order. Is this something we can expect to see more from you next year? Are we going to see you back?
Oh yeah, definitely see me back. Hopefully, yeah. I feel like I've got a better understanding of the car now. I mean, first year in it, so I was hoping. A very vague thought for me was to try and get a podium. So to get a win's even better. So yeah, no. Hopefully now I can build on this into next year. Now that I know the car a lot better, I know most of the tracks we go to. Hopefully I can keep on moving.
Brilliant stuff. Massive well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Quick word with Tyler McAlpin. We will wander this way. We'll grab Aidan Hills. We'll jump in with Aidan. Aidan, I'm talking to you again, so that's got to be a good sign, right? Not a bad first weekend, as we're still causing damage to cars in the pit lane, but not a bad first weekend in the Mark IV. And like you say, do you think this will be something of a turning point? Drivers see that they have that outright pace?
Well, it has to be, right? I've just come from 10th to 3rd in a car that we've only really got working or used this week for the first time. So with a little bit more development, it's going to obviously be faster than a Mark III eventually. So yeah, there's no reason why people wouldn't want to race a Mark IV now, and that was the goal for this weekend, was to be at the front and be where I normally would in the Mark III, and a P2 and a P3 has pretty much shown that, I think. It was a great race, really good. Firstly, I just want to say well done to Tyler. I remember my first win, and he drove really well. He drove really well, didn't put a foot wrong. The car, well done to his team. The car looked really good, so well done to them. And thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport. It's been a mega year, obviously, for me personally, winning my third championship in 3 years. Thanks to all my family that have come, and looking forward to the awards evening this evening.
I was going to say that, taking away from the Mark IV today, and we're looking to the Mark III earlier on in the season, that was pretty much winning every single race, barring one or two, and just max points everywhere. What's it going to take to stop you?
I don't know. But Tyler's done a good job this weekend, so yeah, next year's going to be a bit different. I'm probably not racing Mazdas next year anyway, so we've got some other stuff to do, so hopefully I'll be in and out and probably in this car unless someone wants to rent it, but I'll be in and out in the rounds I want to do in the Mark IV, and I'll jump in the Mark III occasionally. But yeah, it's been a really, really great season. I can't complain. Won every race apart from one in the Mark III, and then come here with a new car and had 2 podiums. So I think it's a credit to our team more than anything, to show we put a car down on the ground this weekend with 2 podiums, including the reverse grid race off P10. So yeah, it was really good. I'm really happy. It's been an amazing year, and I've loved every minute of being in the Miata Trophy this year. I think Stuart and Dan do a great job, Mandy and Steve as well. So thanks to everyone at MSVT. Thanks to everyone at, in my team, and thanks to my family. And yeah, let's have a good celebration tonight.
Look forward to it. Huge well done, Aidan. Good to see you. We'll then run over, just as the rain is starting to fall, Chris. It's actually falling a bit heavier than it was earlier. We'll jump over and grab a word with John Langridge. John, this season, I mean, you'll have to excuse me, seems like a bit of an uphill struggle. It was just something maybe just didn't quite click, I guess, because you were driving like a defending champion, but the results just weren't there.
That's a very polite way of putting it, uphill. We had a bit of a stinker this year for one reason and another, but in the last few sort of races, my dad's worked really hard and Terry, our mechanics, worked really hard behind the scenes, and we've sort of steadied the ship and got some pretty decent results. But to actually get a podium here in the last round, my home round, with friends and family here, and yeah, it's been really good.
We're going to see you back next year?
Hope so, yeah. I'm really looking forward to the Yokohama tyre. I think that's going to be quite an interesting challenge for everybody. And yeah, it should be. It's Miata Trophy is fantastic, Couldn't do it without the help of Cambridge FD and Hardline Brewery. They've been fantastic. BPM Claims as well, supporting me through the year, through the hard stuff. So hopefully we can enjoy some success next year.
And do you think the new tyre will level the field? And you never know, it might shake it up a bit?
It might do. We did a test here this time last year on it, and it was very... it was quite longevity, so we did about 200 laps, and it was still going really well. So hopefully it'll make the racing good and the performance good as well.
Great stuff. Massive well done, and best of luck for the off-season and the new season.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
So a quick word with John Langridge. We're going to work our way up to the podium. We don't have cars on the grid yet, but I can see the marshals are ready. So Chris, back to you.
Thank you very much. That's a shame we didn't catch up with John, but yeah, we are close. I'm loving it that we've got another battle going on between the togs, the photographers. Gary Hill was obviously telling me that he was stood next to Chris Collier and he didn't fell in any drizzle after Chris Collier told me he wasn't. But apparently Gary wanted to wind him up because it was drizzling. Then it stopped. And yeah, he says it's got dark out there now. All the seasons in one day. You're not wrong. Also, a big shout out to Dan James Proctor. I know that he's watching, and he wanted that hello. So good to hear from you, Dan. Glad that you're here with us as well, mate. So we will get the next one underway. It is the MSVT Trackday Trophy. You may see many familiar cars and names if you watched the Trackday Championship earlier, because some of them double up and give both a go. But you'll see some that have just gone in with the trophy because they didn't want to enter in to the championship necessarily. Who knows? They may do in the future. But again, it's a bumper 34-car grid, and we have a first reserve, the number 33 car, desperately hoping they can get involved in this. That is the Fiesta of James Burnham and Ben Vos. So we'll wait and see whether they're going to do it. I think the first reserve is out there and able to take part. So it goes to show why they do this. It only takes a little issue. It is getting properly grey and miserable out there now, isn't it? It's only 2:30, so it's not the end of the day. It's that wonderful autumnal feel that we have for this particular race meeting. And again, take the opportunity to say a massive thank you to the incredible Orange Army. that are out there as volunteers, out in their orange in this weather that I have to say is a bit, a bit chilly, bit miserable, bit damp. But thankfully, the excitement that the drivers are kicking up is brilliant, and the marshals just turn up in their numbers. We had a great number of, I'm pretty sure it was in double figures, of those coming to do a taster day for the marshals as well. So if you go to, you see it there on the back of the BMMC overall there, marshals.co.uk, and give it a go. Come and find out a little bit more about it. You'll get to see behind the scenes, you'll get to experience the different roles that our incredible Orange Army get to do. And you never know, it could be something that you choose to do more of in the future. And our marshals do seem to be the best in the world, and hence we see a lot of them on Formula One grids, on Le Mans 24-hour grids, all sorts of things around the world, because they lead the way. But even if you just decide you're going to do one or two things during the course of a season at your local circuit, then that's all you do, and it will be hugely appreciated because you're the heroes. It's a volunteer's position. Without you, we can't go racing. So thank you, and God bless every single one of you. Also, a massive shout out to the rescue crews, the recovery crews, medical, fire. They're out here doing an incredible job, and the organisers downstairs that had a torrid start to today of trying to work out what they were going to do with grids. Talking of grids, let's have a look and see what we're going to be doing for this one. I'm trusting that we've not got a revised grid, so we'll go with it as I have it. On pole position, it's the 155 Fiesta of Tommy Valentine, and alongside is 251 Jamie McHugh in the Porsche Boxster. Obviously, it was always going to be that. This is drawn from a ballot, by the way. Second row is 19, Michael McKeegan in the Fiesta and the Civic EP3 143, Trevor Hurrell. Third row is Jack Wright and Matthew Allott in the number 64 Porsche 944, and the Focus of number 63, Andy Burton. Row 4, number 32, good friend of mine, Mark Jones out in his Civic Type R, and number 6, Colin Wells in the MX-5. Fifth row, number 16, Alistair Easom, and number 8, Rowan and Ethan Lundy. Row 6, number 1, Justin Roberts, and this time it will be joined by Scott Thompson and the triple four car of Andy and Jay Coombs. Seventh row, number 50, David Murphy, 98, Charlie Polk. 8th row, 224, Shane Rowe, and 77, Steve Gilbert and Matt Baldacchi. Row 9, 25, Stuart Smith and Aaron Malarkey. And 55, Simon Fleet and Michael Coomber. Row 10, number 12, Ben Johansson and Jack Dan, and 35, Colin Murphy. Row 11, 67, Phil Woodward, and 47, Darren Geertz. On row 12, number 9, Stephen Kelly, and 34, Michael Rawlins. 13th row, number 21, wow, he's going to come through the field, Wayne Cockrell, and number 90, Nathan McPhail. He was the first reserve. We saw him fighting hard in the championship race earlier. 14th row, number 141, Chris and Luke Reed, and 245, Phil and James Hart. 15th row, 138, Gary Hobbs, 27, Jeremy Evans. 16th and penultimate row, number 60, Chris Stone, number 83, Mike Fletcher and Alec Langston. And on the 17th and final row, 144, Sarah Hobson, and 371, Marcus Buckle. So yeah, as I say, that was a higgledy-piggledy, there's a phrase I've not used for many a year, grid, based on the fact that we didn't have the qualifying session. It was all behind the safety car to make sure that they did the prerequisite number of laps to make sure they could take part in this race. And therefore, it was then a ballot to make sure, to pick out who was where for the start of this grid. So very up and down grid for this one, which is just going to make it even more exciting in terms of the action that we're going to see. So I was just making a few notes. Jack Werrell comes prancing back into the commentary box. I don't know whether that's because of the rain or just because you fancy the flounce.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll leave that open to interpretation. But the rain is starting to... I say rain, it's not really rain. It's there or thereabouts. It will... I think it's gone past the point of psychological rain, where you see it on your visor or you see it on the windscreen and you drive around a problem that isn't there. I think it may start to pose a problem, especially if you nibble at the grass. You'll very quickly realise how wet the grass is. The thing is now, Tommy Valentine is very quick on pole position, but then you've got Jack Wright and Matty Allett in the Porsche 944. Which car is this going to suit? There's no guessing. I'd imagine the MX-5's quite light.
Well, and that's probably changed in about the last quarter of an hour as well, hasn't it?
Just noticed we've got some very picturesque sort of purple lights.
It's the Christmas lights journey thing, I think, probably for that, isn't it? But yes, I would imagine it has changed who this is going to favour in the last sort of 15 minutes or so, and so they very much changed. Thank you to your old man, Mark Werrell. He's made sure I get it right. Darren Gerhardt, that's how I pronounce it. I think I sort of butchered it somewhat, but it is Gerhardt's, as in like Gerhard Berger. So thank you for that one. Right, last few rows, just moving into position. Now I do see that we are missing, where are we? So there's that one. Alistair Essam in the silver MX-5 is not out there. That's definitely one missing, so we should have the reserve taking place. I think we've got another gap further back. Green flag has been waved at the back. 45 minutes of racing with a pit stop driver changed. Red lights are on, engine notes rise, off go the lights and off go the field. Squirreling for traction there. Tommy Valentine in that wonderful Burton power livery. And there's contact a little bit further back, as we would expect to happen in this very busy, as it sort of funnels at the end of the pit exit. And they just about safely through, but I thought that was about to go very wrong for a moment there, and we got away with it.
Yeah, somehow we've almost all got through. There was a missed gear further back, drivers having to jump on the brakes, 3-4 wide, heading up towards Druids, still sort of 3 wide by the time we go around Druids. This is so busy, and I mean, it's brilliant to watch, but it's so scary. So there'll be a lot of drivers that are really tense. Whoever's in the Milner Racing or the Team Air Supply Porsche 944, I think struggling to find a bit of track to call their own at the moment. That car may be slightly down on pace in the early stages of this race, but it's so busy. Maybe just little bits of cosmetic damage, and here comes Tommy Valentine back up the inside and into the race lead. Yeah, nice. The Porsche Boxster of Jamie McHugh had wrestled that away, but both of them struggled to get away, didn't they? And you've now got the Burton Power livery in first and third, because Andy Burton in the Focus variant of that livery is sat there in third. The Fiesta back up into the lead, but nearly threw it away heading in towards Paddock Hill, and I thought that Jamie McHugh was going to take advantage, but of course they were all just lost that little bit of adhesion by the looks of it to what they were expecting. This must be such a special moment for father Andy Burton, because he will see Tommy Valentine leading the way and he will want to play rear gunner, but now he's playing rear gunner against Justin Roberts, who gets a brilliant run coming out of Graham Hill Bend and immediately goes through up into third place, trying to make it second. I think these conditions are really starting to favour front-wheel drive, aren't they? Oh, and McHugh just made sure that Civic was pushed wide there, but that didn't really work, because diving back up the inside goes the number 1 car of Justin Roberts. Started 11th. Remember, it was from a ballot, so he's had to work his way through from the bad luck of picking the number, but it's risen as we would expect towards the top. Brilliant to hear in your interview with him that we are going to see him racing some more. I picked up on that. Yeah. Although if Justin Roberts' wife is watching, he's not. No, he's not. No. He made sure that we were aware of that bit. But for Andy Burton, he did lose out to another car last time through. That was Andy and Jay Coombs in the Miller Motorsport MX-5. All of a sudden, this rain really is starting to fall. It looks quite thick throughout, at least through the commentary box window. And unfortunately, we've got a car off in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. The car just seemed to wander wide. That is one of the Renault Clios that we've got. We'll try and pick out exactly just which off, isn't it, as one. Well? Can't quite pick out which one that is, at least from this distance. You've got the binoculars on that car. Is it Darren Gerhardt's? I think it could be. Which ends in 7? Ends in 7. 47. It would make sense that's normally we see it in a beautiful sort of Finn Sport livery, but the safety car has already been called. So it is indeed, it's Andrew Gerhardt's. Unfortunately, that finds himself in the gravel. It just seemed the rear started to go, and naturally you point the front wheels the direction that you want to go, put your foot to the floor, and it just never seemed to come back. It just kept going and going, but it didn't spin. It just slid sideways. Yeah. It was quite an odd little accident.
And I think in these conditions, once you start going, there's probably no way of bringing it back. Big hello to Jill Payne. She's just said that she's listening in on the YouTube as well of this stream. Great to hear from you, Jill. Hope you and the family are well. I feel like I'm missing out on your cakes this time, though, Jill, with you not being here in person. But she does amazing cakes. She really does. She looks after us. But great to hear from you. So just neutralising this long snaking field after only 3 laps. They're not too badly spread out. Who's going to be disappointed? Who's going to be happy? Well, Roberts is going to be pleased, although I don't suppose it was going to be much longer to be up there with Tommy Valentine. But the 155 Fiesta, probably quite frustrated with that one because it was going brilliant, wasn't it? After a squirrely start off the line, really couldn't get the traction down quick enough. Recovered, got himself back up there, but now he's going to have that Civic right behind him, looking phenomenally fast. 444, the Coombs are up well as well, aren't they? That MX-5.
Yeah, they managed to pick their way through and past Andy Burton a few laps ago,
12th.
and so too did the 251 as well. So, yeah, there just seems to have been substantial inroads being made by those cars that are a bit further down.
Yeah, obviously the joys of it being a ballot pick for who starts where. I'm sure not everybody likes that, but it does make it a little bit entertaining. All got slightly different things that we're able to do, whether it's a championship or a series, whether we've got distinct differences between classes, and this is a little bit more straightforward. So they just mix it all up and thoroughly entertain us. Kind of in a way, I guess it's a shame that we've got the safety car because it sort of neutralises it a little bit when we could have left it nice and raw. Good news is that the Gerhardt car is out of the kitty litter and now on its way. I think what they need to be mindful of is that I would envisage that there's some gravel on the circuit on the exit there that could make it slippery if they don't pay attention to that.
I'm just looking at the tyres that they can use. There's no specific tyre. It must be from list 1, A, B or C for the Motorsport UK list of eligible tyres. Motorsport class wets and full slick tyres are not permitted, so you'll probably be running like a cut slick. So it will be doing something to obviously disperse the water. But maybe not vast amounts. But then you might move from a cut slick, which would be your dry setup, to just a road tyre for your wet setup. Is this at the point of needing wets? Probably not. Cut slick should do more than enough. But it's then who had the foresight to go, right, if we've got a quick adjustable dampers, who's been able to get that car softened off, ready for the slightly slipperier conditions?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, is there anything that they could change if they need to in the pits? I mean, it's 2 minutes from in to out. That's not enough time.
Pressure's max, really, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. They are now making sure that everybody has their lights on because it is properly gloomy there. I keep looking. I mean, I do think that the dry line has disappeared.
It has, yeah. Even through Surtees, where we could see it earlier, it's not really that visible anymore. And I have to say, Brands Hatch looks absolutely amazing with the getting ready for the light walk. We are going back racing. Green flag over the start-finish line. Tommy Valentine, can he hold on to the lead in towards turn 1? No, Justin Roberts dives to the inside, late enough on the brakes. There was a bit of a squirm initially, but the car settled back down again. And away he goes. Justin Roberts into the race lead. Charlie Polk, keep an eye on him in the lime green VW Scirocco. He's just working his way through and past McHugh in the Boxster, up the inside, position made, car off. That car was on the front row of the grid, was it not? Or in the front couple of rows? Was that Michael McKeegan that found himself off the road?
You might be right, yeah. He started in third place, if that is the case. It was certainly a red Ford, wasn't it, by the looks of it? It did well to get himself back out of it. Hence, although we've got... Oh, yeah, because, of course, we've just gone green. I was like thinking, why is it showing green? That'll be why. So, that just threw me. Someone's taking photographs with the flash going on. That just threw me then. I'd imagine that throws the drivers a little bit as well.
Yeah, Michael McKeegan was the car that went off. Here comes Charlie Paul on an absolute mission. Late on the brakes, up the inside, through and past that of Andy and Jay Coombs. Position made, up into third place. The next target is going to be that of Tommy Valentine. But I've got to think, is this only going one way? Because Justin Roberts, having got through and past Tommy Valentine, hasn't pulled away to the same speed that Tommy Valentine is being caught and now passed by Charlie Paul.
Well,
I've got a feeling Charlie's going to be on for the lead. There's yellow flags and more cars going off, one of which is Wayne Cockrell, who spins back onto the road. Thankfully, everybody sees him nice and early. There is also another car off. That's Phil McHugh, I think, that's found himself off the road on the grass. He's trying to get the car tucked away. I don't know whether he made contact with the barrier, but looking at where he's bringing that car, it would lead you to think that car went off in quite a big way, and they're now just trying to get him to the relative safety behind the Armco barrier. Wayne Cockrell was very lucky that the spin he had was on a relatively quiet section of circuit.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's got any damage, you know, significant damage on it or anything, because I just saw it on the stream just pull away. Charlie Polk's the quickest car by a country mile, did a fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, 58.769. Everybody else is above the 60 seconds, so really impressive from that Sirocco at the moment. So is hunting down the Roberts #1 car at the moment. I was also clocking that McHugh and Burton were having an interesting fight. So the Porsche and the Focus, the Burton Power Focus. Who's coming to play with them at the moment then? That's Mark Jones, isn't it? So my dear friend Mark Jones, and he has got reeled in, so that's become a 3-car fight now.
It has over the previous couple of laps. We do have the car in the pit lane of Michael McKeegan. Obviously, we saw him digging his way back out of the gravel. So the original point of the Winter Lights walk here at Brands Hatch, I wish they'd leave the lights up. They look brilliant, especially now that the ambient light has come down.
You noticed this one over here is changing colours.
Yeah, I spotted that earlier. There's another set in front of us, but I don't quite think they're pointing towards it. Here comes Burton. Brilliant move up the inside. Good spot.
And I think he had to, didn't he? Because with Mark Jones behind, hopefully a mutual friend of mine and Mark Jones, Darren Ford, is watching in, listening in. Bravely fighting cancer at the moment, and we love you, mate, and keep fighting. We hope to see you back at circuit very soon. Mark Jones is about to make a move down towards Graham Hill Bend, and he's up past the Porsche Boxster of McHugh, and that was a nice move. People are looking understandably nervy out there, aren't they now? It's a bit tiptoey.
I get why, because the transition period is when we saw cars going off, and another big moment down at Graham Hill Bend. This time it's for the Hyundai Coupe of Gary Hobbs, pardon me. The car just at the compression. Obviously the rear loaded up and the tyres couldn't quite respond and give him the grip that he wanted. So he spun through 360 degrees, has got back going once again. But there was that weird transition period where you kind of go out there, expect it to be a bit slippy, and then the rain started to come, and it really started to get slippy. But now they're at the point where they're like, okay, this is it. I know where the circuit is now. I think it was just that initial change when the rain arrived. It caught people out.
Although I can't help but think that it's a little bit tricky for them because it's not proper rain, is it? And I know that we're always told is that racing drivers want it properly, one thing or the other.
Yeah, wet or dry.
This just feels it's still kind of that horrible in between, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, absolutely. There's been a spin up at Druids. That looks like Michael Rawlings. That's a rarity to see Michael Rawlings make a mistake of that kind. It's not Michael Rawlings. Apologies, Michael. It wasn't you. It was one of the Algar Racing cars, that being... we'll try and pick out who that is. That was Shane Rowe that spun through 180 degrees. Michael Rawlings goes over the start-finish line now, but you can kind of see why I got them confused. Very similar livery, and when you're peering through trees quite a distance away, you can kind of see why. But at least looking on the cameras that we've got on the live stream, you can see that whilst it's not raining heavily, it's quite dense rain.
Yeah, and it is that sort of almost trying to create its own fog all over again, isn't it, that misty rain at the moment. I did notice last time round that we did have a change. The 34 BMW of Rawlings got past the Coombs 444 car, that obviously being another one of the MX-5s. And in fact, I think Rawlings is absolutely flying. His next target is going to be Valentine's Fiesta, and they're just coming out of clearways, and he's hunting him down. Charlie Polk up into second, crosses the line to put 12 laps in the book. Is not closing in on our leader, Robertson Thompson, quite so much anymore.
No, he's not anymore. And Michael Rawlings, as you say, flying. We know he's so quick, and Tommy Valentine will know that Michael Rawlings is coming. It's not really worth defending, pit window opens in a minute and a half. So those that are sharing cars have the opportunity to swap over. What we will have is Stuart Smith and Aaron Malarkey coming into the pit lane at the same time and getting out of their own car and jumping into their teammates' car. So they are doing it, as you say, in a bit of a relay fashion. Those that aren't sharing cars simply sit there, maybe get a quick drink and then get ready to go once again.
Who did you say is doing that?
That's the two FJ Racing cars, 25 and 26, Stuart Smith and Aaron Malarkey.
Ah, I see, okay.
As for Justin Roberts, I think that lead has come down a little bit. 1.7 seconds it was last time they crossed the line. This time, I think Charlie Polk has brought that gap down a little bit more. So 1.785 turns into, 1.8. So it's remained about the same, but that time, Justin Roberts set his personal fastest lap of the race.
That's the point, is it's pushing him to do that, isn't it? Roberts needed to do more. Rawlings did get past the Fiesta of Valentine, so up into third place goes the 34 BMW. As it stands at the moment, that's potentially about as far as he's going to go. Top three positions now are all Class B cars. Valentine's still leading Class C, Class D being led by the Coombs. Somebody spun up at Druids.
Yeah, that's Darren Gerhardt. How did you pronounce it? Gerhardt?
Gerhardt.
Gerhardt. Yeah, Gerhardt, because you said Gerhardt there.
Gerhardt,
yeah, so Darren Gerhardt's spun through 180 degrees up at Druids, trying to find a free spot in the traffic to get back out there and going once again. There's lots more sideways action. There was a brilliant wide camera angle we got there, heading in towards Graham Hill or Paddock Hill Bend, and you could see just how much movement there was in the cars. Somebody we've not mentioned too much is the Pro-Am racing car in the hands of Ben Johansen and Jack Dan. Jack has been slowly building up the signatures on his race licence, coming out of karting, and he's getting pretty quick, is Jack Dan.
Wasn't he a late addition today as well?
He was, yeah. He was out at Croft in the KAs. But at the moment, they're currently fourth in class, so pushing that a little bit harder and catching onto the coattails of the Hearts. We could be looking at a podium in class, but that rain is starting to get thicker now, I think, as looking on our cameras, we can see that they're not only spots on the lenses, but through the live stream, the cars are looking slightly more blurred.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got to be fine, because I'm looking at the brave souls opposite us on the spectator bank overlooking the start-finish straight, and they're not really sort of umbrellas and covering up or anything. So it's got to be that horrible drizzle, which, as I say, that's actually more of a struggle. Pit window is now open. And we'll wait and see who's going to do it. It may determine with who they want in the car at any one time. Going around Druids, a fabulous fight at the moment. The number 9 car of Kelly fighting with, what's that, the 143 and number 16. Oh, we got another spinner, the Lundy's number 8 car running in 17th. Good spin back round. Goodness me, that was on a mission.
Yeah, it was Trevor Hurrell that was fighting away there. We're looking back at Trevor Hurrell and another spin back up. That's a good job. It was front-wheel drive. That was one of the NJM Racing Ford Fiestas. That was Marcus Buckle. A very brief spell in the gravel, but immediately got back out and going again. But it was for the car we were looking at a few moments ago. That was one of the Honda Civic Type R's that was fighting away. Trevor Hurrell in the Team Wheelcare car. Into the pit lane comes Matty Allett to hand over to Jack Wright. Keep an eye on that Team Air Supply Porsche. Once Jack Wright's got behind the wheel, it'll really be pushing on. Another brilliant battle. Matt Baldici looking to the inside of Trevor Hurrell as they went down through Graham Hill Bend, back up towards Druids. Trevor does enough in the Team Wheelcare Honda Civic to remain in front for now. They're being hunted down by the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio of Ben Johansen and Jack Dan. It is going to be Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici in the first of the Renault Clios. Then it will be Trevor Hurrell, but it's just that little bit further up that Ben Johansen and Jack Dan need to be. The Clio they're chasing is going to be the third step of the podium in class, so that's really going to be the target for them over the next couple of laps. Out onto circuit, we're seeing the Echo Racing car. That's not one we've mentioned. Mike Fletcher and Alex Langston in the Mazda MX-5 Mark II. You don't see many of those racing.
You don't, and you definitely don't see him with a wing on the back, do you?
No.
Do you know what? I've seen that a few times. I've gone, yeah, do you know what? I don't know why. I quite like the look of that. I'm not normally one of those kind of boy racer type that loves the appendages on them, but for some reason I just go, yeah, that looks pleasantly different.
Yeah, I think that's probably it, because it looks different. Yeah, it does catch your eye. Marshall's hard at work with the blue flags. We have seen the change. Both Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici have worked their way through and past Trevor Hurrell. So the next car that will be closing them down is that Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio. Just as we say, that's Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici closing in on the Echo Racing Mazda MX-5. There is a black and white warning flag going out for the number 47 machine. That is Darren Gerhardt's. So Darren Gerhardt's clearly grasping the attentions of the stewards. We've had...
I don't think his exceeding track limits has helped him anyway.
No.
It's been properly off.
Yes, yes. Yeah, the number 8 machine in the pit lane, that's the Rowan and Ethan Lundy car. Of course, that car racing in the Miata Trophy. Did so last season as well. More cars opting for the pit lane, but as of yet, nobody inside the top 18 have been into the pit lane. I think they're biding their time. They know the conditions. Is there still the chance of a safety car?
Yeah, and I mean they're potentially taking it to that halfway point. Remember, this is the trophy. This is a bit more for fun than fighting for a championship, and so you're going to go, well, let's go half and half. Now, that said, does that not mean that that's the way you wouldn't do it if you were a single driver, like Charlie Polk in second place, Rawlins in third, in 98 and 34 respectively? You kind of go, let's just get it done. Get it done, and I've got plenty of fight.
It's 50-50, isn't it? Yeah. Because you want to...
That Z4 looks good, doesn't it?
You don't see many of them at all. There used to be, obviously, the Z-Cars Championship, which ran with MSVR for a while. But unfortunately, no, that's not quite with us anymore. But it is nice to see that Z4 out there. Charlie Polk pushing on, albeit losing time. And like you say, if you're a solo driver, you do want to get it done nice and early, but there's no guarantee on where you're going to come out. If you get it done a bit later on, you've got maybe a bit more of an idea, a clearer idea on where you're going to come out to the pit lane. And it also allows you the chance, if there is a safety car, you can respond to that.
That's true. Yeah.
But there's so many different ways of looking at it. But if you're sharing the car, you want to split it down the middle, don't you? You want to be sort of courteous to your co-driver.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, to be honest with you. If you're a single car, actually, I was there going, well, if you get it done, then you've got all the rest of the race to fight. However, if you pitted and there was a safety car afterwards, you're stymied. It's going to be a huge disadvantage. So actually, no, let's go towards the end so that I'm going to be one of the ones that's going to benefit if there is a safety car in that window. Because it's like, is it a 15-minute window, isn't it? It's the middle 15 minutes.
Yeah. So from 30 minutes remaining to 15 minutes remaining of the 45, the pit window is open. And it's got to be minimum 2 minutes pit in to pit out, of which we've only seen one driver get caught short today. We are seeing ex-teammates as well. Wayne Cockrell and Sarah Hobson slowly start a bit of a fight.
I just noticed him, and I'm sure he's with hazards going, and he's just dropping down through the order. The 143 car.
It's coming into the pit lane. So you got about Trevor Hurrell.
Yeah,
into the pit lane.
Green Honda. Yeah. So sadly, that has lost a whole load of places before it came in. And if it wasn't hazards, it was indicators to say it was getting out of the way.
Yeah, he was in 12th place, wasn't he? You can see the shuffle around. So unfortunately for Trevor Hurrell, into the pit lane he has come, and I don't think this was a scheduled stop. It seemed like they might have some investigating to do.
I love the fact we got the two Celicas together there. Yeah. They're just wonderful to see those cars. I always had a soft spot when they were available as a road car, and I think it's probably just as well I couldn't afford to get one, because I would have done some damage to myself, I think.
So the door swung open on Trevor Hurrell's car.
Not looking happily as it was swung open, did
it? No. The Celicas you were obviously alluding to, Wayne Cockrell and Sarah Hobson, teammates have passed, but now Sarah runs effectively herself.
Right.
And Wayne Cockrell, the front of that car, not quite looking as aggressive, as he's had to take off the slightly more aggressive bumper due to a bit of damage sustained at Croft. But Wayne has been kind of integral in developing the Celicas, and now that's kind of the new standard for a club racing Celica.
Yeah, I like the fact that they get sort of the same livery but with different base colours to accompany the white. Wayne Cockrell, I used to know many years ago, used to be a business associate of his, in the fact that he ran a national IT company, tech company sort of group, consortium, and back in the day when I was involved with software, Power Retrieve software, we used to do a lot of work with them, and a great guy, and it was just always this, when I was commentating, I was like, oh, why did that name rings a bell? It never crossed my mind. I had no idea that he raced, because I wasn't a commentator back in the day that I was working with him. And then it was down on the podium here that I went, it is you. You're right, Wayne. Do you remember me? It's Chris Dawes. And it's like, good grief.
He always says hello as well. Always says hello.
He's a lovely guy.
One thing that has just caught my eye, heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend, we'll see it now with Andrew Gerhardt. All of a sudden, that seems to be a very wet part of the circuit. Just a lap ago, everybody was sideways through there. I'm keeping an eye on it just to see who else gets caught out. The rear-wheel drive cars are actually probably more well-behaved through there. It's the front-wheel drive where you really start to get the rear coming round. Michael Rawlings on a mission. Last time through, he was the only driver to lap sub 1 minute. He's looking good for the win, so long as his pit stop's nice and clean and tidy. But we've still got everybody inside the top 15 to pit.
For the win for Rawlings, you're calling
I think so.
Wow, that's a big call.
8.9 seconds, and yeah, he's annoyingly good at not making mistakes.
Right, okay. Interesting. For me, that feels like a bit too much to be able to do there, but he certainly is impressive. And it's interesting, it's not necessarily the cars that we'd expect.
Michael Rawlings, fastest lap of the race, 58.76. So he's listening to us. He's listening to us. We need to keep an eye as well. We've not really mentioned them. Jeremy Evans in the Semprini racing car, in that Honda Civic Type R. Semprini, over the past couple of years, we've seen Semprini in Trackday Trophy, Trackday Championship, running sort of 2 Civics, and then in Enduro car, running 2 KAs, where you'll have Semprini and Semprini Juniors. But over the past year, they've slowly wound that back, and I'm hoping that we see them back in full force once again. We've still got the top 15 yet to pit, which is actually quite scary, or top 14, because we've just had Phil and James Hart come in the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. As we look,
we've still got only just under 5 minutes of the pit window to go.
There's plenty of time for sure. As there was a battle last spot, and it wasn't a battle actually. It was Charlie Polk picking his way through traffic, but obviously he's been doing that so much. He's now at the point of getting to the traffic that's the traffic that's somewhat equal on speed. Michael Rawlings threading the needle there, Crystal, as you spotted it.
I was a bit worried that the thread was diminishing somewhat to put the needle through, and even patiently, one of the orange cars there, that's one of the relay cars, I think, isn't it, was able to go. There we go. So they're up round there. There's the car that I was on about, the number 35. Did I see that was Murphy 33? So there it is. That car was able to go so much later on the brakes than the BMW, which meant that fair play to Rawlings is that he just went, he patiently went, not yet. Yeah. And he was fine with it. Into the pits has come Valentine, the 155 car from 4th on the grid.
It's so busy. Has David Rawlings, he's still trying to fight his way through that same piece of traffic. You can see the spray now as well. You can really see the spray. I think, it is wet. There is spray as they go over the start-finish line. So David Rawlings over the start-finish line, naturally with Justin Roberts coming into the pit lane, Scott Thompson running down the pit lane with his helmet and hands device at the ready to get behind the wheel. So Scott Thompson will jump behind the wheel of that car.
I'm right in saying, without being disrespectful, that car isn't going to be quite as quick.
I don't think so. Not necessarily as
Roberts is lightning quick.
Not necessarily because Scott Thompson isn't quick. Scott is very quick in his Renault Clio, but he's just not had the seat time in that car.
That was the point. I couldn't remember what it was. So that is a driver change, a dynamic change potentially. That's what I love about these ones where you get 2 drivers, is that dynamic switch that you never know which way they're going to go. They put in faster first, faster second. Are they both the same? Is one considerably quicker than the other? I mean, Jack Wright jumping into the the 64 car for them. He's going to go quick, and I'm pretty sure it was that way round.
It was.
And they're down in 24th at the moment, but I would expect that car to start coming through this field.
It's just set its fastest lap of the race in these conditions as well. And what we're seeing into turn 1 is that the water just feed its way off the surface and further down the circuit into the pit lane goes the 33 Green Star Racing car. That wasn't one of the relay cars. I thought it was as well at the time. That's James Burnham to hand over to Ben Vos, who of course have already been on the podium today in the Trackday Championship. They'll try and do the same in the Trackday Trophy. Over the start-finish line goes Jack Wright. Do we see an improvement? Not on that occasion. The Hyundai Coupe getting caught out once again.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the ones as well. I don't know whether it's got anything to do with it, because that's the second time we've seen it lose it coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, plunging down the hill, which is a very challenging corner at the best of times with that weight transfer, etc. But that was one that really lost out. You called it at the start that we suddenly saw someone miss a gear.
Yeah.
That was in front of that Hyundai, as we're supposed to say, sorry now. Although it's an older car, that was a Hyundai back then. That he went into the back of someone else and someone went to the back of him, so he was kind of the filling in the sandwich.
Yeah, it makes you think, is there maybe just a drop of coolant every now and then?
Yeah.
Going very slowly is Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici
yes, it was that one, sorry.
In the 77 Clio. In the pit lane is Michael Rawlings, so too is Charlie Polk. Phil McHugh goes through, and we'll take another lap in the book, but yet to pit. Who's going to leave first? Will it be David Rawlings? Or will it be Charlie Polk? You should imagine it will be Charlie Polk. We have a look at the timing. Have we had anybody under the 2 minutes at the moment? No, everybody's being very well behaved, including Gerhardt, who's spent 2 minutes and 35 in the pit lane. And Michael McKeegan with the 4 minutes. The quickest at the moment goes to Jack Wright and Matty Allett on, what, 2 minutes, 0.691. So very well done to those.
That is, and it doesn't surprise me with those guys, Team Air Supply. They do take it very, very seriously, don't they?
But don't take the fun away either.
No,
they managed to keep it injected.
It is with laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, I was covering, because of course the Milne Air Racing, which is them as well, that they, at Silverstone, was it last year or the year before, what was the mistake they made?
Was it fueling or something? I remember they left the engine or ignition on
or didn't have the helmet on or the goggles
the
on.
visor wasn't down,
That's it.
when he was on the extinguisher,
And they thought they'd won. It took it away from them because they'd done that, and they were just laughing at themselves. They were fuming, but they were laughing at themselves going, the rules are there, we messed up. Because it was so tight. Are they going to change tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, I remember it,
Yeah, and I was down in the pit lane report for that one, and it was amazing. It was so exciting. And the fact that they still laughed at it was a real testimony to them.
Yeah, good stop by Charlie Polk as well, 2 minutes 3, so a bit longer than he would have wanted. Michael Rawlings, 2 minutes 6, so he has lost a bit of time as Michael Rawlings.
2 minutes, 0.946 for Johansson and Dan in the number 12, so that's Pro-Am Racing did well. Again, not surprising, they do well.
Yeah, they, to be fair, their pit stops not only in this, but in the Enduro car are very, very good.
A really good team, genuinely, aren't they? Yeah.
Especially this weekend, some of the names that they've got, we'll cover more of that in qualifying later on, but they've got a very quick team this weekend. So Charlie Polk has come out into the race lead. It's then going to be Scott Thompson in second place, Michael Rawlings in third, and Tommy Valentine in fourth place. Fifth is still up for interpretation once everything's shuffled through pit stop wise. We look out of our left-hand side window through the spray now, and we do see Charlie Polk. Yeah, the rain really has come down. So here comes Charlie Polk over the start-finish line. Then we get to Scott Thompson, a bit of a gap before we get to Michael Rawlings, and Tommy Valentine now peering his way through the spray as well. But not a bad first lap from Scott Thompson, to be fair. 1 minute 1.193 in these conditions. Very well done.
It is incredible because there's no question about it now. It is properly wet. Thompson's just having to flash because a back marker decided to basically close the door for some bizarre reason. It is a back marker in front of him, one of the MX-5s, that is just having none of it. It's the number 9 car that is running in 9th place is Kelly. Now through goes Thompson. Running in second place, but wants to try not to let Charlie Polk pull away too far, and is going to have the Rawlings BMW, Jack Werrell's forecast for the race victory, coming up on him soon as well.
Well, indeed, Michael Rawlings really starting to turn up the wig. I understand I made a mistake earlier on, of course. I was saying where Wayne developed the Toyota Celica. Wayne was piloting the Toyota Celicas all the way through its development stage. Lee Mabbitt was very integral to the development of those cars.
You've just been told off.
Have been told off. No, Wayne Cockrell was behind the wheel of these Celicas throughout its various development stages. So he was putting in the miles as well as Lee Mabbitt behind the scenes. Charlie Polk still leading. David Rawlings, that was confidence, wasn't it, around the outside?
That was quite incredible, the way that rear end just was snapping on him, but it just sort of feels like he's at one with that, doesn't he? He can happily have that snapping around. There's Charlie Polk. He's heading into to clearways at the moment. Now let's try and get a feel for what the margins are. Well, he's leading by 3 3/4 of a second at the moment. But I mean, you are right that Rawlins still lapping sub 1 minute as it stands.
Flash of the lights from Scott Thompson. I'm assuming that's just traffic, I'm on my way, or yes, I've seen the pit board. But
I saw him do it earlier. I think it is to the lap traffic, because in this gloomy weather, the traffic to be lapped will just see a glare of headlights and no idea who it is. So it's kind of just let them know, oh my goodness, so Rawlins, there we go. That BMW 34 right on the back of Thompson. And again, he's trying to let the 16 know of Essam, look, I'm not fighting you. I'm a lead car. I need to get past you. Let me go. And he now goes through, and I think I saw Essam just dab the brakes there, didn't he, in that MX-5. So nicely done there to let the Civic through, but he probably compromised ever so slightly there.
Yeah, I don't know whether, I think there's an indicator on as well for Alistair Easom as he comes through the final corner, but then chops back over the nose of Michael Rawlings, which makes it difficult because it's not quite so predictable. But Michael Rawlings incredibly quick in a straight line as he goes over the start-finish line on the brakes and towards Graham Hill Bend. The BMW takes a bit of a wobble on the brakes. Into the pit lane comes the 138 MSVT Racing Hyundai Coupe of Gary Hobbs. Has that car already been in this race?
And its pit window's closed, so if it hasn't, then it's...
I think it's
it
past
has
pit
done
window.
twice. No, that's the second start.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just updated, yeah, absolutely. So in the pit lane for the second time. Scott Thompson doing everything he can. He needs to hold off for another 10 minutes, but in these wet conditions, not quite sure that's going to happen, especially with traffic on the way and Michael Rawlings being so quick in a straight line. Charlie Polk, however, doing what he needs to at the front, 5.3 seconds clear of Michael Rawlings, who I guess that's who you'd want the gaps updated on. Did you get it right? Me and Scott are similar on times, so I'm fine with that. What's the gap to Rawlings? Because he will just get the bit between his teeth, and once he's past Scott, that will really motivate him. But
you notice they're all now sub 1 minute, 59 laps, so there's not that much in it, and that's why I just feel even 5.25 seconds is just a bit too much for Rawlings. However, I think it will come down to that consistency now, won't it? Is he able to do it consistently? You see Rawlings now coming up, the 34 BMW all over the back of Thompson. Thompson makes sure that he goes defensive, so there's no inside line, and that has worked okay for him then as he comes plunging back down the hill. Feels appropriate to say that in these weather conditions. Round Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight. Oh, and that was a little bit tail happy for the Rawlings BMW that time round. Not dramatically, but it can't be the quickest way round either.
I know it looks great and it sounds great, but yeah, as you say, for lap time, maybe not the optimal. And through the final corner at Clark Curve they will go again. Michael Rawlings having to be so patient on the throttle to try and get that car squared away and onto the start-finish line. Here comes Michael Rawlings, closing on Scott Thompson, but Scott can be that little bit later on the brakes. The rain has come back so thick, the paddock almost looks like it's being engulfed by the fog again, the lower paddock. As for Charlie Polk last time through, a 58.994, so by running around on his own and just being lucky enough to get a bit of free track, it was very helpful indeed. There was yellow flags up at up at Druids, but I think they have now been withdrawn, so exactly why they were flashing, it may have just been a slight spin. Go on.
We've got one of the Burton liveries. Yeah, it's the Focus, isn't it? So it is Andy Burton's. Lost it coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, but he's kept it out of the gravel. But everybody did well to miss that one, didn't he? Thanks to Sam Pearce, he's just tweeted a photo through showing that the number 8 MX-5 was, quote, encouraged into a spin at Druids by the number 6, so it was sort of a bit of a crunch into the back heading up to the Druids hairpin. It was good photo. It was a very good one. I'll send that to the officials.
Over the start-finish line come our race leaders. A slower lap from Charlie Polk. The top 3 separated by 2.8 seconds with 7.5 minutes to go. Has Michael Rawlings got anything left in the tank, or can Scott Thompson unlock that little bit more pace? Now he's got a visual reference to Charlie Polk down in towards Graham Hill Bend. The top 3, there's nothing separating them.
No, and they've got a big gaggle of back markers ahead of them, and this is where it's now getting tricky. Charlie Polk's been very patient all the way down the Cooper Straight. He's stuck behind them. That is going to now enable Thompson and Rawlings in 1 and 34 to get ever closer. Equally, the BMW goes right up to the back of that Honda Civic, but not able to make a move at that point. Onto the start-finish straight we go. Charlie Polk now accelerates alongside two of those back markers, gets the job done, but these two aren't going to encounter them until right at the end, so they're going to be completely compromised. Up the inside looks Rawlings. That was a bit more than a sneaky stifter, wasn't it? But he just realised, oh my goodness, I thought he was going to have lift-off oversteer as he went through Paddock Hill Bend, but thankfully kept the bucking Bronco tamed and somehow hasn't really lost any dramatic amount of ground either.
No, Scott Thompson immediately on the headlights to try and get the Hearts Racing Honda Civic to at least recognise his existence and the pace at which he's closing. Look at the water pooling out, or sort of pouring out of the car as it tries to find some sort of purchase on the racing surface. This could be any one of these three that wins this race now.
Well, because I think that, you know, there's going to be some luck's going to come into this as well. You know, your back markers, when, where, how, are they going to see you? Are they going to know that you're a quicker car? Are you going to cut through well, or are you just going to be... And I think we've had to change the BMW. Yes, the BMW has now moved up into second place and is hunting down Charlie Polk dramatically. Look, that is the leader in your green Sirocco. Second place is the BMW, and I think that is Mark Jones that is actually as one of the back markers now. Charlie Polk trying to go up the inside there. And it's difficult because, of course, Mark Jones, what's he running in now?
Sixth. They're lapping those quick cars.
Exactly, that's the point. And they won't necessarily automatically know that they're not actually fighting with those anymore.
Michael Rawlings, so brave, all the way around the outside, heading through Graham Hill, but through the middle by Michael Rawlings. In these conditions, it is absolute commitment to the move. And that means he stays in touch with Charlie Polk for the race lead. That sort of guess I made a few, sort of 15 minutes ago. I should have put money on it. It should have been a bet, not a guess. That was even pre-pit stop, I think.
I know, it is impressive, but I still think that there could be a luck element that's going to come into this, and that's not meant in a detrimental way. I mean, as in there could be some bad luck, there could be some good luck with Lappery, with the weather, with you know, just snatching a braking point. You know, Rawlings nearly was the one that came unstuck as he just lifted off through the weight transition coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, but did a brilliant job of keeping it under control. And then Thompson, I can only assume he had a bit of a moment at the end of the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees and McLaren, which is difficult at the best of times in the drive, for goodness sake.
Yeah, and in a fairly stiffly sprung Type R, the rear will be very lively indeed.
That you're not used to, as you were saying earlier. He's used to say it's a Clio.
The Clio, yeah, Clio 182.
A little bit different.
Which is out there in the hands of Ben Johansson and Jack Dan, currently third in Class C, and the final spot inside the top 10. So Pro-Am Racing are having a pretty good day, with Team Boss in third and the team car in 10th place, third in class as well. Can't complain too much. Michael Rawlings over the start-finish line, 3.5 minutes to go. He can almost outbrake a Scirocco. You've spotted it as well.
We've just had a new fastest lap of the race, and in fact they've just traded it. Charlie Polk did a 58.695, followed by Rawlings going through and doing a 58.370. How, in these conditions, have they gone quicker than we had earlier? I know that the fuel's going to be going down, but look at these conditions. They are awful, but they're pushing each other to have no choice but to pull something dramatic out the back.
It's just watching the water sort of pour out the side of the car of Michael Rawlings when he's trying to get the car out of the Cooper Straight. I think that, or out of Graham Hill Bend, I think that's the hardest thing for Michael Rawlings at the moment. It's being able to get the power down. He's going to have to be so patient. He's going to have to go for the move, either in towards turn 1 or in towards Graham Hill Bend, because they're the confident parts for Michael, it would seem. But now they're approaching more traffic. So Charlie Polk over the start-finish line. Does he go quicker still on this occasion? No, slightly slower. Michael Rawlings slightly slower than Charlie Polk, so that gap he just closed down. Slowly starts to extend again, caught by a little bit of traffic for Michael Rawlings. Almost goes the right way and then the wrong way. But Michael Rawlings through. Charlie Polk much the same on the FinSport Clio, which spins through 180 degrees once again. We saw that just a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, oh my word, everybody's splitting either side of him, and he's now having to wait for there to be an opportunity to spin round again for Gerhardt. But yeah, I think that was distracted by the faster car coming through and trying to stay out of harm's way. Bless him. We're down to 2 minutes left, as we say when I'm watching the ice hockey. 2-2, final 2. We see the BMW all over the back of that Sirocco still. Through Clark Curve they come. This is going to put 40 laps in the book this time round. As you say, the water just pouring off. I don't think Rawlings can even see anything as he's that close behind the Sirocco. But it also means he's happily closing in on him ever further.
Michael Rawlings absolutely flying. And there's going to be, 2 laps to go, including this one. 2 laps to go upon the completion of this one, I should imagine. It's close, isn't it? It's going to be close. This sort of 1.5 laps I'm going to go with. Yeah, this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Michael Rawlings just nibbled at the curb, and that cost him a bit of time, as you could see the rear axle lit up. And it meant that Charlie Paul could escape for the moment. There's just a brief bit of fresh air. The Burton Power cars going side by side. That's Dad on the inside, Son on the outside. Michael Rawlings dives to the inside of Charlie Polk, but he gets hampered by a little bit of traffic. There's contact between the pair of them. Charlie Polk holds on to the position for now. Michael Rawlings gives chase. I think that's going to be... sort of shown his cards now. He's not going to take this lying down, going on to the final lap of the race.
Although it did look to me as though Rawlings probably knew that there was a little bit of contact, and so sort of just feathered it ever so slightly. I might be giving... And suddenly Burton just came across the nose there, didn't he? Because he was having his own lappery going on, and he just clipped the nose there of Charlie Polk's Sirocco. This is getting really feisty, isn't it, on the last tour?
Very feisty indeed. I've got to go down and somehow dissect this into a question for either Charlie Polk or Michael Rawlings, or both, come the end of this race. Again, nibbling at the curbs for Michael Rawlings. You can see him getting thrown around in the cockpit, trying to keep the BMW under his spell. Now there's a bit of traffic of Tommy Valentine that separates them. That might be what Charlie Polk needed to take the win away. So Charlie Polk will hold on to the lead, and he will take the win as he heads through Clark Curve for the final time.
Yep, here he comes. Incredible job there, and Rawlings threw everything at that last corner. Just didn't quite work. Charlie Polk had to work incredibly hard for that and takes the victory. Number 98, the Volkswagen Sirocco. In the end, it was a 1.1 second margin over the number 34 BMW of Rawlings, but it really came down to, and then, as I said, it was going to be that luck element, and that's exactly what it was, because Rawlings just got the back marker at the wrong point going into that final complex of Surtees, McLaren, Clearways, Clark Curve, and it meant that he just wasn't able to come back at him. Thompson kind of had that grandstand seat after being involved for so long, just took it steady to make sure he brought that one home, giving himself a 3rd place finish. So thoroughly entertaining, and we just wait for the final finishes to come through, which will then give me the opportunity to go through the results of that. There's a few that are coming through without lights ablaze. Jack Wright did a great job. He just made up a couple of places there in that 64 and finishes up in 12th position in that Porsche 944, which is no spring chicken of a car, let's not kid ourselves. But he fought that one through brilliantly through this field. I think we've just got one more to take the checker flag. Nope, we can get going. So victory goes the way of number 98, Charlie Polk. And he won that after an incredible fight by number 34, Michael Rawlings. Number 1, Robertson Thompson in 3rd position, ahead of 155, Tommy Valentine, who wins Class C. 5th place, number 27, Jeremy Evans. Mark Jones, number 32, in 6th position. In 7th, the runner-up in Class C, 245, the Hearts. Smith and Malarkey in the number 25 car come home in 8th. 9th is the winner of Class D, which is Alistair Esom, ahead of number 12, Johnson and Dan, run the 3rd position in Class C. In 11th place, car number 50, which is Murphy, 64, Wright and Allett in that Porsche. In 13th, number 6, the runner-up in Class D, which is Colin Wells. In 14th place, number 9, Kelly. I hope it did get classed as a finisher, because actually came into the pits not showing us taking the checkered flag. So I hope it did, Stephen Kelly. 15th place, number 63, Andy Burton. 55, Fleet Incumbent in 16th place. 17th, number 251, Jamie McHugh in that Porsche Boxster. In 33, Burnham and Vos in 18th position. Number 8, the Lundys in 19th. 20th is number 21, Wayne Cockrell in his Toyota Celica. 21st, number 60, Chris Stone. 144, Sarah Hobson in the other Toyota Celica. 67, Phil Woodward. The Coombs in the 444 car in 24th. 25th is 35, Colin Murphy. Fletcher and Langsden 83 and 26. 27th is number 19, Michael McKeegan, sorry, and that is actually the last of the finishers because the others had already come into the pits. So well done, great victory there, and hopefully to catch up and dissect that one, as you say, is down to Jack Werrell.
Yeah, I will jump in with these two whilst they're both here, actually. Michael Rawlings and, of course, Charlie Paul. We'll grab you in as well, Charlie. I mean, the first thing that happened when you both got out of the car, you went over and just had a proper giggle and congratulated each other, because that was brilliant to watch. I mean, first of all, from your point, Michael, can see you quite toasty, steam coming off you now. That was a hard chase through the race.
Yeah, to be honest, I'll do the lucky dip again. 24th from 24th to 2nd, I can live with that. It was good, yeah. It was always going to be a challenge against Charlie anyway. I always give him a run for his money, but yeah, it was good race, really enjoyed that.
And the wetter it got, the quicker you got somehow. The rain really started to come down and we saw you go purple.
I do like the rain, to be fair, but there was just a bit more time. I'd have had you, Charlie. But fair play to Charlie. It was a good race, yeah.
Thank you for keeping us busy up in the commentary box. Well done. Quick word with Michael Rawlings. We'll jump in with Charlie. That must have been quite tense towards the end of the race, seeing the headlights of Michael's BMW get closer.
Yeah, we've had an ongoing rivalry for quite a few years, but that was good fun. I didn't have a great pedal at the end, so pedal was always a bit of a challenge if the brake pedal was going to be there or not, but we made it in the end, so yeah, here we are on the podium, so it's a nice place to be, so yeah.
And you seem to be gelling well with the Scirocco, obviously, in the Renault last season, in the Scirocco this season. Are we going to see you sticking in the Scirocco next year?
I think so. If I can sort the brakes out, that'd be a nice thing, yeah. So, yeah, hopefully I can stick with it and do a little bit more next year with it as well, so, yeah.
And a good way to end your season.
Very nice way to finish it, yeah.
Very well done, Charlie.
Thank you very much, thank you.
A quick word with Charlie Polk. We might have time for one more, so I'm just going to work my way through here and grab Tommy Valentine. We spoke to him a little while ago, so we'll try and grab Tommy for a quick word. Tommy, for a moment at the start of the race, I was saying this must be quite a special moment for Andy, because he saw you leading the way and he was playing rear gunner in 3rd place. It must be pretty cool racing with your dad and then holding the lead for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty damn nervous right at the start, but my mate in the pits were just telling me, no, the car can do it, I can do it as well. To be honest, it's a pretty well set up car, especially for the wet. I'm always pretty good in the wet. But yeah, some pretty definitely hairy moments out there.
And is this a bit of a confidence booster heading into next season, because you know you're quick in the wet now and you know you can do it in the wet? Is there anything that you're gonna change or carry forward into next year?
I mean, I might go some more different tyres, but to be honest, with our AR1s in the wet, I'm still pretty good. I probably might actually get some driver tuition as well, because that always helps.
Well, massive well done for this race and best of luck for tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much.
Quick word with Tommy Valentine. We're going to sneak in another one because the rain continues to fall. We've got a service vehicle out, but we will jump in and grab a word with Scott Thompson and, of course, Justin. This retirement's busy, isn't it, Justin?
It's great being retired, isn't it? It's very sweaty. But yeah, no, that was a mega race. Nice to get out in front and feel that feeling again. And this lad brought it home, never driven the car ever in his life. He's just never tested it, never done nothing. He was asking me what gears to go in and do I press the throttle or the clutch, or he hadn't got a clue. I don't even know if he's driven before, but what a performance he put in. Mega.
Scott, we were saying, obviously, you've got loads of seat time and you're very quick in the Renault, but we don't know what you're like in the Civic. And, I mean, you've just shown I don't really know what to say because it was confidence, but in these conditions as well, it must have been quite a steep sort of challenge to try and just get in and go.
Yeah, well, obviously, qualifying, we only got the 4 laps behind the safety car, and that was the only laps I had in the car, really. So going out, I couldn't ask for worse conditions. Car that I've never driven. Obviously, driven the Clio, ran Brands. Driving that car in the wet on these tyres. Never driven the AO52s, I've always been on the R888s, but car setup is absolutely amazing. It was like driving on rails. It was, you know, hats off to Motion, have done it all through, you know, competitors to me, but Motion have done it all through the year. Justin's put a lot of work into the car. Thanks to Justin for letting me get in his 35 grand absolute weapon. So, and I managed not to put it in the wall, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Well, very well done to you both. If you head up to the podium, I'll see you up there in a bit. Massive well done to those two. Can see Ben Johansson working his way up as well. But in terms of drivers, I think that's all we've got down here. So I'll wander up to do the podium. But Chris, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Much appreciated. Sorry, mate, you do look like a bit of a drowned rat down there now. I do apologise for that. Me ligaments in my foot, meaning that I can't go running up and down these stairs, which is a shame because I do love chatting to the drivers after they've had their races. But thank you for that one. We have one more race to bring you on the stream, one more race here at the circuit today. For those of you who are here, we still have action after that where we've got our 1 hour qualifying session for the Enduro KA. The IndyCar 500, which runs for those 500 minutes tomorrow, which in old money is 8 hours 20 minutes, starting at 10:05, finishing at 6:25 tomorrow. But it is the MSVR Allcomers race that we have up next, and they definitely dished up so much entertainment earlier. It was a shame that it had to come to a premature ending. There is no question. Rod Burley came up here, and I'm glad he came up and told me this because I wasn't sure. There is no mix between slicks and wets this time. Definitely not. Definitely not. They are all on wets. Interesting one is that it was good to get the feedback there, though, that Clive Hainsford in that Mazda RX-8 that went out on wets, that meant he went off like a cut cat at the start of the race, but then was being reeled in as the circuit dried. He hadn't destroyed those wet tyres, but you are always at risk of completely destroying wet tyres if it goes dry, but thankfully he got away with it. They didn't go off too bad. Safety car, as Rod said, probably helped him keep it within the realms of acceptable wear and tear on it, but they're definitely all on wets this time. Just quite a lot of smoke coming off the back of the Juno at the front there. So let's take you through this grid. On the front row, pole position goes the way of Graham Charman in the Juno, car number 5. Number 12, Lowen Stevens in his Radical. Second row, 92, Colin Watson, and 715, Andrew Armiger. 787, Clive Hainsford, and 330, Anton Martin in his BMW on row 3. Row 4, number 911, Colin Tester, and 448, Kyle Wells in his first race of ever, and he's up there starting on the 4th row in 448 in his Porsche Cayman. 5th row, 32, William Kurtler, and 2, Ross Stoner in the that lovely Audi TT. Is that there? It's not. So actually this, I don't know whether we've had a revised grid, because why is John Lyne? John Lyne's actually too far forward by the looks of that then. That should be a gap if the TT's not there, unless... No, that just means he's too far forward. I will go as I've got it. 6th row, 72, Mike Kurtler, 71, John Lyne, 44, Scott Evans, and 50, Tony Levy. 1, 2, 3, Dean Hyde, and number 1, Tom Davies. Now, looking at the screen, I think there has been a revised grid, and I was not furnished with that one, so I do apologise. I'm looking at a piece of paper that, yeah, it is just out. An amended one, so please trust the screen and not me. Always easy to say, but no one let us know that we had a revised one. So where is it? That means John Lyne is on the wrong side of the grid then. So let me go. Where do we get to? So William Kurtler, number 32 on the 5th row, and 72 Mike Kurtler, 71 John Lyne, 44 Scott Evans, 50 Tony Levy, and 1, 2, 3 Dean Hyde on row 7. Row 8, 1 Tom Davies, 28 Taylor Norton, 141 Robert Taylor, 91 Liam Browning, 94 Liam Cochran, and 53 Gareth Lehane on row 10. Row 11 is Nick Underwood in number 86, and 111 Adam Warner. 222 Jack Goes, and number 9 Adam Uren on row 12. Row 13, 11 Peter Chalice. I didn't clock whether he is there. Yes, he is. And 15 Stuart Kinner. On row 14, the penultimate row, number 7, Ian Seal, and 47, Andy Thompson. And on the 15th and final row, 115, Amy Allen, and 114, Stephen Goodliff. Ian Seal's a non-starter. Fair enough, that's fine, no problem at all. So we've just had the news. Anton Martin's car is not a new wrap that we were complimenting how lovely the wrap was. It's a whole new car to him, so that makes sense. Of course, they're going to get 2. It did say it earlier, it has disappeared. Yes, it is 2 green flag laps because the conditions are rather different to what they had earlier, both for their quote-unquote qualifying / safety car laps and the race. So they're going to have to go around and get a feel for this. The prototypes at the front, of course, they do have rear lights on this, but no front lights at all. The clock has started. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So the clock has now started. Counting down the 20 minutes. I need to make sure that they're sticking to all of the time constraints that we have. So it is still a second green flag lap. I'm just watching some of these cars further down. I'm not sure everybody quite knows what's going on there. They're just too far back to realise that at the moment. I think possibly Mr. Goodliff may have gone hurtling in, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, the prototypes at the front have got no headlights on, of course, which might be quite challenging. I don't think it's going to be nice to have nothing lighting up the way in front of you. And secondly, is for the car in second, we nearly had the Radical nearly going into Mr. Watson in that Caterham then, as they were still trying to zig and zag. I'm not sure they're going to get an awful lot of temperature in the tyres in these conditions on this steady green flag lap, but they're now getting themselves into their corridors. Red lights are already ablaze. And, oh yeah, somebody's got a problem. Indicators on, they're going to go off of this circuit. Oh, no, they've just, that was the one that ignored the fact that it was another green flag lap, so it actually made up a whole load of places. We'll have a slapped wrist. As for the leaders, here we come onto the start-finish straight, and we're going to get this race underway. Red light's still on. Off go the red light, and off go this field. Not sure why the 1, 2, 3 car's not got his lights on at all, even though it had a very clear message, lights on. But our race leader is still the Juno of car number 5, Graham Charman. He manages to get himself up into the lead as a ball of spray goes hurtling up towards the Druids hairpin. It really is a mighty challenge for them, but they're still finding themselves 3 wide at times. Great fight. Anton Martin up the inside of Hainsford in the MX-5, the RX-8 even. And he's got that one done, but it looked to me as though Kyle Wells in the white Porsche, he was looking strong, but is that Colin Tester, I think, in the 911 car was trying to come back at him, but that just compromised him onto the Cooper straight a little bit, so he wasn't able to take advantage. Anton Martin's being challenged now by Carl Wells. The 448 car is up the inside of that BMW onto the start-finish straight. Charman, Stevens, Watson, Artnager are your top 4. Anton Martin still in 5th at the moment, but there goes Wells up the inside, the 448 car at Paddock Hill, and he's got it done nicely up the inside of Paddock Hill, but he then gets twitchy on the exit. Has that lost in the momentum? No, he's held that momentum brilliantly, and Anton Martin only towards the latter part of that rise up the hill was even nibbling to see if he could get up the inside and end things better of it. But Anton Martin under huge pressure from 911 Colin Tester, someone who knows this circuit rather well to say the least, on to the Cooper straight. Is he going to be able to throw it up the inside? Somebody's pulling off and stopping, coming down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. That looks more like a mechanical issue. Number 32, that is. So that's William Kurtler in his Porsche Boxster, just pulling off onto the grass. The fact that he's staying on the grass, I wonder whether that's a puncture, which wouldn't make full sense. No, he's now getting going. So maybe it was just a little mistake and he wanted to stay out of everybody's way to avoid causing an issue. Just watching to see if he's going to exit stage right. No, he is going. So maybe he did just make a little bit of a mistake. Fastest car on the circuit last time round, just about, was actually Lowen Stevens in the number 12. That's the Radical that is actually the quickest, but there's not much in it, but the margin is already 1.4 as it's a lot harder to try and work out who's who in this gloom now, I've got to be honest. But Anton Martin did lose out to Colin Tester, so that BMW lost a couple of places last time round. I'd imagine that's quite a big weight, that Beamer, in these conditions. He's not going to be enjoying that as much as he did earlier, I don't think. And if it's new to him as well, he's still getting used to it. It's got ABS, okay. So the braking will feel more comfortable, but under the throttle might not. But we'll wait and see. He's still sat there running in 7th position, 3rd in Class 2 at the moment. Watson's still 3rd on the road, and that means that the 92 car is leading the S7. Welcome back, Jack Werrell.
A rather soggy Jack Werrell, welcome back.
Or drowned rat, as I called you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I couldn't be that complimentary to myself. It's good to see as well. I had a message from Darren Goes. It's Jack Goes out in this race. It was going to be Harry for a second race, but no, Jack Goes is behind the wheel. And going very well indeed, up into 13th place. 8th in Class 2, still pushing on. Last time through, posting a 1 minute 4.6 at 1.7, which in these conditions, which I'd imagine he's not got too much mileage in, is going very well indeed. But the leaders, closer than ever really, aren't they?
Very much so. I was just suddenly looking at as they went down here. I don't really know why the 1, 2, 3 car's got no lights on whatsoever, Mr. Hyde. Maybe that's something to do with the issue that he was having earlier. It's only the headlights, actually, to be fair, so it's no different to the leaders. It does have rear lights on that one, so maybe there are no headlights on it whatsoever. But I don't envy them, Jack. I really don't envy them being out there in these conditions.
I like the idea of the Enduro cars, which we've got currently moving around quite a bit in the pit lane, because they've got the endurance lights on, so you can see a whole lot. Some cars still out there with only really side lights, so it's not actually... Maybe that is the way to go, because they're not having their headlights reflect off the rain and blind them. But there still are, in theory, lights there. Jack Goes trying to get out the way of the leading pair, does so, but the car slows. That wasn't trying to get out the way, that was a car maybe with an issue, or is he just desperately trying to get out the way of everyone? To me, that looks like a bit of an issue.
But is that what we saw earlier, wasn't it? With Harry when he was behind it. Not sure.
And then it just got back up to speed again, which it looks like it has. Now Colin Watson has got by, but the leaders still nose to tail, scything their way through the traffic as much as possible. One person I really don't envy is Colin Watson, so he's getting soggy.
Oh, absolutely. Although he's going quick enough that he's probably all right. It's probably going straight over him. Yeah, straight over him. He just doesn't want to go slow down, does he? Because then it will pull inside him. How's Mr. Chalice doing? Because obviously he had that off at the end of last race. He's up into 10th place already, that white Porsche number 11. So he's got himself up into 10th. That's 4th in class as well. So the answer is no ill effects from that off into the kitty litter.
Now over the start-finish line now, it's got Ben and Adam Uren in the Honda Civic being hunted down by Jack Goes. Jack manages to work his way through and past Dean Hyde on that occasion in towards Graham Hill Bend, but the leaders of Charman and Stevens still nose to tail. But these cars obviously quite dependent on aerodynamics. Does the rain affect that? Obviously slightly denser air, I should imagine, but if you get too close to the leading car, which is also an aero-dependent car, does it start to unsettle yours? It's one of those, isn't it? Is the aero modern enough to have that?
As the kids are saying at the moment, 6.7. I don't know what that means at all. But
that makes me feel really old, because I don't know what that means either.
Not a clue.
I've heard 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I know, but apparently it's this 6.7. I don't know what it means.
No idea. You'll have to educate me on that one, I think, Mr. Dawes.
I said something rude that all the kids are laughing at me now. I don't know, but hey-ho. It's not like me to embarrass myself, eh? But we're down to just over 11.5 minutes left to go in this 20-minute race that did actually, the clock started going on that second green flag lap, but it hasn't diminished the race. Ooh, I was worried that Chalice was going to dive across to the apex at Graham Hill Bend. That would have been between the lead pair that are so close together, but fair shout, he paid good attention to that, which can't be easy with them not having any lights on the front of those prototypes.
No, because you can't see them. And we thought that Colin Watson had the issue in race 1, not being able to see or be seen in the rearview mirror. But now with those guys, I'd imagine you've got to peer through your own spray to then try and see the car, which will be very tricky indeed. But the good thing is they're that quick. They arrive and leave very quickly, so you've only got to deal with it for a couple of seconds.
So you were talking about Watson not wanting to be him in this rain. What about the lead too? Charman and Stevens.
Well, yes.
Oh,
so into the pit lane.
Into the pits.
We've had Clive Hainsford into the pit lane. So he won't play any.
It's too difficult to keep up with it in this gloom, isn't it? We missed Hainsford going in the pits.
Yeah, exactly where in the pit lane he is. I don't know whether he's gone right back to the paddock, but can't see him in the pit lane at the moment. Chalice still pushing on in the Porsche 997 Cup car. Over the start-finish line, we've got yet more cars. Andrew Armager being one of those. Anton Martin still giving chase, but I'd imagine the little Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette is a bit more pointy in these conditions, and it's just allowing him that extra bit of time to get the car turned in. The leader's nose to tail, but at what point it almost looks like they are comfortable where they are, but I bet behind the wheel Stevens is really pushing on.
Yeah, it looks like a few of them are now getting settled into these conditions a little bit, aren't they? Because I notice Anton Martin in particular, he's gone quicker than the 3 cars ahead of him, so he might just have got himself settled into it and steadily start to give chase and hope that he hasn't lost too much ground already. His next target will be Colin Tester in the 911 Porsche. And but the margin was over 2 seconds, wasn't it? So it's quite a bit of work for him to do. Where is that BMW at the moment? Trying to keep up with where everybody is. Here he comes across the line now. And the Porsche is now an awful lot closer to him. What is the margin? Less than a second. So we are going to see Anton Martin challenge. That will be for second in class as well, let's not forget. So heading up towards Druids, the white, red and black BMW is hunting down the, I think it's a very dark blue and white rather than a black and white Porsche, the 911 of Colin Tester. Down they come towards Graham Hill Bed. Armager's already turning left in the Tigra Silhouette that's just ahead of them. Then it's the 911 Porsche. Oh, and Anton Martin got that, an absolute tank slapper. As soon as he stepped off onto the painted surface to try and get around the back markers, he just left it for a moment, a sitting duck. This weather, that's perfect, isn't it? But it meant that he's lost that momentum that had him closing in on Tester's Porsche.
Yeah, so he's got some work to do, does Anton Martin. But again, these are the conditions you don't really want to have to push too hard in. So late on the brakes is Stevens, still desperately looking for the lead, still trapped up and behind a little bit of traffic. It would seem, are a number of the Porsches that are trying to close back in onto Anton Martin. Colin Watson goes through and ticks another lap in the book. He's still running around in pretty much a world of his own.
I meant to say this earlier, but I missed a message, another one from Paul Jur, because he was saying Graham Charman at the front in that Juno. Yep. He's been driving the Juno in the Equipe Sports Prototype Series this season, so that's why he's looking rather competent in that one. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. Lowen Stevens determined to put Radical back at the front though.
Yeah, and chatting to Lowen, it sounded like a very wise head on young shoulders.
Really?
Down in the pit lane. Yeah, even to the point of the tyres going, well, we knew it was going to happen. So I was weighing up, do I delay me pushing to try and make them last an extra lap or two, or do I push now, try and get the move done? And yeah, the longevity of the tyre will fall away, but clearly, whatever the pair of them are doing, it's very quick indeed, because they're still carving their way through traffic as quickly as possible. This time up towards Druids. Lowen Stevens not quite as quick on that occasion on the way in, but on the way out, it looked like Charman got held up a little bit by Andrew Armager, and it's brought the leaders back nose to tail once again. Can Lowen Stevens get a good run out of Graham Hill Bend? He got a good exit, but I think in a straight line, yeah, he's done more than enough in the lead, has Charman, to just hold him there for now.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, where they were both compromised at different points there, weren't they? And of course, Armager's one of the quick back markers, as in what's Armager's running in 5th position in that 715 Tigra Silhouette car. Now, the problem for Armager is that by trying to find a way to let those lead cars through, is that he's now got Colin Tester right up with him. What was the margin? Half a second as we went through there. So the Tigra Silhouette against the Porsche suddenly becomes a rather interesting fight. And in fact, there goes Tester up the inside towards the Druid's hairpin. Has he done enough? No. Armiger's able to just go that little bit later on the brakes into the hairpin.
Just spotted Jack Goes again, heading up towards Druids very slowly. It's like he goes through Paddock Hill Bend, the car goes into limp mode, and then picks back up again because he's picking up the speed.
In particular when he's trying to jump out of the way. So
yeah.
I've almost linked that to it. So I don't think it's a full thing. It's when he's doing something that means I need to jump out of the way and let it.
Yeah, it's right-handers or something.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it just doesn't quite gel that well. So it's cost him time throughout this race, but it's keeping him out the way of the really quick guys. Almost side by side for the race lead. Jarman still leads from Stevens, but in towards turn 1. I've noticed that Stevens comes off the brakes really early and almost coasts the car in, and it almost worked on that occasion. There was a look around the outside, but nose to tail, he's forcing Stevens defensive.
I mean, I can't envisage it's too much of a difference between these two cars in terms of the aerodynamics, but I always remember Graham Tilley, of course, now races in GT Cup and what have you, but he had this ridiculously quick Caterham that he raced in the 7 Series for Classic Sports Car Club. Not 7 Series, sorry, what do they call it in
Mag 7s.
Mag 7s. And it wasn't a standard one, it was just like an absolute weapon
machine,
of a thing.
yeah.
And then he went into Radicals, racing Radicals, and he said he literally had to rip up his rulebook and relearn racing because, of course, he would have this incredibly quick car that would be a slow in, fast out, and suddenly these things, you've got to take so much more speed through the corners for the air to be passing over, for the aerodynamics. But looking at it, surely the same's for the Juno, but the way, you know, picking up on your point that he literally takes in a lot more speed into the corner in that Radical, as though there might still be a difference on the aero.
It is really nice, though, to see cars which aren't vastly different, side by side, but the Juno just about remains in front on this occasion. They are similar, but very slightly different, that they still managed to find a very equal time, but in very different ways around the circuit. Lowen Stevens seems to, carry the speed in, get the car rotated and fire the car out, whereas Jarman, I think he's just with a bit smoother, and that minimum speed is probably that little bit higher.
I've always thought, though, with that description of how they are for racing, is that it's got to be a real mental battle in the early stages, because your self-preservation again is like going, I really should not be going this quick, I should have slowed down. But it's that whole point, actually, in those cars, if you do, you're more at risk because you've lost all your
got no grip.
downforce.
Max van der Snel said the same at Silverstone earlier on in the year, heading in towards Copse, and he thought, I need to be on the brakes 100 yards before now, is what I thought. What I actually need to do is dab the brakes straight in, and it will go. It will just go, which in these conditions is even more scary. We've got 3 1/4 minutes of the race still to go. The leaders still absolutely nose to tail. The black and white warning flag heading out for the number 94 machine. That's Liam Cochrane in the Mark 1 MX-5. He had a busy first race. I think was involved in the incident down at Graham Hill Bend, but managed to get that car recovered. Keeping an eye on Andrew Armiger. He's coming under a bit of pressure, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, that came from nowhere, didn't it, for Colin Testa, because he was the one that was under pressure from Anton Martin for a while, and that moment we're going side by side for the lead. We've got backmark that's going to make a difference. I think Lowen's done it. He has. The Radical has taken the lead, and I think that was just before they got to the backmarkers, but I think it was the anticipation of who was going to go where. So Lowen Stevens, the number 12 Radical, takes the lead with only 2.5 minutes left to go in this race. Perfect time to do it.
Brilliant move. Sounded brilliant as it came over the start-finish line as well, did Lowen Stevens. He kept the throttle wide open and hit the brakes as late as possible, but then immediately rolled off the brakes, as you said, just to carry that speed into the corner, to keep all of the air on the aerodynamics. As they head into the final couple of corners once again, Lowen Stevens, having taken the lead, is now just trying to manage that gap back to Graham Charman. You spotted something. That's getting very tight, isn't it, down in towards Graham Hill Bend for Colin Watson?
It was Colin Watson getting past that firstly Colin Testa, and he's got Armiger just ahead of them, but I watched him do it and he was not prepared to wait, which I was quite surprised, because it's not like he's got anyone close to him. That means he has to cut through this traffic. But he just went, no, I'm going for it. But we were talking earlier that it's easy to not see a Caterham in your mirrors, so he took a bit of a risk.
He did indeed. I'm just looking, the leaders have really separated. There or thereabouts was Taylor Norton in the Renault Clio, a long way off the road for one of the Porsches, and almost a spin for second place Graham Charman. That was the 44 Porsche that ended up a long way off the road, and in this case Scott Evans. But Graham Charman, yeah, he's a long way adrift now of the race leader. This lap's just been plagued with minute mistakes where just slightly wide of the apex.
Probably because he's frustrated
early on the throttle, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's going to play on him. Right, our leader goes through now, 59 seconds. Lowen Stevens has suddenly, last time round, put in a new fastest lap of the race, and he's gone quicker than Charman's quickest lap again. So he was being held up a little bit.
Yeah, now he's been graced by a couple of clear laps from traffic as well, which has just allowed him to really stretch the legs of the Radical. The next cars he will meet will be Jack Goes, and then the Seat Toledo that is out there as well in the hands of Andy Thompson. He will be going on to his final lap just about next time through. I didn't know whether he would get round in time, but he will do. He'll have about sort of 10 or 15 seconds to spare, I should imagine 10 seconds maybe by the time he gets towards the start-finish line. He's still caught behind Scott Thompson and Jack Goes. Going to be almost 3 wide. He gave it a look, but he can't go anywhere. Is he trying to go through the middle? They offer him the middle. He goes for it. Through goes Lowen Stevens onto the final lap of the race.
Yeah, I did think that there was time for one more as they went through. I'm not sure they wanted another one in this this gloom and what have you, but they get one anyway. I think Lowen Stevens is pleased that he did it when he did, so he wasn't trying to still fight it through now with all the lappery, the conditions, the spray, the darkness, everything that's going on. Through goes third place, 92 Watson, of course, leading class S7. Yeah, Anton Martin right up with Testa again. In fact, the interesting one is that Testa was on the back of Armiger earlier, but he's just dropped away a little bit now, hasn't he? 1.5 seconds of the margin, which means he's now into the clutches of Anton Martin. That's first, second and third for Class 2.
Over the start-finish line now comes your race winner, so it will be on this occasion Lowen Stevens that takes the win. Brilliant overtake to get that position made. It will be Graham Charman that will come through to finish in second place, and Colin Watson will be working his way towards the line in a few moments' time. You can see him just working his way through.
I'm going to pick up the fight because Anton Martin's all over the back of Colin Testa as they come through clearways into Clark Curve. I think that Testa's done enough. I got it wrong actually, because of course Armiger is a Class 1 car, so the 715 car comes home in fourth place. 448 Wells, that was ahead of them, is the winner of Class 2. Armiger 715 comes home third in Class 1, fifth on the road. Then it's Colin Testa, 911, holds on to sixth and the runner-up spot in Class 2, ahead of Anton Martin, 330. So, great fight between those three in particular. Great fight between our lead two. I don't think anyone told the lead two that the conditions were rather unpleasant. They just got up, rolled their sleeves up, put the boxing gloves on, and off they went. And gave us some fantastic entertainment. Right, so that is everybody has taken the checkered flag, or in the case of Hainsford, finished in the pits. So, in terms of the final positions, it is Lowen Stevens, number 12, that takes the victory. 21 laps completed and the fastest lap of the race with a 53.124. Second place, car number 5, which is Graham Charman. Colin Watson, number 92, finishes in third and wins the Class S7. Carl Wells, 448, in fourth place, and that gives him a great victory in Class 2, his first time out as well in that Cayman. 715, Andrew Armiger in fifth. Sixth is Colin Testa in 911. Seventh, Anton Martin, his BMW in the 330 car. Eighth, great fight through from the back, number 11, Peter Chalice. 44, Scott Evans in ninth. In 10th place is number 71, John Line in his Renault Clio. In 11th place, we have number 72, which is Mike Cutler, sorry. It's a lot harder to suddenly read the paperwork up here now. In 12th place, number 50, Tony Levy. 141, Robert Taylor in 13th. Jack Goes, great job there, finishing in 14th place in 222. 47, Andy Thompson in the Seat Toledo in 15th. 16th, number 32, William Kurtler. Taylor Norton, 28 in 17th. 18th, number 9, Adam Uren. Liam Cochran, 94 in 19th. 20th is the 91 car of Liam Browning. 21st, 123, Dean Hyde. Number 1, Tom Tom Davies in 22nd position. That's the runner-up spot in Class S7, of course. In 23rd, 115, Amy Allen. Adam Warner in 111, 24th. 25th is 53, Garen Lehane. And your last finisher in 26th place, number 86, Nick Underwood. So that is an incredible race there in weird conditions, weird light, everything like that. You'd think it was really dark, but it is only 4 p.m. But such is the conditions above us that it makes it feel even later than it actually is. We're not finished here at the circuit. We've still got the qualifying to go, the qualifying hour for the Enduro KA. But I know that will be bringing a close towards our commentary. Before you go anywhere, Jack Werrell has gone down to catch up with whatever drivers he can, and so I will leave him to do the final words of this stream with whoever he's able to speak to. Jack Werrell.
Thank you very much, Chris Dawes. Yeah, down here, just waiting for the arrival of the number 12 machine, Lowen Stevens. He is just pulling in, but once we've got him there, we just need to get Andrew Armiger out of the way of the Radical arriving. There is Lowen Stevens, comes in to the first place spot. Whilst we've got a moment, we will wander over and grab a word with Graham Charman. He's over here with very Formula One-esque. You're even having your umbrella held up for you. So sort of shoe was on the other foot that time because you were defending all the way and then having to attack back, and the rain came down a bit more, didn't it?
It did, yeah, it certainly did. Driver's excuse number 3, my glasses missed it up. But no, that was great. Lowen did really well, really well. I mean, he was always there in my mirrors. I was always surprised when I got through some traffic to then see him, crikey, he's followed me through. How did he do that? So, yeah, he's done really well, really, really well.
And we understand that this car's been getting a fair few miles this season as well. We were chatting with Paul Jerd very briefly, or messaging with Paul, and he said you've been, ballistically quick in this elsewhere as well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it is a quick car. Normally raced with the equipped sports prototypes, but you know that's not here today, and this is fun. You know, pretty scary to be honest, but yeah, good.
Yeah. Are we going to see you back with some more MSVR Allcomers next year?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, this is my local circuit. I live half an hour from here. Sponsored by Northern Commercials, Auto Quip, and local company AP Motorsport, who are just over the hill. So yeah, this is home for us.
Well, it's brilliant to have you. Massive well done on 2 great results today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well done, Lowen, for pipping me to the post there. That was excellent.
Thank you very much. A great word with Graham Charman. We'll walk around this way to go chat with Lowen Stevens. So Graham Charman with a quick word. Lowen Stevens in here. Lowen, right shoulder. That one must be a little bit sweeter. Obviously second place, but a brilliant move to take the lead, and that was it till the end.
Yeah, that felt a lot better. I don't know, the wet, that car comes alive a bit, so felt like I had all the grip in the world, really.
And is there anything planned, at least for the winter or maybe into next season? Anything you've got your eye on at all?
I'm going to France next week to do a Ligier test day in a JSP4 car, so that should be fun.
That'll keep you busy. And next season, any idea what you're doing? Out in the Radical again, or maybe depending on what the Ligier does?
Yeah, probably out in the Radical again, but we'll see.
Well, massive well done on a win and in tricky conditions as well.
Cool, thank you.
So we'll now wander over and grab a word with Andrew Armiger. We'll have to sneak this way. Got Andrew here. That was, busy from your part, but nobody was fighting you that was in your class. You had Anton at one point keeping you busy. Colin Tester was there or thereabouts, but third place.
Very tricky conditions for everybody out there. I mean, these two, first and second, if they're lapping someone who finishes third overall, they're in a different class altogether. I mean, their driving was absolutely superb. They're very clean, very fast drivers. A lot of back markers, a lot of mixed speeds out there as well today. So I think it was a case of just getting round and getting home safely. To finish third is a bonus.
A good way to end the season. You've got your third place trophy waiting for you. But in terms of plans for next year, we always seem to see you out in the silhouette. Is that going to be the case again?
I'm going to try and do a full season next year. Yeah, that's the goal. So yeah, full season if I can.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I don't have a spare hand. We'll do it now. There we go. We might have chance just for one very quick word. We will look for driver of the... actually, we'll chat with Anton Martin. He's always a personality. He's always good to chat. We'll get Anton over here. No, he's not running away. Anton, as ever, always a character. Brilliant to watch. A few sideways moments, but you're even keeping a few of the Class 1 cars honest.
Yeah, well, they obviously got their wets going a bit better than what we did for a bit, so it took a while for them to come on. But once they come on, obviously I started catching Colin. But that young lad, he was gone, wasn't he? He was nowhere to be seen, so but we didn't make it, so it's right. We're still on the podium.
Nice way to end the season in a car that looks slightly different to what it has done earlier this year.
Yeah, it's a different car.
That'd be right.
It's one of the other ones. First time we've raced it, so to put on the podium, well, it ain't too bad, really, is it? Nice, really. Makes it worth a bit more while. Ain't played up, so fair play to it.
Look forward to seeing what you can do next year.
Yeah, we might be something different then. We'll try.
So different. Been out in it for one round and already wanted to change. But from us all here at Brands Hatch, of course, Chris Dawes up in the commentary box. All of the marshals as well that have stood here throughout the rain today. A massive thank you to you all. But to you all at home, we hope to see you back tomorrow for the IndyCar 500.